Hello, everybody, and gosh, Vickyville, it is Spooktacular time, isn't it? Spooktacular Mega Make Take, a box full of, I guess, scary crafts, but fun crafts too, don't you think?
So exciting.
I know, and you know, it's so much fun. And look at this adorable box.
Look at this.
I mean, personalized. And I love this part where you can put it up on your shelf and know exactly what's in there.
That is so awesome for organization.
Yes, you know, and you know they'll have their Spooktacular megas in there, and then this will be another great place to put, you know, as your maybe your spooky stamps, and maybe even some of your fall items too, and then they'll be all organized for.
I love to keep all of my Halloween stuff together, so I'd probably put all my like plastic bats, my pumpkins, my felt pumpkins, my ribbons,
anything
ephemera
like
in this box, and then you could always see it on the bookshelf
like
that, and it'll fit perfectly.
Exactly.
So that's awesome.
Yes, and you know, as we've been going through our stash, you know, it's great. You know, like you said, you know, you like to put I like to organize mine too. And as you find things, just put it in there. You know, cleaning out your stash as we all have been doing. So
exactly, so much fun.
Yes,
and I love Halloween so much.
I know.
Thought about some certain. Have you started crafting for Halloween?
Yes, I've done some Halloween cards. I've been starting to do some, making some Halloween gift card holders. I bought one of the Art Impressions gift card holders a while back. So I've been using my Halloween paper with some pumpkins on it and ghosts, and you know, the purples and the greens, you know, those spooky but fun colors. So
I can't wait to get some inspiration in this box, because I know we're going to be learning so many cool new techniques.
Yes.
Of course, I see the lineups. I'm hoping that I can get some Copic coloring techniques, you know.
Oh, let me tell you, this box is full of awesome. This is the box of awesome spookiness, I guess.
Yes,
what I say.
I'm so excited.
And you are, you know, you're going to find some great techniques. And, you know, I keep saying, I think I'm going to have to get some of those prism colored pencils, because I've been inspired by one of our presenters today in this little Spooktacular box too. So I want to try that out.
Yes, I've made my first pocket letter, and I did a Halloween theme, so that's fun. And I can't wait. Good for, I guess good for me too.
Yes.
Maybe not my bank account, but I've been buying a lot of stamps, Halloween stamps, because I love Halloween.
I know.
And so I can't wait to like just get home, make Halloween cards, send them out, because that's another thing. I make so many things, and you guys are probably watching and like, yeah, where's my Happy Meal? And it's coming. No, but I can't wait to like, you know, like we were talking about, Halloween's going to be different this year.
Yeah.
And I usually have a big old fun bash for my neighborhood during the trick or treaters.
Yeah. Yes.
But this
you do
year,
hot dogs and everything.
Yeah.
Barbecue.
Yeah. But this year, obviously we can't be doing that. Yeah. So I was thinking of making special, you know, treats for like friends of mine, kids, and dropping them off, and so I want to like stamp on the bags.
Oh yeah.
Make cute little goodie bags, and you know, all that tags. And so I can't wait to see some great ideas in this box.
I mean, what a great treat, you know, just like you said, things are different, but gosh, you know, how fun is it, like you said, to give a gift with, you know, really decorated package this year, because you can't really give a lot of what'll go inside, but that is fun. And gosh, there are so many cute, you know, pumpkin stamps and different ghosts and witches, and just it's just a fun time of year.
Exactly.
You know, as a kid, I loved it, and I still do. So, you know, an idea that you could do, Vicki, is you could, when we were kids, we used to bob for apples. Have you ever done that?
I did that too.
That's hard.
It is. It's so hard, especially with your Halloween makeup on. You come up and it looks scary before you went down. You were like a cute little doll. Yeah, that is a fun game.
Yeah.
I was also thinking that, wouldn't it be so fun to just, I don't know, embrace like maybe cooking, like making cute, like if you have to stay home. And even though my kids are adults, like it would be cool to like do spaghetti noodles for brains, make a really neat dinner and like do like grapes and water and blindfold as eyeballs, or put your hands in there as eyeballs and make it kind of a scary dinner. That'd be fun.
My favorite is where you take Oreo cookies and smash them up and put gummy worms in it.
Yeah,
that's a fun.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Doing like a fun dinner on because I know this year, which is really sad, Halloween lands on a Saturday. And so usually when my kids were small, it was so hard because you would go trick-or-treating, but then the next day was school.
Exactly.
And this is the perfect year to go trick-or-treating when you didn't have to wake up early.
And get the sugar, the poor teachers having those kids with all the sugar.
Exactly. But it's okay. You could still have a fabulous fun time.
Oh gosh, yes. Yeah, there's so many things, we've gotten creative with everything, and I think this is going to be a box too that you could sit and do some crafts with your kids this year and have fun, and even have them maybe decorate some bags or cards, and because they've been missing their friends, so make something now, and then when you see them, we're going to be there's going to be a time when we're going to each have a weekend with our families and we're going to be celebrating everything. So
exactly, right? And did you notice that we decorated for Halloween?
Vicki did an awesome job. I came in here and we are spooked out. I mean, just how cute is this? And we're gonna have this. We'll have this for a few days.
Yeah, so, exactly. So it's just fun. I love the colors. I love the bright. I love it. I love pumpkin everything.
And look
my
how
shirt.
Adorable you are
I was
today.
telling Dave that one night I couldn't sleep and I did some online shopping in the middle of the night, which is scary.
Yes.
No, but this came in at the perfect time for us to be able to film. So it was
exactly. Well, and I still have to think about what is my costume going to be this year?
I know.
So I'm very excited I'm still thinking. I have some really cute ideas. It's going to be a surprise. You'll see that at our next play event. So,
I can't wait.
It's going to be fun. It's not going to be spooky, but I like fun, and that's what Halloween is to me all about. We were kids. We used to walk the neighborhood. We knew who gave the Snickers bars, and we knew
the little the little candy bars, the big candy bars, or the penny, or the apple. You're like,
we used to get pennies. Yes.
Yeah, so did I.
The mayor of our town, she and her husband used to give us pennies, so we knew that we were getting. And we're so excited because they did that every year when we were kids. So it was so much fun.
It was fun. Yeah, exactly. I can't wait. I really, honestly, I don't know what my costume is. Usually by this time, I have it all together. I have ideas. I'm like zero.
Well, let me tell you, my costume. I'm not going to let you know, but on our play date that we have, there's going to be a special person that's going to be on the phone.
Really?
Yes. So I'm so excited, and it's going to be part of my costume.
Ooh, I can't wait.
So it's going to be so much fun. So we want you to, you're going to, maybe they'll get some good ideas for their costumes out of this big box of goodies for sure.
Yes.
So
I love it. It's going to be such a fun day today.
Yes. Yeah. Techniques, cute projects. I mean, and shopping.
Oh,
gosh! Don't forget about the shopping.
Yes, all of the deals.
Yes.
So if you are, you still need to get some Halloween goodies, and you are looking for the perfect company or few companies, today's the day with the deals. I really believe.
I would almost bet that you could shop from every company that's in this box today. And such cute, unique, and you know what's nice about the projects, and you'll see this in their presentations, they'll do their projects, but so many have extra items that you can do additional projects in, and that is so nice to have. Those extras, and you can add to it. So
for sure.
Yep. So I'm excited. We are going to be visiting first Miss Tina, Miss Ginger Dots from Close to My Heart. So everybody enjoy, and we'll be back soon. Bye.
Hello, my pretties! Welcome to Scrapbook Expo Spooktacular. My name is Tina Sutton with Close to My Heart, also known as Miss Gingerbutts, and I have Duke the dog, my assistant, here to have a lot of fun with you today. We're going to have some magical, spooky, scary fun. Okay, my spooky little friends, are you ready to say abracadabra and make the magic happen? All right, this is a card that we're going to be making today, the waterfall card, and it flips like this. Oh, so cute, so cute. I love making these cards. They're super fun to make and super fun to give. Here is a birthday card that I made with our new birthday paper. Look how cute. These are the types of cards that when you send them to your friends, they'll say, how did you make that? Did you really make it? Teach me how. And here is a Christmas. Now on this one, I did stamping rather than using stickers. So there's so much versatility in these, and they're just so much fun. Really fun to make, really fun to give. So, yeah, just magical. Okay, so again, here's a look at this. What makes these cards? You can make them from scratch, but we came out with this die, and this die is, like I said, magical. It does everything for you, really. It also gives you a lot of versatility. This is the base. That's the base for the card. There's two different types of banners. We're using this banner for our card, the straight one, but there's also a curved banner. There is a square stitched thin cut, a scalloped square stitched, and a scalloped circle stitched. And I'll show you the differences. Okay, on this card, we used the stitched square, and then we cut squares of paper to add behind it. Now notice the difference. On this card, on the pink polka dot, I used the stitched square, and then I did a layer of the stitched square scallop. So I double layered that before I added the images, okay? And on this one, we used the stitched square plus the round scallop, and then I did my stamping and coloring and then assembled the card. So there's a lot of different versatility that you get with the set, so that makes it super fun. The other nice thing is our thin cuts this thin cut comes with directions, because chances are once you make it, if you don't do it a lot, you'll forget, or you'll say, how did I do that again? So it comes with step-by-step directions, so it makes it super fast and super easy. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Now, if you do your card, I know a lot of people like to change theirs up, but if you do your card just like mine, you're going to have enough paper to do another super fun project that I'm going to show you at the end. So it's up to you if you think you want to do another project with your paper or not. You're going to have lots of paper and lots of stickers left over. So the first thing we're going to do is cut our paper. So these are the dimensions that you need. The pumpkin layer, which is this pumpkin paper right here, pumpkin faces. I think it has stars on the background. You need one piece, 4 inches by 5 1/4. You're going to glue that onto your card, so your card will actually have an edge. So it's 4 by 5 1/4. Then you're going to need to cut 4 pieces of star paper, 1 3/4 by 1 3/4, and that's going to be glued right here on top of the black and white squares. You should have 2 black squares and 2 white squares. Then the orange dot paper is cut 1 1/2 by 4 1/4. And then the zip strip, 1/2 by 4 1/4. So a zip strip on our paper, grab a piece here. This paper is so fun, it's called Got Candy. And it's all these wonderful Halloween designs. Of course, you know that because you have a pack. But it is available along with the stamp set and some really cute Halloween confetti. So you can buy everything a la carte, or you can buy it as a bundle. You buy it as a bundle, you're going to get a discount. And I'm sure you're going to want more of this paper because I'm doing all kinds of fun projects with it. Okay, so this is a zip strip. On one side, it'll tell you the name of the paper, Got Candy, the colors used in case you want to match it to cardstock or inks. But rather than waste that paper, you can cut that off and you use this as a project. They're all a 1/2 inch, so it makes it really nice. So you need to cut the zip strip off of the orange paper and then cut a piece. It's already a 1/2 inch. You need to cut it 4 1/4 so it'll fit on your card. And once you get your cutting done, you're going to layer your cards like this. So pumpkin, orange, zip strip. Then I took a sticker off of the sticker sheet right here, and that is the bat, and he's going to get glued right in the corner, kind of his wings touching the edge of the card at a diagonal. Makes it really cute, like he's peeking around the card. I even thought about doing some wiggly eyes behind him, and I still might do it. I think that would be really cute. And then your 4 squares, you're going to decorate them like this. Okay. So those are all decorated with stickers. So you can go ahead and get all your pieces ready. That is the key, getting your pieces ready. And then I am going to show you how to assemble. So this is the fun part. This looks complicated, but it's actually quite easy once you do it once or twice. Okay. So I'm gonna let everybody get their piece out. If you need to pause me, go ahead and pause me. I'm trying to talk fast because I have a lot to tell you and I don't have a whole lot of time. So I know I'm going rather fast, but the beauty of doing this at home is you can just put me on pause and get caught up. I didn't glue this piece down real well, so I'm gonna add a little piece there. Now the key on this is to be real careful with your glue. You don't want to glue these pieces too much. So this little piece here, the wings I'm going to call it, you're going to flip it up, which sounds really, really weird, but that's going to go up and everything else is going to go down. Just kind of fold on the accordion pieces. I fold it like that where the tag is at the top, and then I go back just so it bends really well when you make the card, and fold it the opposite way. Just want to really crease those, okay? So they're really movable. Okay, now I'm going to glue this piece right here. Like I said, I'm going to glue this lip down. And it's going to take a few minutes to dry. Once you do that, I'm still holding right here. I'm going to turn it over, and you don't want this to be super tight because you want the tag to be able to slide. So I try to leave a little bit of edging, not a lot, just enough that it'll slide. And this is drying, so I'm going to just put it down. And you can put some glue here. I like to use 3D tape just because I feel like it holds it a little bit better. It doesn't take as long to dry while you're trying to assemble this card. But any kind of adhesive would do. Just make sure it's a strong adhesive, and make sure you do not get it on the back of the tag because it has to slip and slide. So that's the hardest part, is not getting adhesive back there, because it's going to have to go up and down. And if you get adhesive here and it sticks to there, you get a mess. So see, this is really good. Alrighty. So we're going to just let this dry for a minute, and you can go back and get these pieces ready to go. And we're going to start assembling those. All right. Now for this part, I do like to use glue, but you need to be very careful because you don't want anything to stick. You want it to stick just enough. On this piece, I kind of do a little more. And I think I did the candy on the bottom. So that's going to go right there. Make sure it still slides. Yep, it's still sliding. Okay. The next piece I'm going to put See, this glue, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and use the tape on this just because I would normally do glue on this, but because I'm going a little bit faster, I'm gonna go ahead and use 3D tape. I'm gonna go ahead and tape the next piece down, which is spooky. So spooky. All right, and then we're gonna do the pumpkin. Okay. I need to have my Halloween music in the background. I love Halloween. I think it's just so fun to dress up, and I'm not into the scary stuff. I'm into the cutesy stuff. So I love it. And I really love, love, love this paper that Close to My Heart has come out with. It's so cute. All right, and then that's gonna go right here. All right, now let's see, do I have magic? Oh, I have magic, I have magic, I have magic. And you have to play with this a little bit to get it started, but that's actually really good. Look how cute, 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 cute. All right, so once you get your magic done, then you're gonna attach this to the card. Now here's the other tricky part. It's not tricky, but something you have to pay attention to. Again, you don't want to glue the tag down because the tag has to move. So you want to be sure you get some real good adhesive on the back. So I'm going to use 2 pieces of this thin tape. Actually, 1 will probably hold it, but you know what, let's just do 2. For kicks and giggles, let's do 2. Extra security. Okay. Oops, let's peel. And we're almost there. Look, 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 how cute. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Let's see, what does it do? There you go. We have magic, and you have made your card. Now, some things that you can do. Sometimes I put my shimmer brush to these, like I would do maybe the white, or I might want to do wiggly eyes on his eyeballs. And then here, some liquid glass to make it shiny. So you can do whatever you want to kind of make this card go wow, okay? Oh, and we forgot to add our banner. So I have a banner here, and I'm going to put it down about right there. And again, you don't want this attached to your card because you don't want to keep the card from moving. So you will need a piece of 3D tape for this. Let me grab mine. I thought I had it on my desk, but I don't. Okay, and I'm going to, oops, attach this so it pokes out a little bit. Attach that about, let's do it down here. And you know what, let's say got candy. There you go. How cute is that? And then if I want to, I can add some baker's twine or a piece of ribbon to make it easier to pull. I didn't on these, but you could. It just makes it really, really super cute. You want to make sure this piece is glued down real well too, because sometimes your card gets hung up there. But that's all there is to it. Isn't that just simple and super fun? I love it. Once you start making these, you just almost can't stop. So I talked a little bit about the Got Candy paper packet. I want to show you what I have created using the leftovers. So let me pause you right here and I'll be right back. Can I get a ta-da? Look, this is made with all your leftover paper, and look how cute it is. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine in an album? Trick or treat, and you've got room for 4 pictures there, and some 3x4s or some journaling. I don't know how well you can see this. There we go. That's a little bit better. You just kind of flip through, and it's just so cute. A lot of dimension, just a lot of fun. Look how cute, all of these pages. So if you want to do this class, I'm offering a free class. It's on October 21st at 7 o'clock Central in my virtual studio. It is only $15 plus the supplies that you already have. So, you know, you already have almost everything. So why not use your paper up and use your stickers up? So super cute. You can sign up for this class on my website. My website is missgingerdots.com. And if you want to sign up, you go right here where it says on the bar, shop Miss Ginger Dots Stash. And that's like for my classes and my custom kits and extra stuff that I have. If you want to just order supplies like the waterfall, thin cut, or any of the other things that I've shown, you can hit shop close to my heart and have stuff delivered directly to you. But the shop Miss Ginger Dot Stash, you need a custom kit, so I order that for you. So you would go there to sign up for the class. And you also want to be sure that you join my Facebook group. I know a lot of you are already in it, but we have a lot of fun here. I do virtual crafts and a lot of classes and a lot of demos, so you want to be sure to go there. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about our Got Candy. This is super fun. This is the paper packet that you received today, but let me show you the rest of the collection. We have a Got Candy paper bundle, which includes everything. This is a special. It is normally $45.80. It's on sale for $35.95. You get all of the cardstock, you get the paper, you get the stamp set, stickers, and the shakers for shaker cards or whatever, envelopes, whatever fun you want to do with it. It would be really cute to send this card in an envelope with some of this fun confetti. Or you can buy everything a la carte. Coordinating cardstock is $9.95. The sequins are $6.95. This cute stamp set is $18.95. And I am going to stamp Trick or Treat on the inside of my card and send it to a very special person in my life, my nephew. So I think he'll really enjoy it. But anyway, so there you go. That is it. I absolutely have had more fun with this collection, and especially this waterfall card. So anyway, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And I hope that you enjoyed the Create and Take. If you hang tight, I'll be back in just a little bit to show you lots of more fabulous, close to my heart products and ideas. So thanks for creating with me today, and I will chat with you soon. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed my spooky presentation, and now I can't wait to show you some of my incredible products from the Close to My Heart catalogs. We're going to have so much fun with this. There is so much awesomeness in this book that you just need to sit down and hold on. But first of all, before we get started, my assistant has something he wants to say to you. So did you guys get all that? Did you understand Duke? No? Yeah, I know. He can be hard to understand sometimes. Well, this is what he said. He said your family called, and they said to listen very closely to Miss Ginger Dots because she has a lot of stuff to tell you and a lot of stuff to show you. They also said her stuff from Close to My Heart is so great that you can buy one of everything and they won't care. No, seriously, I am here to share some really fun things with you. I'm going to show you some products. We're going to do a couple little demos, and I'm going to talk about some really important stuff. So let's do the talking first while you're still listening, and while I have it on my mind. So we talked a little bit about this during my presentation, but I know you were busy working. But when I designed your project, I realized you were going to have a lot of leftover supplies. So you can't see that too well. Okay. So I knew you're going to have a lot of leftover supplies. So I took the leftover paper and designed it into another class. These are some memory protectors from Story by Stacy, and they're super fun. They're meant for journaling and telling your story and decorating, and I just love them. They are just so cute and so fun to do. So you will make all of these pages. So there is an additional charge. It'll be a $15 class, and you will get extra paper to do these pages using the paper that you already have, or if you want to buy another pack of paper, you can do that in addition. You can add on if you want to play with your paper that you have right now and do other Halloween projects. So there's two ways that you can do that. You can just buy the basic and use the paper that you have up, or you can buy a whole brand new kit. It'll be on an online class October 21st, 7 p.m. Central Time, but it will be taped so you can watch it at your convenience and do the class. Where do you sign up for this? I need you to sign up as soon as possible so I can get supplies to you. But if you go to MissGingerDots.com, this is my website right there, MissGingerDots.com, and hit Shop Miss Ginger Dots Stash. In there will be a workshop for this class. I'm going to call it a flip-flap workshop. So yes, so it will be there. It should be there right now. You can go sign up right now if you wish. Okay, the other thing that I want to talk about, as I go through my presentation, I'm going to be showing a lot of stuff, and I know you guys are going to love it, and you're going to want it all. So I would like to introduce to you our brand new VIP program. And I have a special on this today. So, all right, how would you like to earn a 15% credit on every order with Close to My Heart? Now, that would be fantastic, right? Spend $100, get $15. Now, with that credit, you can save it up if you're wanting to buy something large, like our marker set, or if you want to spend it as you purchase, you can do that. There is no requirement. You don't have to order every month. It's just kind of a thank you for being loyal to Close to My Heart. So it's a 15% credit on every order. Whenever you spend $50 in 1 month, you will get our Stamp of the Month for free. And oh my gosh, how fun is that? Our Stamp of the Months are killer stamps, some of the best that we have. And they're only available for a month. You can either buy it for $18.95, spend $50 and pay $5, or if you are a VIP, you will get it free every time you order in that month. Now, I'm going to make this a little bit better. If you want to commit to joining this weekend, okay, you will get a $25 credit into your account to spend starting October 1st. So, free money? Yeah, additional $25. Now, if you join with me and you are going to get a free surprise welcome kit. So it's a surprise box. You guys are familiar with my surprise boxes. It's $50 value. I will be sending that as a thank you for joining my scrapbook club, VIP club. I'm also going to offer virtual crops once a month just for Miss Ginger Dots. We'll go on Zoom. We'll spend a couple hours creating and laughing and just kind of visiting with one another. Again, that's optional, but it's just something super fun to do. Okay, there is a cost. It is $35 a year. But, like I said, if you sign up this weekend, you will get a $25 credit to spend on October 1st when this club starts. So you're really joining for just $10 a year. All right, and if you sign up today, all right, today, you are going to get an extra embellishment packet. So you're like, oh my gosh, Tina, for $10, I get all that? A $15 credit, $25 to spend, you know, a special Facebook group, virtual crops. That's like too good to be true. Well, it really kind of is, but we are trying to give back to the community, to our scrapbooking community that have supported us, and, you know, to create loyalty with, you know, the consultant that you shop with most. So I would love to have you in my program. I'm all about fun. I try to make it fun, and, you know, I do appreciate every single order that I receive. I've been doing this 25 years. It is my passion. So I would love to have you join my VIP group. So How do you do it? You need to run, not walk, but run over to, again, MissGingerDots.com and hit shop MissGinger.stash. So you can sign up for the Halloween class and the VI program all in one, but it'll be there, and it'll be sign up for Miss Ginger Dots VIP. Now, you're not going to pay your money today. You're just going to commit to joining. Then I will send you a link on October 1st, and you will be able to sign up and join my program, and then I will be sending out the extra goodies. Again, and if you do it today, all right, today, this is Saturday, you are going to get an extra embellishment packet, but anybody that signs up from this weekend with me will get a special surprise box, and I know how you guys love my surprise boxes. So those will start shipping probably the first, second week of October. So anyway, I will remind you of this at the end. For now, let's just show some more fun product. I told you that these, I love this right here. And I don't sell enough of these because I don't show them. I forget about them. We have so many great products. But I want to show you a couple of more just real quickly that I've done. Here's one, and these are meant to go, they're layered in your scrapbook. So it makes your scrapbook a lot more interesting. So for example, if, let's find a page, I don't know, just any page. Okay, like here, and this was the same paper. Obviously, I wouldn't put this paper together. It would look something like this. So you'd have a 2-page layout, and this can go in, or this could go at the front of your book. But let me move the book out of the way so it's not so distracting. Move these out of the way. And let me just show you. This is my story with Close to My Heart. So this was me with Jeanette, the founder of our company, many, many years ago. I can't even tell you. It's probably 1997. And there's my story about how I joined. And this is just kind of some of the fun pictures through the year. These were my cruise earners, and we that earned a Hawaii cruise. And I don't know if you guys know Ingo Rademacher. He is a General Hospital Jacks. He gave us a paddleboard lesson. How fun is that? So we have had a lot of times, expo pictures, scrapbooking cruises. You know, I'm all about the fun. So whether you're a customer or a team member or a VIP, it's just about fun and sharing love and joy and our passion for scrapbooking. So these are just super fun. Here's one more. This is more of a family one. Okay, these are some pages that I did. This is with an older paper packet. Here's actually Ingo again. But anyway, this is just super, super fun. Look how cute this is. I mean, you can do so much with it. So I love this product, and I'm going to point it out when I show you some of the things in the catalog. But this is a great, great product to add to your scrapbook, and I would love to teach you how to use it in my class. Okay, so let's start. You know what? Let's start with the seasonal book. Every 2 months, we have a brand new seasonal book, so our product is always fresh and fun. So right now, we're in the fall book, so I'm just going to kind of go through it. This is our scrapbooking and card making subscriptions. These are fantastic. If you have not signed up for this, you really need to. It comes out to each kit, like the card kit, for example, figure it out. It comes out to like $1.66 a card, and you get all of these cards, and they're not just plain cards. These are shaker cards. I mean, some are plain and some are shakers. So all you need is, you don't need a lot of stuff. All you need is a glue pen, and that's about it, you know, and be able to punch and put it together. Okay, this is our kit called Bloom and with Grace, available now to order. So pretty. This is the a la carte. We have paper, cardstock, wood pieces, a Cricut collection, and Picture My Life cards. And then we have coordinating stamps. And this is the workshop, the scrapbooking workshop, $34.95, and it is beautiful. Available now on my website. That's called Bloom with Grace. And here is a card making, excuse me, my voice. It is a card making kit. So super fun. This is so trendy right now. This is like the big thing. All right, here's Comfort and Joy, which is this elegant, beautiful holiday paper. This is what I used for this card. But I kind of cutesied it up, right? I used some stamps in conjunction with it. So, you know, you can go elegant or elfy or gnomey or whatever. There's so much you can do with it. And these stamps, oh my goodness, so pretty. Can't wait to start playing with it. I haven't really had a whole lot of creating time lately, so I'm just itching to get in my room for a whole weekend. Here is the card kit. Ladies, it's not too early to get started on your card kits. This is Comfort and Joy Card Making Workshop. You can get that right now. And if you don't have one of our idea books, if you go to my website, missgingerdots.com, and hit Shop CTMH, that's going to take you to the corporate website, and there will be a link there to view the catalog, so you can view it closer, you know, up and at your own pace. We have mix-in paper packet and stamps. Oh my goodness, stamps, stamps, stamps. So cute. This one, oh, flying off the shelf. I've sold so many of these already, and it's only the 3rd of September, so anyway, super great. More cute stamps, something for everybody. And oh my goodness, these gnomes. Oh, I love them. Now, I don't know if you caught my live a couple of weeks ago, but I did the gnome card with the special that we're having for National Scrapbooking Month, the Creativity in Motion. So what I did was I combined this set with the gnomes, and this is what I got. Oh, I can't pull it. How cute is that? Cute, 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 cute. You see it? Is it moving? I hope the camera, I don't know if the camera picks it up too well. I can't see what I'm doing. But yeah, wiggles. But look at that gnome. Oh, he is so fun to color. It's like, I think that's probably the top selling stamp set right now is this Mr. Gnome. And you can get him with or without without thin cuts. If you like thin cuts, you can get the whole set, $30.95, or if you just want the stamp set, $18.95. This pumpkin's so cute. Just all kinds of fun stuff. Oh gosh. And then we have these little characters which fit perfect in our thin cut windows. And look at this. That's a new window with doors. You'll have to check that out. I'll have to show you that a little bit later. So I'm just going to kind of go through here with the stamps. This is the Creativity in Motion. Absolutely love this. I did a whole presentation, and hopefully you guys caught it. I'm going to go a little closer. Sorry. A couple weeks ago. But I want to show you one of my all-time favorite products. And it is so easy to just go right by it. And we're talking about this right here. All right, let me show you what this looks like, and we're going to play with this a little bit. This is 3 thin cuts in one. Sells for $49.95. But what you can do with this is amazing. So this is a layered die. So you cut each layer, and then you put it together. So let me show you what I've done. Or let's make one, actually. So you're going to start with a regular card, just a plain white card, 4 1/4 by 5 1/4. And these are the 3 layers. And you're going to layer them. Now, you can layer them on white. And look, it's going to look beautiful. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it. Or you could put a piece of paper or glitter paper underneath. And that will give you a totally, I don't know if the camera's going to pick that up. I don't think it is, but that in person is so pretty with glitter paper underneath. But we're going to make this, I'm going to show you how quick it is. The hardest part, and it's not hard, is just running it through your, okay, think Tina, your thin cut machine. Your Cuttlebug or whatever you use. Big Shot, close to my heart one. So you'd lay one layer down. And then this layer is designed to go right on top. This is a must-have. It is in the seasonal catalog, page 42. The item number is Z3778, and it's $49.95. But I guarantee you, even though, you know what I'm doing? I did the same one twice. I cut it out wrong. I cut out the wrong one. Okay, well, we're on camera. We're just going to go with it. Luckily, I have more samples. This will look pretty too, though. Oh gosh, I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. And I don't have enough time to go back and cut. This is still gonna look good, but it won't look as good. Oops, I goofed. Okay, even professionals goofed. Okay, that's still really pretty, right? Now imagine some sequins or some pearls or whatever in the holes. Let me show you, okay? I've got some made up. That was supposed to look really, really elegant, and you're gonna go ooh and ah. And then I was gonna show you one. That's what it looks like with the 3 layers. The 3rd layer is almost solid, and that's the one, I cut the wrong one. That's what I should have cut, but I cut this one twice. So anyway, look how pretty that is. So see, okay, I did this one up, like if you want to do a baby card, I could put a little tag here. I kind of ran out of time, but, or you could put a sentiment down here. But look, so this is it, like imagine it pink or blue for baby or shower or wedding shower or something, or take it off and just white. And look how elegant that is right there. But then look, let's play with this a little bit. Now we haven't talked about it yet, but close to my heart has a color of the year. And this year's color of the year is Bluebell. Beautiful color. So I did this card. I had a white background and I used a Bluebell. And look how it turned out. Oh my goodness, so pretty. And instead of sparkles, I put the pearls, Bluebell pearls. So it's kind of a tone on tone. And I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Now let's look at this. This one's all white with Bluebell as a base underneath and Bluebell sequin, not sequins, what are those called? Oh, I've been talking too much today. They're not sparkles, gems, the gems. So here's pearls and here's gems, and that's like opposite. And here's one, and this one was done with a pink paper underneath, and I used our pearl, liquid pearls to add pearls. So look at all the different looks. So that's super cute, right? And you're like, oh, that's pretty and that's elegant, but I don't really do that kind of stuff. Okay, you need to think out of the box with it. Look at this one here, which you might have noticed or might not. Okay, that one's really cute, but look what I did. I took it and made a Christmas card. Oh, how cute is that? I love this gnome. We're going to talk about him. He's not a Christmas gnome. He's actually a garden gnome, but I turned him into a Christmas gnome. Is that not so fun? And I used a white card. There's white glitter paper up underneath, and then I layered it in red and green. So super fun. All right, I need to talk a little bit faster because I just looked at the time. Okay, let's go through this real quick. Some of my favorite things that I want to point out. Okay, this is the catalog that will be available all year long. So this is our core. We often forget about it, but it has some fantastic stuff in it. I wanted to point out Love of Color Volume 2. It is so great. It teaches you how to put color combinations together, because sometimes we get stuck on that. And it's got samples, and it's like a catalog as well. We've got tips, a really fun thing. Okay, and then we have our how-to programs, penmanship, some story by Stacy, and then look at that paper. Oh, that's so beautiful. It is called Lovely. Go to my Facebook virtual page. I've got some samples made up with it. It is just beautiful paper. And this is Party Time. That's what I did this card out of, but you can do so much more with it. Layouts, cards, and look at that wood paper. Oh, you gotta have that, right? And he'd be really cute with gnomes too. We have foil paper, and then we have tons of stamps that will be available all year. And love this one. If they have blue on them, that means they have thin cuts available. So you can get it plain or with thin cuts, either way. All right, a little bit more, a little bit more. Love the dog stuff. I'm a dog person, pet stuff, dogs and cats, but I really love dogs. So there's dogs, okay, and look. Oh my gosh, that's the gnome. That's my Christmas gnome. Where did my card go? I got so excited, I've just thrown it to the side. There he is. So see how fun? Oh my gosh, he's a gotta have. $18.95, or with the thin cuts, $30.95. So cute. These are really interesting. Look how pretty. You can color them in. I know a lot of you like to color. Then you can use these sayings, the M-size sayings, to go on the inside. Both of these are designed that way. Real easy to look this page over. Okay, more stuff. I know this is sad, but pet sympathy, that's something that we really need. Seasonal borders. Oh, love this, love this, love this. We had trees years ago. A tree stamp looked similar to this. It was so popular. Now we have all 4 seasons. And check this out. What could that be? Let's keep going. Okay, we got letters. We have Melissa Epson, writing program, how to do beautiful penmanship. Story by Stacy. These are the protectors that I was talking about. Very easy to overlook, but they make your book so fun, and it's a really great way to tell your story. I know I'm talking so fast. Okay, let's talk about these thin cuts. Oh my goodness. Oh, and there's pages of them, okay? Look at the bows. We've got large bows and little bows. I was going to make one, but I don't think we're going to have time. But look how pretty that is. Look. So cute. And can you imagine that out of glitter paper? I didn't do it out of glitter paper, but what if I did this? Oh, is that to die for or what? Or this? So pretty, so elegant, so easy. Just cut it out, put it together. All right, we have leaves. This is a flower. You can make these flowers. I don't have any made, but look how pretty. I can't wait to use it. And hexagons to make beautiful, beautiful art. Let's look back here at the wood page. There's a great example of how they used it. Look, so interesting and so fun. So the thin cuts, they're knocking them out of the park. These are background thin cuts, and you can buy this whole bundle for $67.80, which is a good deal. There's the tab door that we looked at. These have been around, but they're a top seller. We have brackets, we have scallops, and this is the waterfall. So that is the one that you used this weekend. It is $39.95, but oh, so fun. You guys saw how fun it was to make, so I'm sure that's on your list. So that, the number is Z3777, $39.95. And we have alphabets. Look at this, shaker dies in all of these shapes with the window foam and acetate to match, as well as rectangles and squares. And look, there's the window die, only $19.95, and you can use it for a lot of things. Like, look how cute the gnome would look looking out the window. But I loved these samples back here with the trees, and I can't find them. Look how pretty it is with the window. So super fun. I mean, I just love this stuff. I mean, I've been doing this 25 years and I'm still excited about it. Who could say that, you know? Same job. What do they say? If you find a job you love, you'll never work another day in your life. That's how I feel. Okay, and then we have, I know I'm talking so fast. I've got 4 minutes, I think. Okay, so we have tabs, and we have a spinner window, and we have folders. And we have glitter paper and holographic paper. Oh, these beautiful colors. Look at that bluebell. I can't wait to get it. We still have our letters, numbers, embellishments, all kinds of new embellishments, more embellishments that you can shake a stick at. Watercolor pencils, watercolor brushes, all kinds of fun stuff. Markers. We have a new marker set. And so if you purchase the marker bundle, that's another special. You can get one of these metallic sets for free. So it's deep blend, so it's all those colors at the bottom. All right, the pearls, stickles, shimmer brushes. 10 new shimmer brushes to choose from. Oh gosh, run! We run out of these. Actually, I'm not sure if they're in stock right now or not, because we've been in and out with them because they're so popular. Probably one of the #1 selling items. Not #1, but top 10. Okay, and more stuff. This stuff has kind of been around, or, you know, basics. I'm using this glue right now. Loved it. It's taken me a while to get used to it. You guys know I loved that old glue, and I still have some of that, but I'm getting very used to this double-sided glue. We now have media sprays and oxidized inks and stencils and mini ink blending tools. Remember, anything you buy, if you join my VIP, you're going to get 15% credit for your next order. So it's like getting a 15% order every time. You can order every month. You can order every day. You can order once a year. It doesn't matter. If you spend $66 or more, you're going to start coming out ahead. That's the magic number that you will start earning rewards. So you really can't lose with it. Anyway, albums, that's pretty much it. Our flip-flaps, which go for the fabulous product and another top seller. I'm not going to talk too much about that tonight. And you can get custom cardstock if there's certain colors you want. I don't know if you guys are aware. We forget to talk about that a lot. And there's our color of the year, Bluebell. So, with that being said, I think I am right on time to just kind of review again. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you so, so much. VIP program, join today. 15% credit on every order. You don't have to pay today. You sign up. I'll send you the link on October 1st. Spend $50 and get the stamp of the month for free. Join this weekend. Get a $25 credit into your account starting October 1st to spend. Join with me, free surprise box. So my surprise boxes are fantastic. Virtual props once a month, optional of course, special group for my VIP Facebook people, and if you sign up today, that is today, you will get a extra embellishment packet. Again, how do you sign up? If you want to do the VIP program or take the class, go to MissGingerDots.com, hit shop my stash. If you want to buy anything in the catalog, shop CTMH. Right down here, Facebook groups, Miss Ginger Dots Studio. I have a virtual studio and lots of stuff going on in there. It's a very active group, lots of positive women, and I think you'll really enjoy it. So thank you so much. I have enjoyed my time here with you, and I hope you have a fantastic day creating and designing and just being creative. Let's get spooky. See you later, my pretties.
Welcome back, everybody. And oh my gosh, what an adorable card. I mean, talk about bringing the all the fun and festivities of Halloween to a card. I mean, she did, you know, this adorable slider card, and I love all the cards that have those little pockets and little special things. And it's so nice because, you know, this is a die, and
I know that is a must-have.
Yes. And you know, it was so, you know, she laid it out so cute, and she gave you a lot of good, you know, techniques on you know, adhering everything to the card and making sure whenever you do, I always use on all of my cards, regardless of any type that I do, you always want to use that really, really good, strong type of adhesive, you know, especially on these, you know. And, you know, how cute is this when you pull that and you can just put all kinds of surprises on here, you know, and you can, with all that paper, my gosh, you got a bajumbo, I guess, of paper to choose from, and stickers, so you can use this. And, you know, once again, there's a die that you could use this for any type of a holiday. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't this be cute? I was thinking about this for a reveal party. You know, you pull on the little string. So cute. Yeah, and you could, like this, I think she added this little string, but you could add, you know, some ribbon, or I know that you would maybe make like one of those little embellishments that you put on your books and things like that. But it was so cute on there. And the other thing that I loved about Tina that she did with her project is she showed you with all of those extra things, all of the additional things that you could do with it, with the leftovers. She made a little mini album with all the parts and pieces that were left over. So that is, I mean, you're getting multiple projects in one. So
that's amazing.
Yes, and you know, I have known Tina, gosh, I think for almost 20 years now. and she just does a great job of demoing. So thank you for a great card project, Miss Tina, Miss Ginger Dots. So,
Yes.
and I know she has a lot of good stuff for sale too.
So in her video, I love that she went down memory lane where she started with the company, which was like 25 years ago.
Yes.
Amazing. I love seeing that. That's why we are into what we do, because we're making memories, and I loved her showing that. So thank you, Tina. That was such a personal touch.
Yes.
That was so amazing. I love that she created, if you wanted to take her class, she created a separate class. You can follow that at MissGingerDots.com for the flip flap workshop. And I believe she said it was $15. So if you want it, yes, like Dave said, there's a lot of great ideas that you can make on your own. But if you just don't have the time, or you just want to, you could take that extra class with her with the leftovers from your kit, and that's amazing.
Yes.
Also, I thought it was super neat that she has a VIP program that you could look into. And I was sitting there going, Dave, do I need to do that one too?
We're always encouraging each other.
Right.
And too, before I forget, I wanted to mention what an awesome way to start the Mega Make and Take. Her adorable dog and her in those costumes.
It's so cute.
But Tina, I love you. You do an awesome job. And, take the class. I mean, just spend, what a great time to spend with Tina. And she's so precise and what's the word I'm looking for? Detailed. Thank you. So thank you.
Right. So obviously the catalog is amazing.
Yes.
There's so many. It's like it reads like an idea book also.
Exactly.
So that was so much fun. The stencils are amazing. This die cut that Dave was talking about, that is what is it called? I cannot remember what it's called. Waterfall, yes.
Waterfall.
Slider,
waterfall slider, yes.
So amazing. That is a definite must-have, and it can go for so many different holidays. But they have bows, they have thin cuts, they have brackets, they have shaker dies, embossing folders, glitter paper, watercolors, marker bundles, summer brushes, stickles, everything. So that was amazing.
They're a must-have. So you want to make sure you visit them and take advantage of their special too. So
right, exactly.
Very good.
Oh, and their special. That is right. You were right. Okay. So it says, join her VIP club and get 15% off product credit for future purchases for the entire year. Plus, get a free stamp of the month when you spend $50 during that month. Get a free membership into the VIP lounge and an exclusive Facebook group just for VIPs.
Wow.
Join for $35 by October 31st and get a free creative package valued at over $40. Offers exclusive to Tina Sutton. Got Candy product bundle, save 20%. Regular price $45, on sale for $35.90.
Awesome. So shop Miss Tina, close to my heart, Miss Ginger Dots.
Yes.
And now it is time for our next presenter, Chalk Couture with Markomania. So we'll be back.
Yay.
Hey everybody, it's Mary Jo with Chalk Couture at www.chatandchalk.com. And I'm excited to come here today to show you a fun little, this is my little sample, a fun little sample that we're gonna make today to hang up, get some Halloween fun going on. And let me share with you how to make this fun craft. So here we go. I will bring you down here to my table so you can see what's going on and get you going here. So first of all, in your kit, you should have a few things. Of course, you're gonna have my business card. Then you're also gonna have a long piece of paper for Watts of Love. That is our nonprofit organization that we sponsor. I encourage you to go look it up and learn more about Watts of Love and how we bring light into the darkness. to get on with the craft, you're going to have one of these square transfers, and there's going to be different designs. For example, this one said Happy Halloween. This one says Hocus Pocus. There's a whole bunch of different designs that come on these little mini sheets, okay? So you're going to have one of those, and then you're going to have a smaller one of these, the Skull Damask. Okay, you're going to have one of those, and that'll be cut in your kit, and I'm going to show you how to put it all together. If you want to have your crocodile available, you can do that, and you can simply take your coaster, the square one, and you can punch in the corners if you'd like to add a little bit of ribbon, like I did on this one. Okay, you can do that if you like. If you don't want to and you'd rather just have it hanging, you can do that. On this one, I'm going to use twine. So I'm going to show you, and I'm going to go ahead and do my crocodile. And this can be done afterwards too. Don't think that you have to rush and go get it right this second. You can do it after also. You can punch your holes later. Okay, but I'm just going to do them now so you can see. These work really well in both our chalk chips and also these, I think they're called MDF pieces. And then the other thing that you're going to have in there are your little stickies for the back of your chalk chip and a Chalk Couture round chalkable chip. A mini squeegee, so you know all the terminology, and your chalk paste. So this chalk paste, you're going to have black, and then you're either going to have the iris or the orange peel. What you're going to want to do is just kind of get this warm with your fingers and get it all nice and worked up, squishy on the inside. And the same with the black. Now I'm going to use what I have in my already opened so that I can send these out to you guys. But what you're going to do is you're going to simply cut this off straight at the top. Okay, cut it straight off. And then you're going to bring up to the top just a little bit of chalk paste. And remember I told you in the instructions to have a waxed small paper plate. And you're just going to squirt a little bit out. You don't need a whole lot, and you don't need to do that yet. I'll tell you when to do that. So just make sure that these are nice and squishy. They all should be really wonderful because they're all brandy new. And set those aside. So the first color you're going to want to get ready, and you're just going to do a little bit of it, not a whole lot. I mean, you're not going to use the whole thing on this setting. You shouldn't, at least. Take about this much and squirt it out of your iris or your orange onto your little plate. Okay, that's what you're going to start with. So put that out on your little plate, and then take your squeegee. And if you have a little water at hand, just go ahead and squirt that onto your coaster, just to thin it out a little. We're going to do a little bit of water work here. You can use your squeegee and thin this out like this, or if you want to use your fingers, you can use your fingers and smear it in like chalk paint or like finger paint, or you can get a damp paper towel or a damp cloth and use that. So I like to make it just a little bit thinner. And then I'm just going to take a damp cloth and rub it on here. So I'm actually just painting my chip with the chalk paste. You don't want to use a brush because that's going to defeat what you're doing. You want to just rub that in. It's kind of like a stain is how I look at it. So just rub that in. Get all your sides. You might get a little messy. That's okay. If you have that diaper wipe I told you to get, you could use the diaper wipe. It would work too. And you don't want it to be perfect, guys. You want it to look weathered, okay? If you need a little more chalk paste, just dip in and get a little more chalk paste. Whatever you need. I like my cloth to be a little wetter. And then I call this chalk wash, okay? I don't know what other people call it. I know what I call it. So it's a lot of fun. I like doing this. I have done entire welcome boards by doing the chalk wash. I started doing this when I first started with the company, like forever ago. So like I'm a premier founding designer with the company. I've been with them since before they started, and it has been such an amazing ride. And I will tell you that the discount is awesome for being a designer. So if you've ever thought of that, you need to just let me know. And I will walk beside you and help you do whatever it is you like to do with Chalk Couture. Because we are family. Whoop, whoop. I think I want it a little bit darker even. Let me get this. I want it a little bit darker, just in some places. There we go. Now, since I got this on my self-healing mat, the great thing about Chalk Couture is it washes right off with water. So this has to dry before I do anything else to it. I'm gonna add a layer of fun to it. But now I'm gonna do my little creative part, right? I'm going to get this hocus pocus going. So take your hocus pocus or your small, whatever your small transfer is. And we'll go a little slower. Let everybody get that part done. And I'm gonna put this right in the middle of my chalk chip. Now you should have two colors. So this is where you might wanna squirt out a little bit of the black onto your little plate. Just have a little bit squirted out there. And I'll wait for you guys. I love the fact that, and remember you can add, if your chalk paste isn't, if it's too firm, like you want it to be like sour cream. So if it's too firm, just take your squeegee, add a couple drops of water and stir it up, okay? Just make sure that it's a nice consistency that will spread and go through that screen. And like I said, sour cream is, to me, the perfect, like if I could paint with sour cream and pretend it were chalk paste, that would probably be like heaven. Now I'm gonna try and do a little bit of color with this. So I'm gonna actually just do a little ombre here. So I'm gonna do a little bit of my iris just all around on my stars. And it's probably not going to be much ombre because black is such a bold color. But then just do my words. There might be a little bit of iris coming through. Just do my words like this. And the beauty of these creations are that everybody's is going to be different. Who wants to be the same, right? Just go in and make it different. Now make sure that when you pull this, you're pulling it while your chalk paste is wet, and then you're going to have that nice design. And I'm going to teach you now, while this dries, how to clean your transfer. Some of you guys have probably chalked before, so you're like, Mary Jo, I know how to clean my transfer. I know how to turn on the water at my sink. Well, that is great, but I'm gonna teach you a little more. I like to clean my transfers at my table. It's just, for me, it's easier. So simply stick it down onto a microfiber cloth and get some water. And you can spray it. If you're not gonna do it this way, you can take it into your sink and wash it, and that's just fine too. Either way is great. And then you're gonna take another cloth and simply wash it off like this. And rub it through, and your goal is to clean that screen. You want this screen in here to be all, so you can see through it, all that mesh. Then you're gonna turn it over, just give it one light little squirt of water and lightly wipe that off since the holes are little there, just to get the last bit off. And then always take and do shiny to sticky. That's very important. So you just put your shiny to sticky down, rub it a little, turn it over, and you're ready to use it again. So these are all reusable. And like I said, I love to Bible journal, or you can make cards, put this right on your cardstock, and it's really great. It works really. You guys want to see it? I can show you. Even though this is the instructional video, I can still show you. Oops. Here's one that I already did. Let me see if I can find one. I might have done all these. No, here's one. I can do hocus pocus on some leaves. So this is one I already did. But look, so you can simply just take it. After you use it like at least one time, that's really all you need. Ooh, I'm gonna do it in the iris. And then you just simply scrape it over just like you would anything else. Since I have it here, I might as well, and we're waiting for our chalk chip to dry, right? So as soon as it's dry, it takes about 5 minutes for your chalk to dry. And see how nice it looks? So you can chalk and on your journal, you know, on your cardstock, on your journals, whatever, and it doesn't come off. This has been chalked for a long time. It doesn't come off or smear once it's dry. So I'll wash him again later. Okay, the next thing you're gonna want to do is, like I said, you're gonna want to, if you have both colors out by now, you should, because now we're gonna take this, it should be dry. Make sure, just touch it. If it's not, blow on it a little. I have my little dryer. You know, if you're in your craft room and you have your little blow dryer, go ahead and give it a quick dry just to make sure. But in reality, it should be really good. So you have it nice and dry now. You're gonna take your skull damask, and you should have a piece that's plenty big for your square. I'm just gonna use the corner of my big one because I don't know, I might wanna make a pillow out of this, right? It comes in a really large 18 by 18 sheet. So I'm just gonna put this right here and line it up so it's straight. And I'm just gonna lay my transfer over it right here. And then I'm gonna take the black or whatever color. If you did black on the bottom, then do the iris. But I did iris on the bottom. So I'm gonna take the black and just simply go over my transfer. And remember, you wanna take off as much as you can. You wanna be able to see your design underneath. Okay. And then I'm gonna peel this up. It's stuck down on the paper. There we go. I'm gonna just hold that corner there and peel it up. And I have my design on my background now. Okay, so I gotta let this dry for a minute. So I might as well wash this transfer, right? Since I have to let it dry. Seems like a lot of times I'm washing a lot, huh? Just washing transfers. But it's okay, because it's not that hard. It's just water, for goodness sakes, so I don't mind. I don't mind getting dirty. And again, just, you know, go in and rinse your transfers off and wash them now if you want. If you don't, that's fine. You can just wait. Or if you have your diaper wipe or whatever, just wipe the front, not the back. But water is truly the best thing for your screens, okay? Chemicals, they don't really like chemicals a lot. So water is your best. If you have water, water is life, right? There we go. So, getting ready for Halloween here. Lots of fun. Okay. I'll lift that up. Oops. And I'm just gonna gently wipe off the back because I had a little bit of black stuck in that screen. Just gently wipe that off and put it back down, and I'm good to go for next time. What? How easy is that? Okay, let's finish building and then we'll be done. It'll be so pretty. You can add all of your fun things then. Okay, so this is all dry. This should be pretty much dry. Yeah. So all you're gonna do now is take these little square tabs, and you can do one of two things. If you want to, well, you could probably do a lot of things. You can make them stand out, or you can make it go on the side if you want. Let's see, can you see? Yeah. You can make it go right in the middle. Whatever you want to do. I like it on the side like this. And then I'm going to take my little squares, my sticky squares, and simply put them right on the bottom and place them on, and it makes my little 3D. Ta-da! I probably need 2 more little sticky squares. So you should have 4 sticky squares or some glue dots. Glue dot squares is what will be in your kit. I think I'm gonna do there. Another one here. There we go. And then if you want to, so you have your craft down there. And then if you want to hang or add your ribbon, you can, obviously this is where you would do your crocodile and make your holes. You know, some of y'all are like really, really fancy dancy with your knots and stuff, and I am not. I am just happy to get it so it will hang. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. But I think on this one, I'm just gonna do a little bow. A little knot bow, because it's kind of like Halloween, you know? You don't wanna, there you go. So then you can just snip this up with your trimmers. Or if you want to do ribbon, you could do ribbon. You could do orange ribbon with this. You could do black. You could do purple. You could do gold, silver, whatever you want. Whatever you have at home for your little ribbon if you want to do that. And that's it. What? How fun is that? I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's really an easy craft, and it's really easy to learn how to do our Chalk Couture fun. So I hope that everybody enjoyed that, and I hope to see you soon. Remember, my website is www.chatandchalk.com, and I'll be back in a little while to share some more fun with you. Okay, bye. Aloha everyone, I'm back. So I am going to show you our monthly transfer. Some of y'all signed up for Club Couture last month, and it is the coolest club ever. So make sure that you share me all around with all your friends, because we're pretty fun. I'm a fun group and I like to have fun and all that. But share me around, and then make sure that you're following me on Chat and Chalk on YouTube, and also on Facebook at the Chat and Chalk DIY community. Today, I'm gonna show you some fun. So we design, love, and repeat here at Chalk Couture. So as you can see, I have one of our metal trays. This is an awesome, awesome product. I love this. But we design, love, and repeat. So what that means is I designed it. I loved it by looking at it. I'm now sick of looking at it. I am gonna scrape it off and start again. Now we have this scraper that you can scrape dry. Personally, I like to scrape wet. So I am going to spray this with my mister. Like I said before, y'all, I think y'all sold out those misters last time. The mister is amazing because it's got a pocket in there. It's like pressurized. You just have to squeeze it once and then it holds the stream, and it's a really nice mist. This is our scraper. I'm just simply scraping off this old chalk off of our tray, and then I'm going to design again, right? Because at Couture we design, love, and repeat. So I had a design, I loved it, and now it's time to repeat. And I'm just going to take you could take a paper towel here, you could take a diaper wipe, whatever you want, and just get that old chalk off. I use these microfiber towels, I like them. But I'm gonna show you then what else we're gonna use to make this nice and clean and amazing. So I'm gonna get all the old chalk off, put it over here in my trash can. It actually comes off real easy. Let me get one more wipe here. Oh, the little crumbies. Okay, now we have a great tool that we call a board eraser. This is awesome. And I'm just gonna spray this on here just to get the very last residue of that chalk paste off. And just wash it with this board eraser, and then we're good to go. Now, what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna use this fuzzing cloth that you guys know so much about, where we can fuzz our transfers on one side, but I promised you to show you the microfiber on the inside. And what's great about this is that once you get your board clean, you can then use this microfiber and get all those little schnibbles up, and it's all ready for your next project. It's so awesome. It gets it like super duper amazing, everything off, no lint, you know. It's awesome. If you want to wash your windows with it, you can do that too. I've done that, just so you know. And, you know, we have our window. We do some chalking on our windows too, just so you know. So this is our new fall transfer that came this month with our Club Couture. And I've only used it once, so I'm going to go ahead and use the Band-Aid roll like I've taught you guys. I like my nails pretty, y'all. I don't need to be picking on stuff. They're not tools. They're meant to be pretty. Peel that off. And remember that before you peel it, you can always write on the back of your transfer back so that you can remember sticky to shiny, right? Sticky to shiny. That's my little saying that I love to say. My team knows it. My customers know it. But if you forget, just write back on there and then you're good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and fuzz this. Even though I've used it once, I'm gonna fuzz it because this is a really slick board and I don't wanna stretch my transfer. So I'm gonna fuzz it so it's a little not so sticky. And then I'm gonna put it onto my platter here. I love this tray. It looks so good by just, and I'm gonna just center it. I like it because it looks nice in an easel. Then you don't have to really rub it down. You just let it be and let it sit. Oh, what colors am I gonna use on this? I didn't really think about all this. Let's use some Harvest Gold. This is our new shimmer paste. I love this. I think the gold. Do I want to use the gold or the green? Where'd my Harvest Green go? I have this whole tray of fun colors here, guys. One would think that I would know where they all are, but I don't. And here's bark. Bark is always a nice neutral color. The bark is always a nice neutral color for your projects. Now, I know I had that green here yesterday, and I loved it. It's okay. We're going to go with the gold. Oh, it was right on top, y'all. This is our shimmer green. I think we're going to do the green overlay and maybe some bark with it. Yeah. You know, I had the design all planned out. You know what? Let's do it together. Let's make a little ombre happen. So I'm going to go ahead and put some of the shimmer gold here and the shimmer gold here. Let's do a little ombre. Let's get a little crazy, y'all. While we're here, we might as well. And this is the beauty of Chalk Couture. If I don't like this, I simply wash it off and start again. It's really not a big deal. Like I tell my team, there are no chalk emergencies, y'all. We just don't have them. We're not allowed. And then I'm gonna take the green and I'm gonna butt it up right there. Yes, I said butt. Butt it up right there against the gold. My kids would always laugh. She said butt. Yeah, I did. But y'all know what I mean. I know y'all think I'm crazy. I don't care. That's okay. I have fun. As long as we have fun and we don't hurt anyone, we're all good. But once we start to hurt someone, that's when we have to stop and reassess what we're doing, right? Now I'm going to spray my fingers like I did in that last segment. Spray it, and I'm just going to ombre these together, okay? That just means we're pushing those colors together at the point of joining there. Get that one in. And then let's pull this off and see how beautiful it is, because I know it'll be pretty. Look at this. What? Shut up, Mary Jo. How nice is that? I'm loving it. I already love it, and I haven't even done much, right? So our Club Couture, let me tell you while I'm drying this, I'm gonna dry this real fast. Our Club Couture is our monthly subscription, and you get exclusive transfers with this. So if you want this transfer, you have to go in, jump in on that. And this month, actually, our Club Couture designers, or our Club Couture members, there's some half price transfers for them. They get specials every month. So it's always fun to see what Chalk Couture Central is going to do with all of the fun specials. Also, if you are a Club Couture member, you're going to not only get that transfer, but you're going to get 3 different colors of our chalk paste. And that is so cool. And then for me, you're going to get a fun Chat and Chalk clip, so that once you use a little bit of this chalk paste, you can simply roll it up like this. And you can use the little clippy and seal it like that once it's folded up nice. And then it has a magnet on it, so you can just hang it on your magnetic chalkboard, on your toolbox, whatever it is. I hang mine up on my light ring. Okay, so now let's see. This is nice and dry. So I'm gonna go ahead and add some wheat on the corners, because I think that will be nice. And again, I'm gonna fuzz these up. And I have 2, so I can go pretty quick with these. Band-Aid roll, you never have to pick. You guys know the rules. So I'm just gonna fuzz these up real quick. Because like you saw, this is stickier than a, I wanna go fast. I have another project I wanna show you guys with. So I can just take these and place them wherever I'd like. What color do I want to do these? Maybe a copper. I could do copper, or how about just a nice pretty, you know, the sage. Where is that sage? I love that sage color. Will the sage go? The sage will clash. So how about if we do, let's do a little of the brown, because that will go with our bark color. And we'll just smear this on. And here's what we're gonna do on these. We're gonna actually move them around. And we can do that. We don't have to wash in between. How did I do that one? I did it this way. I don't know. We'll just add them. You just want to make sure to peel them while your chalk paste is wet. Let me peel this one. And I like just doing random things, you guys. That is my jam. I don't mind it at all. Now, since this one's a little wet and I want that there, I'm just going to hold up this end and do that there. And I got to hold this, and I got so much going on. I got a squeegee in my mouth, 2 chalk transfers. It's craziness. Love it. I love the crazy. Embrace the crazy. We're going to talk about that in a minute too. Add this back here. I like this so far. I think I'm going to want to add some little lighter leaves or something too, because the dark is dark. And then we'll add that one there. I have some leaves I could throw on here too. Okay, but I can't do that because of time constraints right now. But I am then going to put blessings across. And since this is dry, I can put it right on top, okay? Just gonna put blessings across. You work fast because it will soften the paste underneath. So we're just gonna go fast, nice long strokes. Because of the moisture in the paste, we don't wanna pull off our shimmer on the bottom, which we shouldn't since we're going pretty quick. And we have our blessings. Ta-da! And then what I could do is I could add some pumpkins here. I have little pumpkin transfers or some leaves, all kinds of fun to make it pretty. You could add a magnetic embellishment. So say, you know, you have a pretty floral design, just add a little magnet on the back and you're good to go. So that is our Club Couture transfer of September. So there you go, we have that done. So I'm gonna set this aside and I'm gonna keep working. I still have some time to show you some fun. I know y'all do cards, and I did a whole scrapbook page for y'all on another segment, so I'm hoping you see that. But this is a fun little card. This is just one that I use for my team. I have over 6,000 people on my team, so if you're thinking about doing a fun craft and getting paid for it, you need to talk to me, because this, our company is growing like crazy. So on this one, I am simply going to take some fun purple shimmer, and it says embrace the crazy. This is one of our mini, I don't want to do purple on purple. This is our, I'll do coral, the guava will look pretty on here. This is our mini transfers, and the special is that you could get, if you get one of the mini transfer sets, along with either 2 of the chalk chips or the tag sets, you get some freebies. You get chalk paste free. So that's kind of cool. That's your special, but we're just gonna simply chalk right onto our cardstock. I make thousands of these cards every month to send out to my team because they're so awesome. But like I said, if you wanted to, do you guys see? It says embrace the crazy. If you wanted to earn a little money, then you need to let me know, because not only do you get a 40% instant commission with Chalk Couture, you also have access to some of the best designers in the craft world, and you get some good commission on your overrides. So there's a lot to be said for Chalk Couture. I'm an ICU nurse, and I make more money with Chalk Couture than I did as an ICU nurse. So there is that, right? And then I have my little dollar store board. And on here, I'm gonna just go ahead and put The same saying we just used on our project, but I'm not going to use the wreath. Okay, I'm just going to put this here. And this is just going to add a little fun to just a simple little project, right? You could add a nice bow on here. You could add some embellishments with some hot glue and all that. And again, I'm just going to use the brown because I love this for the fall. And I'm simply going to just do the inside. I don't want any of the leaves on this one. And then I'm going to show you the coolest thing to chalk on ever. And I'm going to use the same transfer for that too. Actually, maybe I'll do the fall one, but this one would be easier to clean. And I'll show you. So I'm just kind of concentrating here, so that's why I'm kind of rambling a little, because that's how Mary Jo works. When I get to detail work, I have to like think for a second. Probably a good thing, right? Okay, set this aside, wash your finger, lift it up, and then you have your words right there. And so you can chalk right on something you get at Dollar Tree, just saying. All right, so let's go ahead and wash this real quick. And I will then show you how to make the cutest, and I have to get a bow out. I forgot to get my bow. The cutest nightlight ever. I know, I have all kinds of fun. So if you're on my Chat and Chalk DIY community, we made wreaths the other day, W-R-E-A-T-H-S, it's hard for me to say, with braces, wreaths, and you'll get a full tutorial there on that. So you might wanna go check that out. So go to the DIY Chat and Chalk community on Facebook. And then, so let's go ahead and make something fun here. Let's make a light up nightlight. And I am just out of the fact that this is what I'm doing. I'm just gonna use the same saying because I have it here. We can use this transfer in so many ways. And on this one, I think I am gonna do the wreath around, only I'm gonna do it in the Harvest Gold, the wreath around, just to add a little glitter. And you just go ahead and chalk right on there. Make sure that you have this fuzzed nicely. Or maybe I could just do the wreath and put my monogram on the inside, right? If I want to put a nice M in there, I could do an M and have it for the season. Okay. I've done flamingos. I'll show you my flamingo one. It's on a blue bottle. And I will tell you guys that, you know, if you don't drink wine, I don't drink wine, but like a lot of times on Facebook Marketplace, people are on our free page, people are giving away their wine bottles, you know, and so I just snag them up and I make fun nightlights because these are just so cute, especially at the holidays. You can wash them off then and change it. You only need like 3 of these, guys. You don't need to like, and if you just want to have a nice night with wine, then you can have, just save 3 bottles, you know. Don't drink them all in one night though, okay guys? That wouldn't be responsible. Okay. Ah! You gotta kind of hold it there. And then on the center, I'm gonna do it in a nice pretty teal because that's who I am. And I have my Couture teal here. And I like teal for the fall too. I know. I'm non-traditional on some things. I can't help it. It's what I am. I pretty much live aloha, so we have a lot of tropical stuff. Since I'm in Florida and all, you know, it works for me. I would love to go to Maui though right now and just kind of, you know, escape. Okay, so I'm just gonna lift this and I have my pretty design. And you can see that I had some bubbles, but remember I have that little tool that I was telling you about, the detail tool. I'm gonna dry this up and I'm gonna show you how to fix it. And then I'm also gonna show you my Aloha bottle. I had a candle in it for an event, so, but look how pretty that shimmer is on there. So with the shimmer, if you're using it on your scrapbook paper, it's gonna actually look like glitter. I can get you a picture and show you here in a minute. Okay, so we have that dry. I have to hurry because I'm running out of time. And you take this detail tool and you can literally just scratch that little bit off around there and shape it back up. And the only reason it did that was because I had a little bubble in there. But you see with Chalk Couture, there are no mistakes because we design, love, and repeat. And we can fix it up. Yay! Okay, so that's this bottle. And I can do like a still picture and share it with you guys in a little. But look at this, isn't this fun? And so you can get these little twinkle lights. And I wanna show you the scrapbook paper though. And our scissors are amazing, by the way. Get these little twinkle lights on your what do I want to call it? The big store in the sky, you know. I can't really probably promote it. It's an online store, so you can get these online. You could get them at some big box stores too. But then you're simply going to, once I get this untangled around here, you can simply take this guy. What did I do here? I've never done that. There we go, I got him. You just simply untangle them like that and take your bottle and you literally just put this in there like that. And these actually have the cork look on them. I got tangled again. You should probably untangle it all before you start looking like a fool like I just did. But anyways, you guys understand. You can stick this in there. And then I put a big bow on the top. There we go, we got it. We got this, we can do this. So I have 2 minutes, so I have enough time to show you that scrapbook page. I wanna show you it. I wanna show you how the glitter works on paper, because it's amazing. You don't even have to emboss. You simply chalk on it. Okay, so then you have, shake your lights down, but you have that, and you can put a nice big bow right here on the top, and it looks so pretty. Look at that, it makes it all shiny and fun. Okay, let me grab that piece of paper. I have it right here to show you guys the shimmer. So if you were adding shimmer onto your scrapbook page, it would look like this. Look how pretty. So you can actually add these complex designs. Look at that. Look how shimmery that is. Onto your pages and onto your paper simply by using our shimmer paste. And our shimmer paste comes in all different colors. For the holidays, we have green, harvest gold. This is harvest gold. So it looks really, really pretty. I love it. I love it. Okay, guys, so that's all I've got for you. So make sure you jump on over to chatandchalk.com and jump into the DIY community, Chat and Chalk DIY community and scrapbooking. And follow me on YouTube on Chat and Chalk. You can find me on Pinterest. You can find me on YouTube. I'm on Spreely. I'm on craziness. You know, I'm everywhere. So I'd love to be your designer. And again, thank you for having me today. Aloha.
Welcome back, everybody, and boy, oh boy, Vickyville, we are in the spirit, aren't we?
We sure are.
And this adorable, all their projects are so adorable, but this, this you could use for a little, even an ornament. You know how we always decorate for Halloween.
For sure,
but
obviously.
I know, yes, we can add this.
We can add it right here.
That's
that
right.
would look so good, yes.
Well, I never thought, I always see them using the little spatula when they do their projects.
Right.
But I loved it when she took the color and literally used her finger, and she wanted she didn't want like a clear look, almost like a distressed look on this background before she put the stencil on this project. And what was nice is you do a layer just like anything else, and then if you wanted it darker, you would add more of the chalk on it. So, and her tips on the chalk, always before you open this, you always want to knead it like the bread, and get it a certain thing. And as she showed you, you don't need that much of this to do the project. You take out a little bit, you make sure, I love it, that it has a consistency of sour cream.
Yes.
And if it doesn't, you add a little water, and if it's a little thicker, then you add a little bit more chalk. So, and you can also add cornstarch too, to make it a little bit thicker too. But it's what a cute project. And the great thing about all of the stencils that they have is they're all reusable. You chalk it up, and like she had just her little cloth right there wiping these off, and she wanted to make sure that you get inside all, I call them the nooks and crannies, to make sure you get all that chalk out. But they're so easy to use. You clean them and they're ready for the next project. And I think that was cute. And she added, the little hocus pocus on here.
So cute. One of my favorite movies.
Yes, yes. And I know people had some different sayings, but that's okay. It still has that little spooky Halloween thing.
Yes.
So what a cute project, and thank you for sharing that with us. And now what about shopping for Couture?
So Couture is so much fun, and we've learned it's so versatile.
Yes.
So like we always say this, but we love the mister. Of course, the mister is amazing. Then how just easily the boards are reusable. You just wipe them off, with whatever you have, but also that microfiber is really a must-have too to clean off. But it's just with the mister, which is just water.
It's just water.
Yeah. So, and you could reuse it for every holiday, which obviously right now it's Halloween.
Yes.
How cute is that?
Yes.
Or fall, you go into fall. That's so amazing.
Yes.
I love the board eraser that they have, so you've already used the microfiber, you've used the mister, and there's still kind of just like that shadow left over from the chalk. So the board eraser will take that all away as if the board was brand new.
Yes.
So that's a must-have also. I love that she goes into the template that has the fall, and then how she did like the little embellishments, the little leaves on the side to add to that, and then also how she threw the name across the fall. Like that was just so easy and so cute, and that's what I like, what you were talking about layering.
Yes.
So how beautiful is that? Yep. There's also Club Couture.
Yes.
So that's the monthly subscription. That seems super, super neat.
Yeah, and it's so affordable.
Yes.
Too.
Because you get specials every month. You get 3 chalk paste, I believe, in that. So that's something that you want to look into if you want something to do every month and you love decorating your home or, giving things as gifts for people. This is a great thing to look into. So look that up, Club Couture. But just it's so versatile. We think that you can only do, home decor projects or things, but you can make cards. You could do a scrapbook layout. I love how she went to the Dollar Tree and added just a pumpkin on one of the canvas little boards. And the best was how she painted on the wine bottle.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I feel like
great.
That's a Christmas gift going to all of my family. And just add a little twinkle light. So Amazing,
Great.
amazing. So let me go ahead and tell you the special. So the Spooktacular Mega Make and Take Special is a free sample kit with every $100 purchase. It will be shipped with your order. These kits are a great idea for gifts or for you to use as a tag, embellishment, or ornament. So go ahead and visit her at www.chatandchalk.com.
Yes.
So
Chalk and shop that Marco Mania.
Yes.
So, all right, it is time. We are now going to make you're going to make a darling little pumpkin mini album from Keep It Simple. So we'll be back.
Hey everybody, it's Jenny McGarvey and I am back with you today from Keep It Simple Paper Crafts, and I could not be more excited about this absolutely adorable pumpkin mini album. Is this not Halloween or what? We are going to be making a few pages together from this super cute little guy, but let me flip through for you and show you each of the pages individually. We've got those super great binder rings on the front that hold all the cute pumpkins together, and obviously the cover is just adorable. We've got a slot inside for a cute photo, and then we've got even three-dimensional little spiders and buttons, as you can see right there. So cute, and the perfect accents to your photos. Now I am excited about those die cut words. I think they're just like the perfect little addition. And then do you see those super cute bats? Just by simply folding them, which we'll do a little bit later, you can really make a really awesome addition to your pages. Then it doesn't stop there, because we have included a whole bunch of extra pumpkins so you can dress up the rest of this album and make it as thick and full as you need for all those Halloween photos. So let's go ahead and take a look at what comes in your kit. Alrighty, so we have 15 of these die cut pumpkins from our mango collection from Back to Basics. And I don't know, but this is the greatest paper. I'm just sure of it. I don't know if you've had a chance to take these out of the package yet. Something tells me you probably have, but this 80-pound felt weave paper is amazing. It is just absolutely beautiful, and this is the actual paper that you will receive in the paper packs that you purchase from Keep It Simple. So if you love the paper that you got in today's Mega Make and Take, then you'll definitely want to make sure to purchase some of the Keep It Simple paper packs. And these patterns are wonderful. I am a huge fan of monochromatic, and I love these tone-on-tone patterns. They're super simple and they really highlight all of the things. Now that die cut boo, the eek, and the trick or treat are all included as well on black cardstock. And then we have a few of these little scallop edges for our photos, and an adorable little pumpkin or jack-o'-lantern face, plus 2 of these die cut hats. Just so cute. Now inside of the little tiny Ziploc bag, you're going to receive the eyes and the nose for the pumpkin, and then you're also going to receive these little die cut bats. They're the cutest. Now ordinarily bats aren't particularly cute, but when they are die cut from black cardstock to use on a mini album like this one, they are fantastic, just adorable, and the perfect addition to our project. Now that's not all. We've also included in this kit some 3-dimensional items as well. So we of course have the binder rings. Those are going to hold all of our thing together. But we also have these cute purple buttons. They just provide a little bit of dimension. We also have these amazing little spiders, and you can see they're going to pop right off your page. They look wonderful, and they're easy to adhere with some adhesive. And then again, the binder rings they open and they close, and you can add all kinds of extras to those just to dress them up. We have the twine that will tie around the hat, and then also 3 additional 3x4 patterned paper cards that you can use as photo mats, or you can punch out different shapes, or whatever your heart desires for those extra pieces of paper. You're going to need a glue gun. You're going to also need a liquid glue, some scissors, some sort of adhesive. I'm using a tape runner. You will also need some sort of journaling. So if you prefer to do it on the computer or the typewriter, that's great, or you'll need a black pen to add some handwritten journaling. And those are all the items from your own personal stash that you'll need. Now we're going to start with this wonderful little black hat. And we are going to also take our first pumpkin, and we're going to be using the herringbone pumpkin. We are using our Tangerine Dream and Tiger Lily colors from the Mango collection, and that's all of these that you're going to see here. I am just going through each of these die cut pumpkins, and I am looking for the herringbone pumpkin on the top so that we can adhere the cute little face. Don't you love that little guy? I just think it's absolutely adorable. So we're just going through, we're checking them out. I love all these patterns, and any excuse that I have to look at each of the cute little plaids or the stars, I'm taking it because I absolutely love them, and I think they're beautiful and just perfect for any project that you have. All right, so I'm simply removing the little circles that the binder clips go on, and then we can get started. See, there we go. We're ready. I'm so excited to create this with you. How about you? Are you excited? I love Halloween, and I always think the orange and the black together just provide such amazing contrast. I'm using my liquid glue here because I prefer having a little bit more control over where the adhesive goes, and the tip of the tip of my liquid glue is very, very fine, and so I can really control where those go. So we've got the mouth down, and then we're going to do the eyes as well. And I love that this guy just looks really fun and friendly. He doesn't look too particularly scary. Obviously, there's lots of ways you could add some fright to this little fella if you wanted a little scarier, but hopefully you like the friendly and fun pumpkin just as much as I do. All right, so we've got the eyes and the mouth, and then when we're finished with this little extra eyeball, oh, extra? No way. He just has 2 like all the rest of us, am I right? We'll add the little cute triangle nose. I feel like triangles are kind of a staple on a jack-o'-lantern, am I right? Not everybody uses them in the same way, but I feel like a lot of jack-o'-lanterns end up with a little triangle on their faces. A little of my glue spilled out from underneath, but that's the beauty of these liquid glues, is you can just wipe them right off. Look how fun that is. I love it. It's so, so festive. So now we're going to take that hat that we pulled out already, and we are going to wrap the twine around the hat twice, and we'll tie it with a bow. Now, this is very difficult for me. I don't know why, but I have a really hard time controlling ribbon, twine, any of that. So I'm going to use some pieces of washi tape because I struggle a little bit. Now, there's a couple of things about the washi tape on here. One, we're going to be covering the back of this, so it doesn't even matter. You could absolutely leave the washi tape, and I will this time because we are covering the back. However, The beauty of washi tape is that it removes so easily. So if I were not covering the back of this, I could simply pull that washi tape up with no problem and it would not harm the paper in any way. So I feel free to just use a couple of strips. Now I'm sure most of you have a roll or two of washi in your stash. However, if you do not, masking tape is very similar and you could do the same thing with that. I just am having a hard time holding this, and it gives me an extra hand to hold down the twine along the edges of this cute little witch's hat. Is it a witch if we're putting it on top of a jack-o'-lantern? Thoughts on that? I'm not really sure, but it's cute nonetheless. So the washi really just helps give me an extra hand here. And like I said, if you prefer to not leave it on there, you do not have to, but I'm going to leave it because this time we are covering up the back. So I'll just tie the little bow right there in the center. And as you can see, I'm struggling. There's no harm in struggling a little bit while crafting, and B, there's no secret here. I struggle a little bit with tying these edges. They're just a little bit difficult. I could use an extra hand or two, and that's where the washi tape comes in. Now I am going to get this all aligned up nicely, get it taped down the way that I like it, because again, we're covering the back. How many more times do I have to tell you that it is a-okay to put some extra stuff on the back if you need it? Because he's the cover of our album, I want to make sure he looks extra special, like he's all dressed up and stuff. It's so cute. I just love it. And I just love the little bow too. It looks so wonderful. Now I'm going to take one of our purple buttons, and then I'm also going to use our hot glue gun, and I will place a little bit of that hot glue on the back of this button and adhere it right to the center of that adorable twine bow that I just struggled to get adhered to the little guy. Now it can be a little bit tricky to add the glue because, you know, sometimes you get the little strings and those types of things. So if you don't have a hot glue gun, or if you don't prefer using it, you can also use a large glue dot as well. That will also do the trick. The glue gun just helps get a little bit of that ooey glue and stick it all together so nicely, since we have that twine as well on there. Now we are going to go ahead and take our little hat and we will adhere it to the top of the front of our album. So now I'm going to be using my ATG gun because the back has some dimension with that twine. I want to make sure to get it nice and stuck down and that we have no problems with that little guy popping off, because I definitely look forward to handling this cover quite a bit. All right, so I'm giving the back a nice solid collection of adhesive right here, because you know how sometimes like you don't need as much when you're just maybe adhering a photo mat to a page or something like that. But this one with that extra twine, I really feel like it could just use a little bit of extra adhesive to hold this all together to make sure that you don't have it popping off in a little bit. So now this is where you see that that doesn't matter that I added that washi tape, because we're going to cover all of this up right there. Now, if you're having a hard time keeping up, that is a-okay, because we all craft at different speeds, am I right? So you did receive the instructions for this cutie in your email, so you'll just want to make sure to go back and refer to that, and you can follow along from the instructions. Now this is a 3x4 photo, and you're saying, what? That's not a 3x4 photo, Jenny. That's just a white piece of cardstock. I did not want to take away from this amazing project today, so I am just using the 3x4 cardstock, and I will put my photos on top of it later. So this is my little photo mat, and then I'll put the photos down later because I don't want to take away at all. I don't want you saying, oh my gosh, what a cute little Power Ranger. Nope, nope. I want you to be focused on our amazing project. So you'll adhere your photo down on the center of this cute little pumpkin right there, and then you will add a black scallop die cut underneath the photo. Now this is also where our journaling comes in. You can print your journaling and add it to the bottom of that photo box right there. So just above that little scalloped edge. Now if you're going to handwrite your journaling, you can either use a permanent marker right there on top of your photo or an extra piece of cardstock, trim it and adhere it. Either way, it works perfectly, but don't forget to add a little bit of extra journaling because it just really helps not only finish off our project, but tell the story as well. Now we are going to adhere the trick or treat die on the large dot patterned paper. Again, I am using my liquid glue because I love the tip and it gives me a lot of control over where the glue goes. This is kind of thin and so I don't want to have too much extra. Although we all know there's so many different varieties of glue out there and we all have a favorite. Am I right? What's your favorite type of liquid glue? I use this Martha Stewart glue pen. I just really like the tip of it. It's like a pen, but what's your favorite? All right, so let's adhere it in the center right there. And I already said this at the beginning of the video, but I really love the contrast that the orange and the black provides. The black just pops right off the page and makes it so fun. Now there's those dimensional spiders. Remember how we talked about those? I'm going to add a little bit of glue to the back of this guy, and then we are going to adhere it on the trick or treat. And I love it because it looks like he's just going to crawl right up that trick or treat word, and we are going to have some spookiness, I guess, trying to catch that little spider. Alas, lucky for all of us, he's just plastic, and so we don't have to worry about catching him and putting him outside. Super cute, right? So let's flip that over, and then we are going to get to work on the back side here. We're going to take our photo. Remember, this is the picture of a smiling child or adult that's having a lot of fun in costume. Remember that? And we're going to adhere it to the pumpkin right there. This is a 3x4 photo. I'm going to add my photos later right on top of these mats that I'm using. If you'd like to mat your photos as well, you should go ahead and do that. The white photo mats often add just a little pop and they are awesome. Now I'm going to add some glue to the scallop die cut border above and below this photo, and I just love it because it really frames this guy without a whole lot of extra effort whatsoever. And again, look at that amazing contrast. It really just pops that right off the page, and we all know the photos are the star of the show. Now, because those are thin, I am still using my liquid glue because I love the precision there, but you should absolutely use whatever you want. Now we're going to use some more of our buttons, the purple ones. I love it. I love the colors with this album. We're just adding that little bit of extra pop of purple, and it makes it really fun. Now we're also going to use one of those die cut bats, which I'm super excited about because bats are kind of creepy in real life, but in die cut form, they're amazing. All right, so I'm adding the tiniest bit of glue right there, and we'll just get this little guy down on the page. Now don't forget, if you prefer not to use hot glue, that is a-okay. Glue dots will do the trick right here as well. All right, so we've got those guys down there, and they're going to be the perfect accent to whatever photo you use right here. Now, don't forget that you don't have to have just smiling faces in these photos as well. You can add holiday decor, you can use things around town, you can use the candy that you gave out for trick-or-treaters. Sky's the limit. All of these things are really fun and really important, and lots of them have different things to tell about your holidays. Now look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I just love it. So we are using the Boo die cut. I just love it. So cute. And again, I'm using my liquid glue right here to adhere it on this cute pumpkin. So now we're going to get this guy adhered to the page and get that great bond created between the two pattern papers. And then we're going to pull out another one of those creepy little dimensional spiders. And I love it. I just think it's such a fun addition to this page. And definitely he's saying boo for sure, because there's not too many of us that see a spider and we're not have our heart race a little bit. Am I right? So now we're just going to take that adhesive and press it down into the page to make sure that little fella, creepy little fella perhaps, sticks to the paper right there. I love it. It's so simple, but it just is really adorable. Now don't forget, those boo, the O's and the boo are the perfect frame if you wanted to back that with a photo maybe, since we're talking about right now the basics of this album. But there's lots of ways to dress it up when you're all finished. So don't forget that some of these are perfect jumping off points for more fun as well. Now we can add the adhesive to the back of eek, which is just such a funny word, isn't it? And we will go ahead and adhere this little guy down. And this is probably one of my favorite pages because I absolutely love what we're going to do next. What is that, you ask? Well, let me tell you. We are going to take the three little bats, I'm sorry, the word was escaping my brain for the moment, and we are going to fold the edges of their wings just the tiniest bit. You're not going to go crazy or anything like that, just give it a little bit of pop. Then when we add the glue on the back in the center, so see that right there, just giving it a little dose of glue, well, when it'll come out of my glue pen, because don't you hate that it always happens? Mine got a little bit stuck right there because I didn't put the cap back on. But we've got some glue and I'll adhere it down, and then it looks like this little guy is going to take flight thanks to those slightly bended wings. Now, of course, in real life, we don't want the bat to take flight. However, on our mini album, it is the perfect little addition to our album. So I'm simply adding the tiniest little bit of glue in the center and adhering that down, getting a nice firm press there so that it adheres nicely, and making sure to fold each of the bat's wings up just the tiniest bit so that it really gives the dimension of them flying, or the look of them flying right off the page. So cute, am I right? And isn't that awesome? And it was just a gentle fold of each of the wings that created that look, and it's wonderful. I think you'll be as excited as I am once you get that finished right there. Now we're going to take our linen pumpkin. This is the last one that we're going to do together, but you still have so many more that you can add all of your memories and thoughts and photos to. So we are going to adhere another photo to this page. Yep, that's right. Some more smiling faces. Oh wait, it's not. It's just the photo mat for me. And I will go back and I will add my photos after this. So we will adhere the photo to that, and then we're going to add yet another little die cut border. So cute. But that's not all, folks. we're going to take our plastic spider and add a little touch. There he is, see him? We're going to add a little touch of glue from our hot glue gun to the back and just adhere him really nicely to the corner of our photo. Now, of course, we also want to add a little journaling, which I'm not adding here, but we will add it to the top of our photo this time. So if you print it out on the computer or the typewriter, that's wonderful. Or if you'd rather hand write it, you can do that as well, but then you can add that little strip of journaling at the top. How cute is this? I just love it. It's so exciting to have such a wonderful project started, and you can finish it in a variety of ways with all of these additional pumpkins that are left over for your use. Now you're thinking, Jenny, what are some other ideas for this amazing project? Well, why don't we talk about that? There's so many more things that you could do and add, and look at all these great guys. There's just beautiful patterns and the variety of colors. Wonderful. I love that floral too, by the way. Actually, there's not a pattern in our Back to Basics collection that I don't just think is perfect. They're all wonderful with the tone on tone. Now, one thing that I want to show you is that if you would like to create, say, maybe a back cover, you can adhere 2 of these pumpkins together, because remember, this is 80-pound cardstock with a felt weave texture. And if you adhere them together, just using whatever adhesive you prefer, you get a really nice solid base. So I'm adhering 2 of these pumpkins together, and then I will use this little guy for the back cover. Now, what's really awesome about this is that if you add even more than 2, they really start to bulk up, and it's a little bit more like chipboard. Say, it's not chipboard, but it's more like chipboard. Now, did I say chipboard? I think I did several times, in fact. Now, say you don't have any chipboard on hand, but maybe you have a cereal box. The cereal boxes are the perfect weight to cut those right on up and add them. So you could trace a pumpkin on a cereal box and then cover it with one of these patterned papers, and you would have a beautiful thick addition to your album. Now, this paper is all from our Mango collection pack, and it is beautiful. Beautiful patterns, colors, and texture as well. And not only that, they come with all of these amazing die cuts as well. And they are basic and wonderful, and they're just great additions to all of your projects. So if you enjoyed this paper, this is exactly what comes in our Back to Basics collection. All right, so let's keep talking about what we could do, right? So first, we're going to take a look at this little guy. He's just adorable. Now, I have some orange ribbon here. There's lots of different ways you could use it, but I think it would be really fun if we just tied a little piece and added a little bit of fun, or maybe a little bit of twine. And this twine could also go great in those buttons as well, the purple buttons, before you adhere them down on the pages. So definitely don't forget to check your stash for any ribbons that would match. Now also, this is what I personally did. I pulled out some buttons from my stash, black ones, orange ones, and then I have a couple of fun lime green ones as well that I think would really go. This would add some beautiful texture and dimension to your pages, just like those cute spiders did. Am I right? Well, except for, are spiders really cute? Look at that cute little orange one on top of the bat. Anyway, whatever buttons you have hanging around your craft collection could really dress this guy up. You don't need a whole lot, just a couple, and it would really make something extra special. Now, don't forget the 3x4 cards that also come in this kit. Now, I had originally thought that maybe I would punch them, but then I got to thinking, well, why not stamp? Or perhaps ink up the edges of one of them and use it as a photo mat. It would really provide a lot of fun, because I think inking edges is always really fun. And even if you keep it super simple, if you use this on one of the lighter colors of orange, it provides a nice little pop as well. And again, I just have to say it, it's really fun to do. Now don't forget about doilies. Lots of us have doilies in our stash. They're easy to come by, and they are just the perfect little addition right behind a project. Or shipping tags, if you have any shipping tags, those are awesome. And then I was also looking in my stash and I found these tiny little clothespins, and mini albums are the perfect things for really dimensional embellishments that you don't like to use on your scrapbook pages, because this is meant to be chunky and fun. Am I right? Thanks so much, guys, for your support of Scrapbook Expo and Keep It Simple Paper. We really appreciate you. And don't forget that you can receive 20% off with the code Spooktacular. That's right, Spooktacular will save you 20% off. Thanks so much. Make it a great day. Hey everybody, it's Jenny McGarvey from Keep It Simple Paper Crafts, and I am back with you again to share the cutest Hello Adventure collection. I am so excited about this one. It's genuinely one of my most favorite collections ever, and I don't want to delay showing with you all of the fun, awesome pieces. You get 2 pieces of each of these sheets in each collection pack, and I love them. These are the cut aparts. Use them for pocket pages, use them for accents for your pages. Oh my gosh, love them. And those arrows, the colors, they're amazing. Now this sheet of paper really speaks to me, and I think it's because of its modern design, because I always love modern elements. And the back side, if you're not into those stripes, is awesome. Now look at that beautiful pink background. It's just not something you see every day. And then those clotheslines, perfect. And who doesn't love stars? I mean, come on, they're perfect for any kind of project. Now you're thinking, camping, maybe I'm not into camping, but take a closer look at those cute little critters. I'm thinking Halloween. And then look at this nighttime star. Oh my gosh. And trees, hello. I mean, obviously it's perfect for the woods, but I'm thinking Christmas too. I just love it. And those mountains, are you kidding? Look at all those beautiful colors. And the snow cap, I love it. Now all these strips are awesome. You can cut them apart and use them for borders. You can use them for accents, different embellishments. I just love them. I can't get enough. And the cute little kiddos dressed up as animals. I love them, and perfect for Halloween. Am I right? One of my favorite patterns in the entire collection. I just love it. And this one, I mean, I want to frame it. It's so pretty. Look at that beautiful scene. Just nature at its finest. And the back is a perfect nighttime sky, except for in orange. How unexpected. And then this one is just beautiful. Florals and mushrooms and butterflies. All of the best things about the great outdoors. Am I right? And then this pattern is really striking. Stripes and scallops and dashed. But that's not all. We have got ephemera as well. Look at this. All of these different pieces that come in the collection pack. I mean, come on. That is perfect. You already have embellishments right with all of your papers. No need to buy anything if you don't want to. But you know we have a lot of awesome extra goodies as well, including the Flip Sides pack, which I'm going to show you next. I absolutely love this one. I think one of my very favorite papers of all time is in this pack. Yep, that's right. I'm saying it. One of my favorites of all time. Look at this beautiful patterned paper. This plaid is gorgeous. It is wonderful. And then on the back side, perfectly neutral with just that little crisscross design. This pink is awesome. Tone on tone goes perfectly. I just love how neutral this stuff is. You can really use it with the collection pack or on its own as well. Look how cool this is. It's so different. The color is awesome and that pattern is amazing. But again, if you don't love it, the backside is perfectly neutral. Now, where are all my purple lovers at? Because hello, purple. And look at how beautiful the backside is. It is a hand watercolored paper. It's so, so, so pretty. Now, I always love wood grain, no matter what. Wood grain is just one of my favorite patterns. I think it always looks amazing, and this one is no different. Now, this one's really hard to see, but it's white background with gray lines and just a basic grid. It's going to make the perfect background for all kinds of things. Now, we all know that buffalo plaid is so hot right now, and then you have stripes too. I mean, come on, talk about perfect. here it is. One of my favorite pattern papers of all time. I love it. The color is amazing. The tone on tone was perfect. The illustrations are gorgeous. I just can't get enough. I honestly think that I will have to have more than 2 of these because they're so pretty. And the backside's not bad either. I mean, come on. Who doesn't love polka dots? Now this one is just gorgeous. Just beautiful. The color, and then you flip it over and more of that painted background. It's just amazing. Now again, I mean, you need embellishments, so we include them right in the collection pack. Look at those. They are perfect for layering and embellishing and accents. And that little circle at the bottom, oh, I love it. You're going to need these too, I think, because even if you're not an outdoorsy type person, there are so many beautiful colors and patterns. You're going to want them too. Now let's take a look at the sticker sheets. Look at all of these amazing stickers. They are beautiful and the perfect embellishments to all your projects. So you've got tons of those dressed up kids, which are going to be perfect for not only camping, but Halloween as well. You've got trees and flowers and all kinds of other natural elements. It's just absolutely amazing. Now we didn't forget about alphas because we all need alphas for our layouts. So we have got some beautiful foam alphabets. There is a really subtle pattern on here. They've got gorgeous dimension. And then we also threw in some embellished stickers as well. Again, foam. They're amazing. I love this. The font is perfect. The stickers are gorgeous. It's just a wonderful addition to all of your projects. That is for sure. Now let's not forget about enamel dots. Amazing sizes. The colors cannot be beat. They're gorgeous. And of course they match perfectly. I just love that package. There are so many beautiful colors and sizes. These are enamel stickers, more of those little cuties and that adorable tent. I mean, talk about perfect. They are just enough height, but not too much, and beautiful. Now puffy buttons, hello, so cute. So many of the beautiful patterns that you saw on the pattern papers. And then also puffy stickers. Look at that cute little trailer and the kids and the owl. I just love them. Just again, the same thing, enough dimension to really make it pop off the page, but not too much that you're thinking that you don't know what to do with the rest of that. Isn't this amazing? I absolutely love this collection and hope you will too. Don't forget you can use the code Spooktacular to save 20% on Keep It Simple products if you love them as much as we do and want to add them to your stash. Thanks so much for your support and make it a great day.
Boo! Oh, did I scare you? Oh, what a fun project. Oh my gosh. What could be more Halloween-y, I guess you could say,
Right.
as an adorable little pumpkin mini album. I mean,
Exactly.
what a great way to keep track of those memories of this, you know, this Halloween. You can even go back and make another one if you wanted to.
Right.
But it was so cute to have all the words, eek and boo, trick or treat, the cute little hat on the front. And I liked, you know, when she was putting the mini album together, that when she put the bats down, how she kind of folded the wings up on the bat, just to give it that little bit of you know,
Dimension.
and a little oomph,
Yeah.
you know, that she did. And, you know, also a great tip that I loved was using a cereal box.
Yeah.
You trace one of the pumpkins, use the cereal box, and you can make a almost like chipboard
Right.
to make it too. And you can make it as thick as you want, or you don't have to put it on there. But this, you know, the cardstock, this back to basic cardstock is so great. It's heavy. You can add all these good things, little spiders on there.
Yeah.
And she showed also you can add buttons, bling, anything to dress up, you know, your little mini album, and put photos in there. And make sure that you journal too. That's so important to do the journaling. So,
Right.
I just thought it was so cute.
Like you said, the papers are just so beautiful.
Yes.
And if you didn't want to cut a cereal box, because you have, I believe, over 10 pumpkins, you can glue 2 together or 3 and make them thicker for the front and the back.
Exactly.
So that's another.
Yep, great tip. So it's just a great little memory album. And once again, you know, what a great thing, you know, the kids could help you do this too if you wanted them to. Or
put their little pictures in there on each page.
Or, you know, another idea, you know, you could make one of these for this year for each of your kids and give them as a gift maybe for Christmas holiday too.
Yeah,
so,
that is true.
So,
and I could also see, like, if you wanted to, you could add envelopes or glue envelopes in there and have tags coming out.
Oh yeah, little pockets.
You could add little vellum pieces in between the pumpkins and have it so the sky is the limit.
All
with
kinds
that
of
creativity.
Yes.
But it's so cute, the little spiders.
Yes.
And the purple buttons.
I know.
Just love it.
It was great. It was a great project.
It sure was. So thank you, Jenny. That was amazing.
Yes.
So I want to share with you this special.
Yes.
Yay! We've been watching how amazing these papers are, so I wanted to go ahead and show you the collection because I love them and they are called the Hello Adventure.
All right. We're all on an adventure.
So neat, yeah. So many of you probably, you know, I've had friends that had trips planned to like Hawaii and Paris, and they weren't able to go.
Yeah.
So they instead went to like Big Bear. You went to Big Bear.
Yes, perfect.
They went camping, just more local things, and so I'm sure there's a lot of photos that can be scrapbooked for those times this summer that you had.
Yes.
And even if you were just in your backyard and you did little adventures with your kids, this is the perfect kit for you. So we have the Hello Adventure collection pack. It's so cute. Yeah, there's so many awesome. And then the flip sides pack.
Yeah, I love the colors. I just love the colors in the flip side too.
Yes, they are so cute. And then let me show you, there's a 12 by 12 sticker sheet.
Look at that.
And so it coordinates so well with the kit itself. Then, oh my goodness, we have the foam alphabet.
Those are fun with little dots on them.
Right, and they're very puffy, so that would be so cute to put, even like if you wanted to do something on your pumpkin.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And then we have puffy buttons.
Those are always fun to add too.
Right, puffy stickers. You could even use this for Halloween because the little kiddos are dressed up like a fox and a, what is that, a bunny? No. Bunny.
Yeah.
And then a little skunk. It's so cute.
Yes.
So you could add that to your Halloween. These are enamel stickers. And then our favorites.
Yes.
Enamel
dots. Gotta use those.
Right? So the most fabulous part of all.
Yes. But wait, there's more.
Yes. Is the Keep It Simple special, show special. So you're going to get 20% off your entire order using the coupon code Spooktacular at checkout. So take advantage of this great deal.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Keep it simple. And now we're going to do a slimline card from Picket Fence Studios.
Yay.
We'll be back.
Hi, welcome to Picket Fence Studios. My name is Nicole Peterson. I'm the owner and designer, I always say custodian, of Picket Fence Studios. If you've seen me at Expo for about 10 years now, on and off, and we owned a booth called Nicole Peterson Designs, and then we created a stamp company called Picket Fence Studios. So we're going to go ahead and get started. This is for the Mega Make Take. Now, this is the card that we actually are going to be making. Okay, it's a slimline card. And then here, this is what you're going to look for inside your box. So I need you to take out your stamp, which is called Autumn Harvest Collage. And then you're going to see this white piece of paper that is stapled to a piece of white cardstock and a piece of black cardstock. So go ahead and take all of this out. We are going to use everything that we have. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to use our white cardstock and your paper trimmer. Now this is a slim line card, okay? And at Picket Fence, we like our slim line cards to be 8.5 by 3.5, okay? So what we're going to do is we're making a card front. So I'm going to take out my paper trimmer and I'm going to use my piece of white cardstock. I'm going to put it in here. And since the paper is already 8.5 when you turn it long ways, I'm just going to have to put it in here and put it on the 3.5, close, and there you go. So this is our card front of our slimline card, and you're going to need this white. So go ahead and put that to the side. Now, since we're working with our paper, let's go ahead and do our card base, which is the black cardstock. So again, a slimline card is 8.5 inches, sorry, by 3.5 inches tall. So if we're going to make a card base and the card base is going to be horizontal, then we need to cut this piece of black cardstock to 7. So we're going to put this in here, open my wing, and we're going to cut this piece of black cardstock at 7 inches. Okay, you will need the spare part, so put that to the side. So now we have our card base and we need to score it. So here's my scoring tool. Now, of course, you could just fold it in half if you like, but I'm going to go ahead and put this into my scoring tool, and I'm going to use a Teflon bone folder, and I'm going to score at 3.5 inches. Okay, and there is our card base for our slimline card. I'm just going to use my Teflon bone folder to give me a nice crease. So we have our building blocks of our card. We have our card front, which is the white cardstock, and now we have our card base, which is the black cardstock. So let's go ahead and talk about this stamp. Now guys, you're going to see this is actually my personal stamp that you're looking at. It's been very well loved. So you can see that it actually is what some people would call stained. However, this stamp has been loved and used, and that's a good thing, because the more you use a good quality made in the USA stamp, the better it's going to stamp. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this off my backer sheet, place this to the side, and I'm going to be using the brand new 2.0 Misty. So since our card is horizontal in the method that we stamped it, whenever we put our stamp down, we are going to put our stamp also in a horizontal orientation. So basically, it's sideways. And it really doesn't matter if you have it pointing towards the right or the left. You just have to make sure that when you line it back up, you remember if you pointed it to the right or the left. So I have some of the paper hanging out of the slimline card front. I have 2 magnets holding it together down, and I'm going to go ahead and pick up my stamp, and I'm inking it in our black intense hybrid ink. Now my stamp has, like I said, has been loved. So you'll see that it has some red on it. However, that red is not going to come off because it's been thoroughly cleaned. Good quality made in the USA stamps are like that. They will stain, but it's not a problem because stamps are tools. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stamp it again. Okay, there we go. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to move our card up, okay? We're going to move it up to where we can line up the edge here with our stamp, okay? So we're just going to let some of this hang off like before. and we're going to line this up. And I'm going to focus on the tip of this leaf, and this leaf right here. All right, so I have moved my card down and I have realigned the stamp design in the correct orientation. And I'm going to ink it up and stamp. Okay, looks awesome. I'm going to ink it up one more time. So you see how I was able to line up those leaves in this point. I'm going to stamp it again. And notice it's okay to hang out the MISTI. Good. So now I'm going to take it, and this time it's actually going to be hanging out of the card on the other side. So I'm going to line this up to where it hangs out. And then I'm going to line my stamp back up again. All right, so I've lined up my stamp to finish the last portion of my slimline card front. So I'm going to ink it up again. Close my lid. Go ahead and push down. Open it up. The lining was awesome. Now I just need to give a better impression. And again, I'm going to stand up for this part because sometimes standing will allow you to put more pressure on it and get a better image. Now this image is supposed to be distressed a little, so there we go. All right, perfect. So there we have our seamless design of our Harvest Collage stamp front. We're almost finished. So I'm going to go ahead and put this to the side now. And the next part we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and attach the card front to the card base. Now I'm just using a regular dry tape runner for this part. So I'm going to cover the back. All right. And then I'm just going to line this up to put the card front on the card back. All right, there we go. Now, you guys had this piece of paper, okay? Do you see this right here? This is actually your sentiment and your 3 pumpkins. Now, you might say, Nicole, in the card that we have, this is the card that we're making, it has blue pumpkins and the text is orange. Well, when I went to print this orange, the sentiment in orange on the paper, it didn't print correctly. It didn't want to work. So I changed it to black print and orange pumpkins. So what we're going to do is you're going to take a pair of scissors and we're going to just cut around like this to separate the 3 pumpkins. Keep this, and put this to the side. And what we're going to do is we're going to fussy cut these 3 pumpkins. Now I've done 2 of them already, so I just have this last pumpkin to fussy cut. But let me show you a huge tip. So this is photo paper. So whenever you're cutting this, and this takes no time at all, these easy pumpkins, I am leaving a little bit of white around the pumpkin just because I've become accustomed to having white around my die cuts for, using dies. But notice I am not moving my scissors. My scissors are actually staying in place. I'm manipulating this little pumpkin. And by moving the pumpkin instead of your scissors, you'll get a much cleaner cut, and also it'll be a lot faster. All right, so now we have our 3 pumpkins. So what we're going to do is we are going to take our sentiment and your paper trimmer. And we are going to cut this into a rectangle. Now first I like to work where I can hold whatever I'm cutting with my left hand. So I'm going to trim this into a rectangle. So I'm going to cut off the top. I'm going to cut off the two sides. And guys, this has no particular size. Now notice, I am not going to cut this next part off the bottom, which when you're turning it, that would be what would work. I'm going to rotate this, and I'm actually going to cut off the other side, because I like to cut off the small pieces first. And then I have this nice large piece where it says Picket Fence Studios. And it's easier to hold on to that large piece than it is to the little side piece. So I'm just going to trim it, and voila, my sentiment is ready. And this is trash, the little thing that says Picket Fence Studios. So if you like, you can attach it like this directly on it. However, I think I'm going to actually back it onto a piece of black cardstock. Remember I said not to get rid of that. So I am going to back it, but I don't want to put anything extra on this side or here. So I'm going to butt it up against, and you can leave however much space you like. I do always like to work with a straight edge. So this makes at least my side and my top edge straight. So the only thing I have to trim is my side and the bottom. Now I'm going to trim the side first, because that will let me hold on to this big piece. And I'm going to trim it where it doesn't have any black on the side. So I'm matting it just where it's going to show the black on the top and the bottom. So now I'm going to turn this, and look, I'm going to be holding the large part of this. So I'm going to place this down, and this doesn't really have a measurement. Like I said, I'm just eyeballing it for a mat size. And there we go. Now we have it matted. So put this trimmer to the side, and all we have left to do is to plop this down. So let me put some adhesive on the back of this. Place it to the bottom portion of the right-hand side of my slimline card. And then I have my 3 pumpkins. And if you notice on this card, it looks like what I did was I put this pumpkin cocked to the side a little bit, this pumpkin also to the side a little bit, and then I pop dotted the middle pumpkin. So let me go ahead and put these 2 pumpkins down. So we're going to put these 2 down. And of course you can do this however you like. And this piece, actually this one I'm going to let it overlap a little bit onto the white. And I'm going to tilt it to the right this time. And then I'm just going to put 2 little pop dots on the back. And look, I even found black pop dots. These things are so old, I'm sure. So I'm just going to put a couple of dots on the back of this pumpkin, foam dots. Of course, whatever color you have, you can use. I was just excited that I actually had black ones, so I told myself I'm going to use them. Now I'm going to just position that 3rd little pumpkin right there. And voila, we are finished. So here's a version if you wanted to make it purple with orange with blue pumpkins. Or here we have one where it's a black sentiment with orange pumpkins. Let me show you, so we're done with this make and take, but let me show you real quick some other card samples that I've made. So here's one where I stamped it with different shades of green and yellow, the same exact sentiment, but what I did here is I used different color ink for the pumpkins, and I did the same thing where I put them on either side and then pop dotted that middle one. Here, it also is a vertical card, but what I did is, do you see how this is the base of the card. So what I did is I first stamped it in an orange, and then I went back over it with black, and I just, since it's a distress stamp, it gave me this like silhouette looking of the orange with the black, and it wasn't even meant on purpose. It was just one of those happy accidents. Then I went and I stamped a whole bunch of extra onto paper, see, in different colors, and I just fussy cut these, and then I just glued them on top randomly. And then this is one of our word dies, thankfully, and then a sentiment. So here I stamped it, and then I fussy cut a whole bunch of them out and just placed them all over the card to have different colors. And then lastly, this is one I haven't been able to, I didn't get to finish yet, but all I did was do the same exact technique, except I used orange and a light red, and I kind of stamped the two different colors and closed the lid, and it gave me like an ombre effect. So I hope you guys have enjoyed your make and take. My name is Nicole Peterson for Picket Fence Studios.
Hi everyone, I hope you enjoyed your make and take with Nicole today. Now we're going to go over some of the various products that we have available from our Halloween collections. So, this is my first video. Nicole.
What? I made you do it?
Yeah, she made me do it.
Keep going.
See that? I told her to pause the video because this is my first one, and I just am really, I don't know what to do. So, we're just gonna roll with it. So, So Franken Cute is, she told me not to put it on here, and I was about to do it. So Franken Cute. This has actually been one of the most popular stamp sets that we have ever done. Would you say, dear?
Yes, it's a very popular, and the sentiments are, our design team have made some really fun stamps, some really fun cards with the sentiments that are on here, like the one that says, you are never alone if you believe in monsters. And it's another one is, if you are reading this, you are blissfully unaware of what is creeping up behind you. So they have some really fun sentiments in this set.
All right. You see that? She told me I had to do this video, and she's already taken it over. So Franken Cute. Now we're gonna move on to a spooky day. See, I did it again. I wasn't supposed to put it out there. A spooky day. This one has also been super popular. This one also has a matching die set. Franken Day, we did not do one for that. Why? I don't know. She's the boss. She does those other things.
Well, So Franken Cute, the Frankenstein is super easy to fussy cut, but here I went ahead and had a die made for this because they have these little bitty children that you can die cut and put in front of the house. You want to show them the two?
Yep.
And we've been so busy, I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to put a card together, but I did get to Copic color one of them. So he's showing you one of them, and then the other one, there you go. And then the other one is just white, it's just stamped with white that I haven't done anything with.
This one, I don't know if you can really tell from the video, but this one it's really good. I believe this one is on the website, isn't it?
I haven't made it. Oh, you mean the stamp?
Product?
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. And our design team did some really cute ones with like pink backgrounds and all kind of fun, spooky colors.
But we do have lots of examples on our website.
Yes,
if you go to
and
each
Instagram.
product page, there's quite a few examples of each.
Yeah, we try to give you guys lots of ideas to inspire you.
If you've got it haunted, this has been another really popular stamp set. It also has a matching die to go with it.
This one's really fun to color. It has a lot of black, so you don't have to color much. You just have to add a little bit of coloring to it. Like here, it just shows you how there's a little bit of green, orange, and purple, and then boom, done coloring. Super easy and fun. Yeah, and here, this is a stencil, one of our stencils with a spider coming down, and see she's like creeping off. And then the other one is actually an alcohol ink background that I did with one of my classes that I had sitting on my desk. and it was perfect for this card. So this is called Witch Please. What is this one called?
This one is If You've Got It Haunted.
Yes, If You've Got It Haunted.
One more time. Next up is Trick or Treaters, which also has a matching die.
Yes, this is super, super fun. A lot of people have used it on slimline designs because the characters are a little bit larger. And they don't have sentiments on this set because I wanted you to have really nice, large characters that could be the focus of your card.
So there you go. What are these called again?
These are our seamless design stamp sets, and they're 4x4. However, and if you, we did the make and take with our autumn harvest collage. These are 3 different versions that you're looking at of our other seamless designs. So one of them is wrapped candy, this one that he's holding up, and bring it to me a little bit more. Wrapped candy, and what's super cool about this one is that this could be Halloween, Christmas, or even a birthday. So they're seamless, so you can line them up and stamp on all 4 sides and make the design as large as you like. So this is wrapped candy. This is jack-o'-lanterns, which there's some super fun designs on this also that our design team has. And then the last one he's showing you is called The Ghouls Made Me Do It. And we do have other seamless designs with other collections other than just Halloween. But these are super fun because, you know, you really get a big bang for your buck.
Next up is Let's Get Sheet Face Together. This one has been really popular as well. Very versatile. Who hasn't been sheet faced? Another example card. Next is Yes, I Do Drive Stick.
Yeah, this one's a 2x6, and it's a pretty large broom there. And if you hold up one of the other cards, I actually, when I used this with the sheet face, I did a little stamp surgery, and I cut the sentiment off, separated it from the broom, so I was able to stamp it with the ghost and use a different sentiment on the tail of the broom.
And next is, oh, just knocked one over, Witch Please, which also has, well, I'll show you the sample first.
Yeah, she's super cute. And she has several sentiments with her. And then also, she has flying frogs. Isn't that cute? Flying frogs. Who doesn't love a flying frog? And then the die set will cut out the witch and the broom, and 2 frogs, and I think 2 bats. Or is that a bat and a crow? It's
Bat and a crow.
Yeah, a crow. So you get 2 flying frogs, a bat, the witch with the broom, and the crow in the die sets.
This is not released yet, right?
Nope.
We're still going to show you anyway.
Well, actually, I think it is released by the date that this is actually being shown.
When we're filming this, it's not released, so
Yeah.
we're just going to call it
I don't know, a
special.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
So this is a new trend that I'm sure you guys have seen, slimline cards, which I'm obsessed with because I just love how it just takes up so much linear space and you don't have to, you have a long rectangle to work with. So I have created, I think at present when this video is released, we have about, I don't know, yeah, 6, 7, 8 stencils that we have released. So this one is called Radial Stencil. And now when I created it, I meant it to be, you know, like a circle-like sound coming out. But apparently everybody else think it looks like a spider web.
Halloween.
I know. So it was meant to be, you know, a radial with sound waves coming out of it. But it works great with Halloween also. And also, this is our new glaze color that I just used on it. That it's the silver color that we released, which was very in demand. You guys really wanted it, so we went ahead and released a silver. You want to turn the card sideways so they can see? There you go. So this is a slimline card, and if you're not familiar with the size of a slimline card, it is 8.5 by 3.5. So it's just a super fun size to play with. Like I said, it has lots of linear space.
All right, moving on. So this is the last stamp set, Wicked Together. Lots of images, lots of sentiments. I'll just show you some various cards.
And while he's showing you this, if you did the make and take with us, this has the poem on it. If you want to show them the poem. This has the poem on it that I used for the sentiment for your make and take. And I did write this cute little poem.
She did.
I did.
I can verify that.
Now this does not have a die set. This stamp set is probably like 2 or 3 years old, right before we started doing dies. But they're not hard to fussy cut, or if you have some kind of machine that does it for you. All right, let's see.
So on to our stamp scrubber. This is a product we came out with about a year ago.
Oh yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Unique to stamp cleaning. Obviously it's dry because it's in the package, but once you go to use it, you're going to wet it, and it's going to expand about 20% approximately. Oh, there you go. She had one ready for me to go. So this is wet and this is dry.
Yes, and so the premise behind the stamp scrubber is whenever you're trying to clean your stamps and you're trying to get in those nook and crannies, I've seen people actually damage their stamps by using something like a toothbrush or sandpaper or something like that. So what this is it's made out of a plastic substance, and you use it to scrub your stamps, and it will not hurt your stamps. It doesn't scratch them, it doesn't tear them, and you can use it with any type of ink. Now, if you're using it with dye and pigment ink, you just use plain water because those are both water-based, so they'll just wipe right off your stamps. However, if you're using like a hybrid ink, you might want to add a little bit of soap to it. And when I say soap, I'm talking about like Blue Dawn or something like a soft, mild soap. And you just add a little bit of it to the to the scrubber, and then stamp it. So you add a little bit to the scrubber and then use it to clean your stamps. And if you have a stamp that isn't stamping well from any company, this also does well to clean off any residue you might have from a first time use stamp. So now, we have a standalone die.
So the image is used from our If You Got It Haunted stamp set, which also has a matching die. But this is the Woodsy Forest die.
Yes.
Used in the background, as you can see.
And it has some little flying frogs on it. So I have an obsession with trees. I just love trees. So this is, it doesn't have to be black here. It obviously, could be any type of color. But for some reason, these really, this Woodsy Forest looks fabulous in black and just really makes a spooky feel to it.
So there you go. Sequins. This is a new sequin holder that we just received. It holds 16 compacts, which all our sequins come in these special compacts. So you can put 2 in each slot, 16 total. And with our compacts, what's nice about them is when you don't make a mess. When they open, they're pretty stable and then you can put some sequins in the clear backside of the container. It just gives you access to really see what's in there.
Yeah, right. If you're trying to pick out a certain color.
It's very stable. It's easy to move around, like so. So some various. I think we have how many? 24. We have 24 different mixes at this point. So, which is this one?
Cream de mint.
There you go.
So it shades of green.
Purple People Eater. Black Magic. Bourbon Maple Splash. Witch's Brew. Candy Corn Shot.
Which is a limited edition candy corn shot.
Yes, they just came back into stock, and we will probably not have them
for long
after they are gone. And then we also have Irish Coffee is another example that we have.
Irish Coffee is a good brown base with lots of golds. So the holder, the sequence holder that holds the compacts, does hold 16 sets of 16 compacts, and it's really a nice thick plastic, and it will slide in any little like nook and cranny that you might have in your studio or your craft room. It's a really handy thing to have.
And it's clear. You can see from the sides the various sequin colors that are in your compacts here.
So I think that's about it, guys.
That's about it. So definitely visit our website. We're going to have some specials posted on the website with a direct link from the Mega Make Take event. So I think that's it. So thank you guys for coming. I hope you enjoyed your project, and I hope you didn't have your expectations very high with my presentation. So other than that, we're always glad to have you guys, and thank you so much.
Thank you guys, we appreciate it. Have a happy Halloween.
Hello, everybody, and oh my God, things are getting spookier, aren't they?
Oh my goodness!
But you know how I love slimline cards.
Yes.
Ay, ay, ay. And I loved it. Nicole did a great job. And one of the techniques that I love that she showed is when she used her stamp set, because when we got this in, I'm like, oh, look at all the stamps they're going to use. Well, she left them right on here to make the background of the slimline card. And she showed, I thought, some great techniques for lining up. You know, she stamped on the slimline card first, and then she kind of took like a focal point of the stamp to line it up so it would flow through the rest of the stamp. She used a MISTI that she had, which I love, and I know you've used it too.
Yes.
But she used that as well. But, you don't have to use that if you don't have to. But, gosh, it makes it so much easier, I think, to line up. And, with that, you think that black ink, you just stamp once. Well, to get darker, she stamped a couple of times. So I thought that showing how to line, those stamps up was great, a great technique to show how you can make kind of a flowing, I guess I'd call a flowing background, especially when you're using all different types of objects and everything. So,
right.
And then when she cut out Fussy cut the pumpkins out and put those on there, and then the sentiment. And like she said, there wasn't any certain measurement or anything, but she also showed, holding on to the bigger part of the paper cutting is much easier than trying to hold on to the smaller part to trim too. So wonderful, wonderful. Love the slimline card. Thank you, Miss Nicole. And let's do some shopping now, Miss
Yes.
Vickyville.
Well, it was so nice to see Nicole's husband on
I
the
know,
video. That
I know.
was so nice.
He's a born salesman.
He sure is. That was awesome to see him.
Yes.
I love that they're, working together.
Yes.
That's so cool.
Yes.
My goodness, visit their website. There's just so many beautiful stamp sets
Yes.
that they have. Oh my goodness.
Anything. I mean, I remember going into their booth and it's like, yes, you just walk around and it's like, yes.
Oh yeah, at the shows, that's where probably 3 of my days pay went to.
Yeah.
I loved that. It was just amazing. So I love the stamp set. It's so versatile, like Dave said. But I jotted down some of my favorite things that I saw. So Franken Cute stamp that.
Yes, that's their best seller.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was amazing. The Spooky Day stamp and die set. Wow, how Nicole colored that with the green. She can color. I'm always so in awe of people that are amazing colorists, and woo.
She's just so talented.
She sure is. Oh my goodness. Let's see. If You Got It Haunted, the stamp and die set, so cute. Trick or Treaters stamp and die set. That stamp set is so cute. Let's see. The seamless design, the 4x4 seamless designs. And the candy and the pumpkin and the ghost. So cute, you guys.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, let's get sheet faced together. That is a stamp set. I didn't just say a bad word.
I got a bag of rocks.
Yeah. And then there's Witch Please stamp and die. That is a must have. It's so cute. I love. And then the slimline radial stencil spiderweb. That was just amazing.
That would be so much fun to use.
Yes, so versatile. So like she said that she created it to look like a musical thing, but a lot of people saw a spider web.
Yeah.
So it's versatile that, the stamp scrubber, that is nice.
Yeah.
I never clean my stamps. So
Yeah.
that would be so easy to grab. And
And you don't need, and you just use a little part of it too. You're not using a whole big cloth. It's just a piece. So.
Exactly.
Very nice.
So, and then the last, the sequins holder. I thought that was really nice. It holds 16 of their sequins containers. So check it out, you guys.
Storage. We love storage for our goodies.
Yes. So Picket Fence Studios is offering 10% off using the promo code SSBE10.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you, Miss Nicole Peterson and Picket Fence Studios. And now we're going to see Miss Maria from itscheaperthantherapy.com. So we'll be back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to itscheaperthantherapy.com. Welcome to our web. You are going to flip over this amazing, spectacular, spooktacular Mega Make Take Extravaganza event project. We have got a treat in there for you. But before we get started, let's just talk about a couple things. First thing is you should have a coupon in your kit, and it looks similar to this one. So I just made this a little bit bigger. And we've got the It's Cheaper Than Therapy Spooktacular coupon. And so let's go over this just a little bit. And so we have 30% off of these lines right here. And the coupon code is FLIPTherapy20. If you spend over $50 after discounts, you do get free domestic shipping from us. And then we have a few of the samples of the die sets that we used in the kit. And if you spend $100 after discounts, you are going to get a fabulous 10-piece, wait till you see it, a 10-piece blending brush set. Just look at all those goodies. A 10-piece blending brush set with all of these. And you're going to get that free when you spend over $100 after discounts. So don't forget, it's cheaperthantherapy.com, and we've got the Flip Therapy 20 coupon code, and it's all one word and no spaces. Now, one of the things that you're going to do is you're going to fold your cardstock. Be sure that when you fold it, you line up your edges on the bottom before you do your final score on the fold. The other thing is you want to cut your oval in half as close as you can with your paper cutter. And it looks to me it's about like 4 inches and 1/8, not quite a quarter. So you could just do it just a hair over 2 inches, or cut it 2 inches and then just kind of trim a little bit off. And so we're going to kind of cut to fit that a little bit. So go ahead and do that. You have your oval cut in half. So it looks like this, and they basically match in size. And so they should be pretty good on there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to actually fit them to the card. And so they actually are a little wider. And if you notice on the inside of the card that they fit right inside the card. So what you can do is you can just kind of eyeball it here, turn it around, and give it a little bit of a trim on each of the hang off pieces. Okay, now we're going to put this together. And so sometimes I know that measuring can be kind of hard for people and all of that. So some of the things is some people eyeball and some people don't. Some people are really, really good at measuring. And so what I'm going to do is you want to get this to where it's going to fit inside the card. And obviously it doesn't fit inside the card right here. And so I'm going to turn it around so that way I'm cutting on the front of it, on the front of the orange. And all I'm doing is just lining this up and just kind of eyeballing how much is hanging off on each side, turning it over, lining it up onto my cutter, right where I want it to cut, and then cut it. And we're going to do that for both sides. So line this one up with your corner. And if you don't have a paper trimmer, that's okay. You can use scissors. And I'm just going to go this way with it. Just slide that out and then cut it. Now you can do one of two things, is you can actually just use this one as your guide, or you can do it the exact same way that you did before. Just get it to where that it's all matching up down here. You could just trim off your edges. You can even do both of them at the same time if you want, or you can just still do them one at a time. That's up to you. So I kind of wanted to show you a little bit of how to cut, you know, just in case you're trying to measure everything. You don't always have to measure everything. That's the great thing about handmade cards, is that you can make it whatever way that you want to make it. All right, so just kind of a test run here. We're going to fit that into the card. You want to make sure that your card is going to fold as well. And you just kind of want them to butt up to each other, but not too much though. You want them to have that little bit of a gap in the middle of the card, but still maintain the edge. So if you need to trim just a little bit more, that's okay too. So you don't have to necessarily adhere them into the inside of the card right now. One of the things you can take is you can take both of your little kits. Okay, so we're going to set these little guys aside for right now. And I just wanted to go over a little bit of dimensions with you, because a lot of people want to know the sizes of everything. And some of those are in the written instructions, but it's nice to see it as well. So this is an A2 size card, which is 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 folded. And that's what they call an A2. Now, the other thing is we have the green rectangle, and that is 3 3/4 by 5. So 3 3/4 by 5. We have the 3 1/2 by 4 3/4. So you can see it there. And then these two guys are the same, and they are 2 1/4 by 3. You can see 2 1/4 by 3. And then this one is actually the inside of the frame that comes out. And so you don't have to measure it, but if you did want something else, this is what the dimensions of it is. And so we cut the green one just to fit a little bit bigger behind there. So we'll go through that here in just a moment. We've got all of our pieces out here. We've got the frame with the frame back. And we've got these little rectangles. So we're going to just set these kind of aside here for just a moment. But I kind of want to leave everything on here so then you can see. Now, one of the most important things is your adhesive. So we've using the Sizzix Express Glue, the liquid adhesive, and I have it in these fine tip bottles from Karen Burniston with 2 different tips. So you can, the bottles come with the blue one, but then you can purchase the yellow one, which makes a little bit more come out. So it's 18 gauge and 20 gauge. So if you have really fine little things, we'll be using this a little bit bigger for that one. This is a little jar that you just put a little damp paper towel in there. So then when you are working, you don't have to keep putting the little needle in the end of it to keep it from drying out. And so we have our cardstock right here. We're just going to set this aside for just a moment. We're going to kind of build all these things and we're going to put it all together. And so I've got my little pop dots here, and we're going to start off with the little kids first. And you're going to take your adhesive, and I'm going to use the yellow one because the pieces are kind of big that are on here. Got a little bubble. And then you can do a little bit out or a lot more out, but it comes out just a little faster on the yellow tip. And he comes through here, and I like this adhesive. All right, so then you just put that back in the jar. It's a great tip. All right, so now when you put it on the orange, you can figure out if you're gonna cut off a little bit of his foot or slide him over and try and get as much of that pumpkin and his foot in there. And then press down. Now you can get glitter or whatever, and you can actually, you know, put some orange on the pumpkin, or you can make it a different color on the little balloon that you want to, if you want. And this, I wanted it just to be more of a silhouette, and that's what the die is called, Halloween Silhouettes. But if you wanted to, you could do more of a paper piecing and do different layers of colors, patterns, if you like to. So we're just going to put that adhesive there. And what I like about this adhesive is if it dries clear. And so I know a little bit is going to be hanging off, and we're going to trim that up here in just a moment. Get that off of there. And if you need a little bit, if you forgot one little area, you can use this little tip because it's really great. I'm going to use the little blue one. Just put a little bit on there. Oh, he split out. Just put a little bit of adhesive, get those balloons out. So if you have a little area that you need adhesive underneath it, these are nice because they have the long tips on there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take, I got tweezers and a die pick, and we're going to just trim off the excess of the back of these guys. And I know just a little bit of black is there. I'm going to go just a little bit more on this one. And then just a little bit. Get them all trimmed up. Okay, so make sure you don't throw away your bats. All right, now we're going to adhere them into the inside of the card. Now, what you want to make sure is that you don't put the edges so close to the inside. Oh, forgot that one. Into the inside of the fold of the card, because then it'll crinkle up your little orange piece. So sometimes you can trim it back just a little bit when you're doing your trimming. You can trim just a little bit more off there if you want. If you think it's too close, you can kind of do a preliminary and see if it's going to crink it up. And just a little tiny bit. That's not bad. All right, so we're basically checking and to see if this is going to do a little crease on the inside of the card, because you don't want that when the two meet. So if you need to, you can trim off just a little hair, which I think I might just do right now. Just a smidget, just a little bit, just a sliver on this one, and on this side, on this one, just a little bit, little pieces. Okay, so now we're going to adhere these in here, and we're going to get the yellow one, and you don't need a lot of glue for it to stick. It's real good adhesive, so you don't need to go crazy on it. I don't know what adhesive you're using. Now I'm going to match it up to the outside edge and the bottom edge of the card first, because in that way I don't have it too close to the inside of the card. And I'm going to do the same on this one. And we're going to match that up there. And here. There we go. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to adhere let that sit there for just a minute. We're going to adhere, I'm going to set it off to the side, the spider web. And so before you do the spider web, you want to make sure that all the little pieces are out. We got most of them out with the die brush, but sometimes there might be something that might be a little bit more finicky. So now what you want to do is figure out which way you want to have the spider web. If you want it this way, I'm going with the long piece up on the top. Make sure my long piece is straight. And now I'm going to take the really fine tip, and we're going to kind of just do little dots sometimes. That helps a lot. You can even put, you know, adhesive on your hand and kind of just pick up. This has got a lot of pieces, and for me, it just works well for me just to do little dots, because you don't need to have adhesive on the whole thing. But if you want to have double-sided adhesive and put it on your cardstock and then die cut it, then it'll be a sticker. And so you don't want to use tape runners. Tape runners are not going to be good for the application on this. So it's kind of like the right tool for the right job. And this, we need the right job. So now I'm going to turn it over. Get that little bit of glue off of there. Brush this off. This one is the Sizzix Tim Holtz Spider and Spider Web. Now, if things hang over the edge, that's okay. That's okay, because we're going to adhere this onto the green as well. Now we're going to take the spider, make sure all the little pieces are out before you adhere it down. We're going to take the spider, and we're going to go and just put a couple little dots on here. And have him hanging. And if he hangs over the edge a little bit, that's okay. That's okay. And then you should also have a bat. And the bat, there's a small bat and a big bat. You can decide which way you want to put the bat. And we're going to put the bat right up here into the corner. Okay, we're going to kind of build these things a little bit before we start putting everything together. Oh, there we go. So what's nice about this adhesive, oh, this little spider, he just jumped right off of the page. So we're going to put just a little bit more adhesive on him. Oh, that went a little crazy. That's okay though. So we're going to put him right here. And just hold them down here for a second. What's great about this adhesive is if you have just a little bit that you need behind there, it has the little needle tips on there so you can get right on that, and then hold it down so you can get underneath. Okay, so we're going to do this together. This is really super cute, and this is the ultra super metallic-y shimmery finish cardstock that's on here. Okay, so now that would actually go here. Now what we're going to do is, before we start doing all the pop dots, is we're going to glue the green onto the frame. So there's just a little bit of an edge on there. Not a lot, but there is, because I just like to save paper. And so I'm going to take the fine tip, the blue one, and I'm going to just lightly go along the edge. I'm going to kind of lighten it up a little bit more. Kind of pick up some of that, maybe use that. Just a real nice fine thin line. I think I'm going to take a little bit off of there because I don't want it showing through. And then you're going to just lay it down onto the frame and just press it down. So we're going to kind of preliminary build all of these up a little bit before we get too far. Now we're going to take the wood grain and the silver, and now take our pop dots. I'm just going to do 3. We use my tweezers, and sometimes I use a die pick to peel these off. These are holding pretty good. I know, I haven't done my nails. That's okay though. So now we're going to stick this. I do other things here too. I do some mechanic stuff, some piloting stuff. And sometimes those nails get in the way since we're not doing as many shows. There we go. I'll pop that up a little bit and recenter it. I need to sit right over it. Make sure that it's fairly straight. There we go. So even if you make a mistake with the pop dots, you can kind of just pop it right back up, and then there it goes. And we're going to do the same thing with this. We're going to put the pop dots on the back of the orange. Gonna need a couple bigger ones here. This one for the center. We're going to actually put the pop dots on the back of the green, but we're not going to take the backings off of those ones yet. I think I'll do 3 of them on this one. Okay, so now you want to adhere this onto the front of the green. So we're going to just peel the little backings up. Those ones are really sticky. Those circle ones are good sticky pop dots. That's what you need. But you know, these dies are, the pop-up one is Karen Berniston, and then we are using 3 different Sizzix dies, and I'll go over those. It's a spider and spiderweb from Tim Holtz and Sizzix. And then we are using the Halloween silhouettes. And then there's like a Halloween box, and I'll show you what that is. So we're going to set this down. And we're just going to leave that there for just a minute. We're going to put him on last. And we're going to kind of put him on last and him on last. And then actually let's do the little cat. So I want to do a pop dot on the cat. So I'm just going to put one here and here, or you could just adhere them to the frame, whatever you'd like to do. I like pop dots, and sometimes I just add them. And sometimes I just like lots of layers of pop dots. Oh, those ones are sticky too. The round ones. There we go. Now when you lay the little cat down, make sure that he's not sticking down further than the bottom of your frame. So when you put the little cat down, that he's not sticking down further, because you don't want him getting caught on anything. All right? Okay. So now we're going to go back to the actual card itself. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually do the pop-up part of this. And this is the really cool part of this that I love. And so there's a small end and a big end, and the big end has the 2 score lines, and the small has the 1. And so this is the front where you see the score lines, and the back is where you do not. And you're going to fold the front towards the back. Make sure that you get the score lines good, even if you got to kind of work it just a little bit. This is the most important part, is getting your score lines folded right where they're supposed to be. And this is thick 110-pound cardstock that we have. And it's wonderful. But when you're doing scores, you just want to be careful that you're not scoring it in the wrong place, because sometimes it wants to take its own direction. All right. You guys are ready for this. Okay, so the small end, and I'm going to show you before we adhere it down, the adhesive is going to go right where the X's are. So if you fold this in a little bit, you're going to put adhesive here, and we're just going to preliminary do it. We're going to put it up to the tippy top of the top edge of the card here, and we're going to put it on the crease, but not in the middle of the crease. Make sure you got the room of it to, you know, you can kind of fold it and push it right up onto there if you want. All right, so that's where our first adhesive is going to go. And I'm going to get the blue tip. And now I'm going to stick it down right there and make sure that it's up to the top edge. The reason why we need it at the top edge, the bigger the card that you use, the bigger card that you use is going to be, and you got to make sure it's straight too, because this is all going to work the right way. If you do a bigger card, it doesn't, you can bring it down a little bit if you wanted to, but since this is an A2 size card, which is 4 1/4 by 5 1/2, then you want to make sure that that it's up to the top, because when it folds down, you don't want it sticking out down the bottom. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is teach you a trick. Now, whenever there's a pop-up card, it's got to fold flat, right? Oh, we got a little bit of an edge in there. I can fix that here in a little bit. It's got to fold like this, right? So you have to find out where the fold is, where it can be picked up. And what I mean by that is we're going to put adhesive on this X, and we're going to bring the left side of the card over and hold it. And it's going to stick to the inside of it over here. So you don't have to figure out exactly where to put it. You don't have to sit and figure it out. Even though that would be pretty much right where it's going to be, we know it's going to be exactly where it's going to be by just putting it on the X, letting this fold down flat, letting this fold flat. So you don't have to be an expert of making these cards. You don't have to be, you know, this could be the first time that you're making a card. It doesn't matter. This is easy to do. Karen Berniston is an engineer by trade, and she makes it easy for us that are not engineers. I'm not an engineer. And she makes it easy for us to put these cards together. Kind of let that glue kind of adhere there for just a moment. And then you're going to get your aha moment. You're going to get your, whoa, this is really super cool moment. Are you ready? Oh, yes. Look at that pop-up. Look at that pop-up. I just kind of wanted to rescore that a little bit. Look at the pop-up right there. Okay. Y'all ready to get this put together? Okay, we're going to take the silver one. You can either put pop dots on there, or you can just go with the adhesive. And I'm just going to go with the adhesive along the edge there. Just across the middle. You can do vertical, you can do horizontal, whatever you'd like to do. And we're going to just adhere that down. Now we're going to go to the front. We're going to do the pop-up here in just a moment. We're going to, a little pop-up moved. Let me fix him. We're going to adhere them. So peel off the little backings to your pop dots. I just did them real quick. And you're going to adhere this to the front of the card. So these are all your layers. If you don't want it real thick, you don't have to. You can just do the pop dots and everything. You can leave those off if you don't want it thick. It is still going to, oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at the pop-up. Okay, so now what you're going to do is you're going to adhere this, excuse me, to the back. What you want to make sure is that it's not sticking out further than the crease in the middle. You don't want it over here like this. And so I'm going to get it close. And it almost looks like this piece fits right here. So we're going to kind of go with that a little bit. And I'm going to put adhesive on this big section, the liquid adhesive. And then we're going to bring it up to it. Just make sure you're not over the crease of the main card. And so now I just got my finger behind there, just kind of holding it and letting it go. So when you do these pop-ups, what you want to make sure is that you know, things can catch on the pop-up. So the more that it folds, the easier that it'll be each time that you open it up. And so sometimes you just got to train the folds a little bit. So this is the really cool moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to help them out. I'm going to help them out and get everything folded and flat. Okay. So then, you guys ready? You ready to open up your pretty cool, beautiful card? The Spooktacular. Welcome to my web. It's cheaper than therapy. There you go. You just made a flipping card. So we got a little thing there, a little piece of paper. Look at that. That's adorable. That is, give yourself a round of applause. You guys did it. Congratulations. This is amazing. It is not hard at all to do this pop-up. It's the flip and fold, so it just kind of folds down. All right. So there you go. On this next video, I'm going to show you a lot of really super cool things that you can make with a lot of other dies, including these ones. So enjoy. Hello everybody, this is Maria C, the Physics Lady from itscheaperthantherapy.com. We want to welcome you back to part 2 of the Spooktacular Mega Make Take Extravaganza again. I hope you all really enjoyed making your card that you did today, and I'm going to go through and show you some of the dies and everything that's with it. And I'm also going to go through and show you, let me grab it, We've got all the different papers and colors that were used, and it's got that beautiful sheen to them. You know, not too much, just enough. And these are 8.5 by 11 in packs of 25, and they are in our website as well. I wanted to kind of go over some of the things with you a little bit of, like I said, the products that were used in here, but some other samples of how you can use those products as well. So we've got the spider web, and the spider web and the little kids. This is the flip frame. It's the 1134 flip frame, and that's by Karen Berniston, and that is just really super cute. And there's different ways that you can use the flip frame besides using it into the Halloween, is you can use it with any theme that you want. And so let me move this. And this one, isn't that adorable? This is with other dies from the Karen Berniston, the Safari Animals, Go Wild, the Happy Birthday Phrases, I think that's 1004, and just wonderful, wonderful different ways that you can use it. That's the same paper. And here's another one. This one here is, a friend of mine made it, and this is the gnome and the backyard, you know, stuff, backyard charms. And so it is the crosshatch squares rather than the ovals that we used. And then also the frame on the front of it as well. This one is another one which has the flip frame. So you can even make them into shakers. And I've got a couple other samples and stuff too, but isn't that cute? That's really cute. And see how it just folds right on in, all the way down to the bottom. There you go. And then, so those are just some ways, different ways of you can use in the flip frame. Now we have the little kids, the little Halloween silhouettes, which is 664588. And we have Scully. We have the, we didn't use Scully, so we'll just put this one over here. But we've got some samples of how we can use all of them. And so this one is the Haunted Mansion. So that's with the little kids and the Haunted Mansion there. So you can use it that way as well. And then on the inside, it's part of the mansion, one of the kids, and then just a corner of the spider web. So you don't have to use the whole entire spider web. So that's a great idea of how to use it. This one is Scully. He's one of the color eyes. He has all the different little pieces, and you can see all the different fun pieces to really make him come to life. And again, this is the spider web, and the spider is actually coming off of the bottom, you know, of the web itself. And then again, there's a little piece of the web inside, and that is the 664746. Scully. So now we've got, here it is, another one of the spider webs and the spider and spider web on the inside. So there's different ways that you can use that. Here again, we've got the spider web and the spider on this side with some frays. And what a really wonderful way of, just simple ways too, of how you can use those. And that's with these guys right here. And so we have the bat and the cat. And this is the Thinlit set. It's a spooky silhouette box. And it makes a box, and then it has the interchangeable pieces, so you can, you know, change the insides of it to the other different themes, like the pumpkin. You can add the pumpkin, you can add the spider web, and you get all of these other dies too. You get the witch's hat, the, you know, big old spider, the bats. We use the bats and the cat in this set, but you get all of these in the box, and it's a really decent sized little box. And so this is the spider and spider web on it. And we got Boo, and we've got the cat and the hat. Didn't do that on purpose, but we've got those there too. So some of the other fun things that you can make with some of the other Halloween dies that we have. So it's kind of like, okay, we've got a lot of dies. We've got some that we've used on the project, but there's still really a lot of different die sets that you can use and incorporate and mix and match in that, all of them too. So this one here is the gates and the haunted mansion. So that's what these guys here incorporated together. And so that's a really cool one. I really like that a lot. And it just looks all creaky and, you know, scary and all of that stuff too. So Tim Holtz also has, it has the trick-or-treaters. These guys, they're just super funny. But if you look, the pieces are actually pretty big. So they're not these little teeny tiny guys. So you can actually make cards out of them. So that's a really fun way. I really like them, how you could do like the capes and stuff like that. You can do cutesy too. So it doesn't have to be scary or spooky, but these are just adorable. I love the little characters on there. And then, so what usually brings us to the thin dies is the thick dies. So let me show you the thick dies. So this die set, it's called Spooky, and it's these dimensional bats. So you can see the different dimension and everything that's on them, which is actually pretty cool. And so these are the thicker dies, which run through most of the machines, but you want to make sure that it accommodates the thicker dies instead of just the thin ones. But here's another fun way of using these dimensional bats, and that's by making, I'm going to see if I can show it in here, and that's by making these little flying bats. You got a whole bunch of them that you can make, and you can stream them and hang them in that for the Halloween parties or the kids and all of that. So this is really a wonderful way, a fun way, super fun way to use the bats. So like I said, usually, oh, this is one of my favorite ones. This one right here is Arthur, and he is one of the colorize. So I thought this is just a really super cute card, and it's actually a clear front. And here he is on the inside, and you can see all the different amazing dimension, you know, on him. Really, he doesn't give a hoot. We don't give a hoot. He's totally cute. And then so we got Christmas. Christmas is always... Okay, so here we've got Christmas. And there's some dies that we've had before. This one right here, which does the numbers. And then this is the holly and berries, the impresslets. And what the impresslets do is they die cut and emboss all in one pass. And that's why it's a thicker, it's like an embossing folder, but it also has a die in it as well. And so you can use that in there. It's the circle words. And so you can interchange them, or you could just make them solid. So you can incorporate those together. So maybe if you have some of the older sets that you use with that. So now we have the village. And the village is really cute because, again, this is one of the slimline cards, and he's just super cute. Lots and lots of layers on it. But it also has the Starry Night, the star background die set right here, and that's 664732. and this is 3/7. And so incorporating these two together, and also the Sizzix Thinlits phrases, holiday phrases. And so this one has, you can see all the little Starry Night, the whole background there that just cuts out all of the different stars. And then this is also the paper cut Christmas #2. So now we're starting to kind of coordinate and correlate different die sets for different cards. And there's also another paper cut die set here, and he's the Santa one. And they're just adorable. They're just adorable. So I just love showing all of the different things that you can make with them. And so Sherry, thank you so much for all these amazing samples. And with the joy that was in here, and then we've also got the festive trims. We got the festive trims that you can make with there. We've got the Santa's Wish, one of the colorized ones. Super cute, super cute. Okay, so the winter wardrobe has been a really popular one. So the winter wardrobe here was made in a slimline card, and it's the merry and bright phrases, so it's a bigger phrase. So it's an adorable card, and then this one here has it on the front. So real simple, just use the whole wardrobe. And this one, oh, one more Halloween, he was hiding. He was Halloween. It was Haunted Hills, and the Haunted Hills card. And I like it because when you open it up, it kind of, has the scary looking, tree with the shadows on it, stuff like that. And this one has to be, I think, one of my favorite ones. And that's the Thin Ice. And so this is a really, really cute card with the thin ice. And I'd have to say that that's probably my favorite one of those. I just love that little character. And he's just really super cute. And but there's so many fun ways of how you can use these and all of the different products. And we're going to share some more pictures and things like that too for you. So there's so many other die sets that Sizzix has as well. And we have some really super fun ones to share with you with the Christmas theme, a holiday theme. And so, like I said, kind of Halloween kind of goes right on into the start of the holiday season. And so let's share this one here too. So the Holly and Berries, that long border one that was red, this one here is the ornament. It's also a 3D impresslet. So it cuts and embosses all in the same pass. And so look how beautiful it is. This looks a little bit more patinaed. And this is also the Winter Phrases die set as well. And so that is the 3D impresslets and 3D impresslets ornament. Sorry, get my wording there. So now there's just some fun scenery dies. And then again, we have the 664445. I'll put some of these numbers that are up there, little slimline card. So it's great to kind of do these little different sceneries, and you can do them lengthwise with the slimline theme. Okay, so this is like a snow globe. Isn't that adorable? But you could put other things inside of there too besides just a little house. So you could get creative with shakers and all of that with this one as well. And this one's by Jim Long. And then we also have, this is a really pretty, I really like these a lot. And it's the layered winter flower. And so it's not colorized. It doesn't have as many pieces, but the dark red is one piece, and then it has the different layers on there. So then you can do different colors, different shades. And it makes it really easy to give a more of a dimension flower without too much more dimension itself. And so isn't that just a gorgeous die set? I really like this die set a lot. I love those layered flowers. And then we have, this one is the Stampin' Die set. It's called Make a Wish. And I like this one too. So there's a few sayings in here. There's some images. And then there's different dies. And it tells you all right here, everything that you get up here in that corner. So you get all of those pieces in there, stamps and dies, all in one thing. And so this is a fun sample of how you could do, Starry Night, Make a Wish, and never stop looking up. Never, ever stop looking up. You got the Shine Bright. And so this is a really pretty card that I like with the Make a Wish. And then we have the Christmas tree card. And so it goes onto the inside fold of a gatefold card. And so you would put the star just on one side, and you got all of these different layers in that too. And like I said, I'm going to put some of these numbers and everything in there. Just take a moment here and just kind of really look at these really amazing samples. This one here is Scully from Tim Holtz and Sizzix. And I mean, there's so many different textures and inks and embossing that you can use for all of these different dies. So what we're going to do is, for all of you who order within the next today of the show, the event, and then the next day, if you order within that, we are also going to throw in a free die set for you too. It's going to be amazing. You're going to love it, but you got to order within the first 2 days of the event to get that. So since we were the first ones to sell Sizzix in the entire world, we want to thank you so much for joining us here today. And here's some other samples that you can use with the flip frame. Check out the designers' blogs. They are amazing. And I'm going to put the, you can see the SKU numbers that are going to be on these dies, or on the pictures for the dies. So then if you're interested in those, you'll be able to see them. So this is one of my favorites, is Arthur. He's the colorized from Sizzix and Tim Holtz designer. And this is another one. It's just a really pretty way of using the inks, just to give it a different look in the front of it with the spider web. And so there's just so many different variations of this, but we wanted just to give you some really good close-ups of samples that were used with these dies. So I hope you really enjoy it, and happy crafting. But we're not over. Stay till the end, because then you'll be able to get the coupon code and everything. So we're just gonna let this go by, see the different variations of the die sets. And oh, this box one that's coming up right here is just really cute. That's the cat and the bats that we use. But it also makes these just adorable boxes that we showed in the first video too. So thank you. Da-da-da! We made this really super fast for you. So this is the pine cone with the holly and berries. This is one of the thick dies. Now you may have some of these dies already, but still I'm going to show you the beautiful samples that you can create. So you can add a broom to it if you wanted to. This is the colorized snowman. So you got the saying down here, or you don't have to do a saying, but I really like the broom and all of that too. So he's adorable. I love him. And then this one, you could use the winter wardrobe. This is not the winter wardrobe one, but this is an older one. But look how fun that you can actually make these really easy shakers. And I'm going to show you some other fun things too. So this is another one. I love this. I love it. One more thing that Sizzix has, and it is just amazing. So think about all your little shakers or doodads that you want to add onto your card, and you want to think about how you could get them. There's a whole bunch of these sequins and bead sets. You get all kinds of different pieces in there. And, you know, there's little stars and beads and flowers and all different kinds of things in these sets. And there's 5 containers in each one of the sets. Look how pretty that is. And you get all of them, all color coordinated and everything ready to go. So many yummy colors. Now, I didn't know if you know that Sizzix also makes biodegradable glitter. So it's a little bit more of a chunkier glitter. It's still very fine, very nice. It's really sparkly as well. And we also carry the VZ Crafts glitter. But these are just some of the colors of the glitter line that Sizzix has. And did you know that Sizzix has, let me get a different color. There we go. Sizzix has embossing powders. And these embossing powders have a little shimmer to them. And so that's really pretty if you can see that. So there's just a ton of yummy colors. There are so many new things. It's just amazing. There's not enough time to show them all. Definitely not enough time to show them all. And then also don't forget the permanent pen markers. And we have all the different cool tools and everything. So don't forget our show specials. And here it is. Again, is our show specials. And we are Maria C., the Sizzix Lady. Don't forget, it is Flip Therapy 20. So you're going to get that 30% off. 30% off. And that is even off of sale prices on most things. There are some exclusions to it. We still have some of the Maria Surprise Sizzix craft boxes. And so there's a few of those left. It doesn't apply to those because those are heavily discounted. And we do have some virtual pricing on machines. And so enjoy. So here we are, Flip Therapy. It's cheaper than therapy.com. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we look forward to our next Mega Make Take Extravaganza. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and we got into some spider webs this project, didn't we? How cute is this? Welcome to my web flip and fold die set. Look at that. I love it. I mean, it's just cute to start with, but I just love the pop-ups, you know?
I do too.
And it's always just fun to get that little woo surprise, you know, just like she said. And I loved, Maria gave some great techniques, you know, when she was putting these two bottom pieces on with the silhouette. She said to make sure that you line it up with this outside over here and leave a little bit of a gap in the fold anytime you want to do these fold cards, because if you don't, it'll bunch up. And this, keeping that away from that fold just a little bit, just an 1/8 of an inch, helps to make it so it doesn't, you know, bunch up and everything. And then also when she was adhering, the little pop-up piece, you know, she said, make sure that, you know, you really get those, folds on the score lines. You know, some of those score lines, especially since it's such a small piece, you want to make sure that you really get a good fold on that fold line. And making sure with this, because it's an A2 card, when you do I call them the flip ups or flip outs, fold outs, she put this towards the top just because you don't want to put it down towards the bottom just because of the size of the card. But gosh, you know, you got a place to journal. You could put a little picture of a little trick-or-treater up there in the corner. So love the colors, love the web. It is the die is a Halloween silhouette, so, and that's a Tim Holtz die. So how fun adding little bats on there. So thank you, Miss Maria, for that great, cute project. And now I want to shop this Vicky.
Yes. Well, first of all, I want to say that this would look so great in our decor.
Yes, we're going to see all these projects on our set here.
So cute. So it's cheaper than therapy.com has so much awesomeness.
Yes.
And like, again, I go to the website. It's just, there's so many different things that you are going to be amazed. But if you're really in search of Halloween, there's so much great Halloween. So like she said, she used the Karen Bernstein flip frame for this card, and that's available online on her website. Also, like Dave was mentioning, the Tim Holtz dies for the Sizzix, the Haunted Mansion, the kids, Scully, Spiderwebs, spiders, all kinds of fabulous dies there that you can get and just, you know, build up and make
and create. Yeah, you could even add some more of those on this card.
You could make, you know, like little village of a scary village or all kinds of things with those amazing dies. So,
a banner, that'd be cute.
Oh, too. Yes.
Yeah, that'd be cute.
Oh,
We need a banner.
Here's a banner. I'm all right then. Okay. So yeah, there's so many different things. The spooky silhouette box that she had, so cute for friends and coworkers to give as treats. That would be so cute. There's just so many different ideas that she gave. I love the gates. Those were so scary. The gate dies and the trick-or-treaters from Tim Holtz. I think I said that. Bats. The haunted hills. And then also there's so much Halloween, but then there's so much for Christmas too. So if you're already getting ready for your cards, like I'm already thinking about what's my card going to be.
I've been pulling things out too, for sure.
So there's a plethora of Christmas stamps and dies as well. Some of my favorites were Santa, the winter wardrobe, the ornament, scenery, snow globe, layered winter flower was beautiful, and I love all the samples she showed. It was
that's the great thing, because you see the different ways they're used and intermixed too.
Exactly.
So, and it's going to be a great time to buy them too, because there's a special. So much. So if you spend $100 after discount, you're going to receive a free 10-piece It's Cheaper Than Therapy.com blending brush set. Oh, those are nice.
Wow.
Yeah, and they were all different sizes.
Yes. If you spend over $50 after discounts, you're going to receive a free domestic shipping from It's Cheaper Than Therapy.com. So there are so many good things. 30% off all of Sizex, Elizabeth Craft Designs, Renia, Riley & Company, so much more.
Wow.
So that is amazing. The coupon code is FlipTherapy20.
Yeah.
So you're going to want to visit this.
That's right.
For sure.
And you know what? You can order that, because the only time that you're going to be scared is just once a month when that credit card bill comes. But that's okay.
That's true.
Shop, shop, shop.
All right. So everybody, right now we're going to give you a 20-minute intermission for you to get a bite to eat or use the restroom, and we're going to cut the feed, and then we're going to be right back in 20 minutes. Okay, so follow us and come right back.
Yes, enjoy the break.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Welcome back to our part 2. We hope you had a great break. Now let's get ready for some sassy and crafty.
I think it's time we got started. Now, teach.
Hi, welcome to Spooktacular. Hi, I'm Amy from Sassy and Crafty, and I am so excited that you guys are joining me today. I cannot wait to show you guys this Halloween themed project we're going to be making. We're going to make an invitation to a Halloween party, or it could just be a Halloween card. We're going to be making a cupcake topper as well as a candy treat bag. And at the end of it, I'm going to show you a little bonus project where we can take all the things we made and you can save them from your party and put them on a scrapbook layout. And then you can keep them as treasured memories. I want to tell you a little bit about our special too for this Spooktacular. Right now, if you spend $25 in the store, you get 10% off. If you spend $50, you get 15% off. And if you spend $100, you get a whopping 20% off. You are going to want to take advantage of that because we have some amazing fall product in the store right now. So before we get started, I just want to remind you at the end of this video, you will see the coupon code, so be on the lookout for those. And also, when the video's over, we're going to have even more fun, so don't leave. You're going to want to stick around. So let's go ahead and get started.
All right, let's take out our ingredients in our kit. We've got everything we need for our card base here. We're going to separate that. And then you're also going to have in your kit everything you need for the cupcake topper. And don't worry, I'll go through each piece as we use them. And then you're going to have this bag here. The bag itself is actually your treat bag. And then inside, we put just some rhinestones for fun. You can choose to use them on your project or not use them. It's up to you. You've got a great 3x3 stencil and this stamp set that was made just for you called Pumpkinhead. It is so fun. Let's kick things off by making this beautiful card. So you're going to need your black card, your orange cardstock, the white and purple strip, your small black strip, and of course this wonderful Pumpkinhead stamp set. So we're going to start off here with the spider. We're going to peel that off and we're going to just put it on an acrylic block. And then I'm just using Memento ink and we're going to just stamp a pattern to make our own pattern paper. The way I like to do this is I like to create a triangle. So you're going to see me put 3 down here and you'll see that makes a great little triangle pattern right there. So in order to continue that, you're going to do it all over that same triangle pattern. So here I'm going to take a stamp. I'm going to stamp it right down here in the bottom and you can see I'm making my second triangle. Okay, you're going to follow that pattern until all of your cardstock is covered. Now you have these little open areas on the edges and I just like to stamp the edges just so you have spiders running off. I made a little mistake there, but don't worry about it. We're going to cover that up. So now you're going to use that solid dot. And you can skip this part if you want, but I just like to add a little bit more pattern and see how I've gotten a couple thumbprints on there. Well, I'm just going to use my stamp to cover it up. I'm just going to randomly put the dots to fill up the spaces and you can see there it comes together and it looks really cute when it's done. So I'm going to take this Distress Oxide in Black Soot and I'm just going to go around the edges here, just really put a little bit of soft color on there. Now I'm using this brush. It's a makeup brush I got on Amazon. They're kind of all the rage right now. People are loving them. But I also want to show you, you can do this with just a regular dauber. This works great. This blended tool, you can get the exact same effect. You don't have to have the brush. The trick is you want to use the very edge of it and you want to press really, really light. Now see here, I'm going to use my finger to show you. If I just use the edge and I'm pressing really, really light, not deep pressure, but very light pressure, as though maybe your skin had a sunburn and you barely want to touch it, that's how light you want to be pressing. Okay, so you're just going to continue to do the edges all over until it's got a nice kind of soft effect framing the card. So now we're going to go ahead and just adhere this to our card front. You can see how making pattern paper with your stamps is really easy and effective, and you can imagine all the different combinations of papers you can make. So now that we've got our base done, I want you to take out that white strip. I'm going to use some Wilted Violet Distress Oxide ink and my brush here. So I'm going to also have that sponge as well because I want to show you techniques with both of them just in case you don't have the brush. So what we're going to be doing is creating this ombre effect here. So ombre just meaning from dark to light. So I'm going to use my brush and load it up. And if you just have the blender, use that. I'll show you in a second how to use it. So we're going to use that same pressure technique here. At the bottom of the strip, you're pressing much harder. And as you work your way up the strip, you're going to let your hand off the pressure. So that way it gets lighter and lighter and lighter. And that's going to create that ombre. So here I'm going to take the blender tool and I'm just going to go over it to show you. So again, I'm pressing very firmly here at the base. And as I work my way up, I am totally lightening the pressure to the point where I am barely touching it. This technique is going to give you that beautiful, soft blended look, and it may take a little bit of practice. It's okay. Practice a couple times, and you'll get the hang of it, I promise. And you're going to love the results because it is so pretty when it's done. Look how gorgeous that is. You can also use different colors to blend from dark to light and create this with a bunch of different combinations. So now I'm going to take my Memento ink, and I'm just going to take out that little ghost stamp, and I'm just going to simply stamp it 3 times. Now, you could do more ghosts, less ghosts. You could do whatever you want here. This is just a guide to create the card that we're creating, but I encourage you to be creative. You know, if you've got a different idea, go for it. Do that too. So now that they're stamped, we're going to be taking an acrylic block and an alcohol marker. I'm using Copics FV2 for this, and then you're also going to need an alcohol blender pen. So I'm just going to put that under some scratch paper because we're going to need to wipe that off. So the trick is you pick up the color with your blender and then you just color with it until it fades away. And there's several different ways that you can do this. You can put barely any color on, and so you're putting just like a hint of color, or you can add more to it if you want to get a really dose of color and then kind of color in a circular motion, and that way it'll be dark in the center and blend out to nothing. And it's really important when you're doing this technique that you want to have a piece of scratch paper to wipe it off in between sometimes, because sometimes ink will get stuck on there and you don't know about it, and then you'll wind up putting ink somewhere on your project that you don't want. So here you see I've done the circle techniques for the cheek, and I'm just going in and adding a little bit more color. And it's always better to start out light, and you can always add more. So now for the side of the ghost, I'm just picking up the color and making a streak that kind of fades out to nothing. So I'm just going to take it and just move it up the ghost like so. Now you're going to go ahead and repeat that technique for all 3 ghosts. And you can see here I'm wiping off my brush because at the very bottom ghost, I don't feel like he had enough color. So that's when I can go back in, grab more color, and wipe on a little bit more until I'm totally happy with it. And there you can see we've added just a touch of color to our ghost. So I'm going to take out my black oxide ink here and just kind of ink the edges of my cardstock. I think it just adds another little touch. And we're going to adhere that onto the front. And remember that mistake I showed you that I made on the orange cardstock? It just won't matter because right there we covered it up. So always keep in mind the big picture. Don't get hung up on little mistakes. I've used some foam tape here to foam tape my ghost. Oops, not upside down. Let's put it the right way. And so I'm just going to foam tape it and adhere it to the card in the center of the purple. And now we just need a title, right? We need that cute little sentiment that goes along there. We're going to use "Have a Beautiful Day." I love puns. Puns are absolutely my most favorite sentiments in the whole world. So we're going to be stamping this on black cardstock, and I'm going to be using some Versamark ink. And then I've got some Ranger white embossing powder. So I'm going to use that. And then I'm going to go ahead and heat set it. You could use a white strip with black ink if you don't have embossing powder. I think that would look just as cute. So I've put foam tape on the edges and adhesive in the middle, so that way I can put it right on top of my ghost. And there you have it. We've completed this cute little card. And I like it kind of plain, but I'm also a blingy girl. So I put bling in there for you. So if you want to add bling, go for it. And now for the cupcake topper. You guys, I am obsessed with cupcakes, and making toppers is just so fun. So here you can see he's all done. We've added the bling. But let's go ahead and build him up. So we're going to take that purple circle, and what we're going to do is flip over our stencil and just tape it to the back. It will adhere it really nicely, and then just so it doesn't move around, we're going to tape that to a piece of cardstock or your work surface, whichever you prefer. I'm going to take that wilted violet ink again, and I'm just going to go over the stencil just with some light pressure. I just want a kind of tone-on-tone look here because I really want my little pumpkin head guy to stand out. See, there it is completed. It's really soft and pretty. You could use black ink here if you wanted to too, if you wanted it to like pop. So now I'm going to take my little pumpkin head. You've been given some cut files, so he's been cut out for you. But just remember, there's kind of like a little lip on the top where his stem sticks out. Make sure that that is on the right side. See, he's right there. It goes to the left, and make sure that's in the right angle so that way you're stamping on the cut file correctly. So there he is, all complete and all stamped, and he's ready for us to color him. So I'm going to be using some Copic markers here. You can use whatever you have. This is just a suggestion. And if you'd like to follow along, you'll be able to see the markers that I'm using as I use them. Okay, we're going to start out by coloring in the entire pumpkin head with YR15. So if you don't have Copics, feel free to use a light, medium, and dark orange pen, like whatever you might have on hand would be great. So now that I've colored up the whole base, I'm going to come in with YR68, which is my medium color. So you see those little lines on the pumpkin face? I'm going to color on the left side of it and the right side of it, just kind of following the pattern of the lines, just going along one side or the other. Now, I find the success in coloring with alcohol markers by going over it twice. So you're going to see here I'm coloring really close to the line because I want to control the amount of color I put on here. So now that I've done that, I'm going to go back over and do it again. So I'm just going to really darken it and really saturate it with that color. Just doing it twice really makes a huge difference. And you can see here, if you color just slightly away from the edge, it gives room for that tiny lighter color to peek through, which adds like a natural highlight and kind of makes it look like the object is more rounded, which is a really cool trick. So here I'm going to take E08, which is a really dark orange color, and I'm just going to go over the edges. And once I'm done, I'm going to go back with my YR15 and just kind of soften out those edges so it all blends together. If you start coloring over your image twice, you'll see a really big difference, and you'll see it blends beautifully and it's more saturated. Here I'm using YG03 to color in the vine, and then because it's a small space, you're going to have to do a jump in color from light to your darkest to add a little bit of shadow in there. I'm using G05, so that way it adds the darkness and gives some shadow without you having to use 3 or 4 colors. We're going to use that same coloring technique we did with the ghost because I just want to add a little bit of color to his bow tie. So just repeat what we did before, and you can add as little or as much color as you like. So I'm just using this darker purple pen to go in and add a couple lines coming from the center of his bow tie just to add a little bit more dimension. So now let's go ahead and color his shirt. So we're going to use YG03 to color that in, and I want to show you how to add a little bit more dimension to it, and it's really easy to do. You're going to take your medium green and you're basically going to draw a triangle. So just a tall, skinny triangle coming from the bottom of the shirt, and just outline the edges of his arms that are next to his body. And then here's where the real magic comes in. You're going to take your darkest shade of green and you're just going to flick, just barely make a little flick going up, and you'll do that right in the center of the triangle. So you make it just a little bit wide, but not too wide, and then go over the sides of his arms. So you're going to repeat this process and do it twice. And here you can see me finishing that on the second round, and it adds just a little bit of dimension to his shirt, making it look like it has ridges in it. All right, now let's get to coloring those pants. That little pumpkin head has to have pants, right? Okay, so for his pants, I'm going to use this kind of grayish brown. It's W3 if you're using a Copic marker. And then I'm just going to add the smallest shadow in E44 just right underneath the shirt, just to make it look like there's a little bit of shadow. I don't want to do too much work here because, again, it's a tiny space. I colored his shoes with C5, and now I'm just going to take that orange and pop it on his hands, and he's done, except we want to make sure that his eyes pop. So I just took out a fine tip black marker, and I'm just going to go over the black of his eyes and his nose and his mouth. And once that's done, you're just going to take a gel pen and just put basically like a little comma up in his eye. And I swear, you guys, this little white highlight in the eye, it adds so much life to your characters. So try it. I think that you'll love it. Isn't he adorable? He's so cute. Now let's go ahead and assemble our cupcake topper. So we're going to be taking that purple circle that we did and just add a little bit of ink to the edges like we did the card just to finish it off. And then you just glue that down on the center. And then if you want to, you can just put your pumpkin head guy like on the top, glue him down. I always love to add a little dimension, so I'm going to put a little foam tape on the back of him just so he pops a little, and then just put him right on the center. Totally easy, simple cupcake topper, but really adorable and effective, and something that you would want to keep or that other people might want to take home. So to finish him off, you're just going to need a toothpick and some tape. So the reason why you just use Scotch tape and a toothpick is because I'm going to show you how you can use this exact cupcake topper on a layout later. So you don't want it to be so permanent that you can't remove it when you're done. So you can have him with or without bling, but there he is. He's finished and really cute. All right, next up, guys, is our candy treat bag. And I got to show off mine because I filled mine with gummy worms because gummy worms are my favorite, you guys. I cannot get enough of them. Kind of obsessed. So I'm going to show you how to make this cute little topper. And what we're going to do to start is you're going to repeat that same thing we did with the cupcake topper. You're going to put down that small green circle, and we're going to bring our stencil back out, and we're going to tape it down. And then you can use whatever color ink you want here. I think purple could be really fun on this, or of course black would be great. That would really pop. I love that whole tone on tone look, so I'm just going to be using peeled paint on top of mine. It just adds a little bit different green color on there, and it's very subtle. It's not really in your face, and I like that because I like the other things on the project to pop out, not just like the stencil. So you can see they're really great, easy, simple, fun to do. Set that aside because now we're going to stamp on it. We're going to use the Trick or Treat stamp, and we're going to be stamping right in the center using Memento ink. You can use a Misty if you want for this, but I felt like it was easy enough just to use an acrylic block. And you can stamp anything you want on there, or you could use one of the characters or the candy on there. So you're just going to put that down right in the center, and it's complete. So now you're going to want to set that aside because we're going to need that craft piece of paper, that brown color. And you're going to use the dots, the candy, and the long kind of candy stick. And I want you to bring out some Memento ink, and when you put those on, I want you to put them kind of in a triangular pattern. And all we're going to do is we're going to stamp that in the ink, and we're going to randomly cover this piece of paper. It does not have to be exact, you guys. Don't stress about it. Just kind of, tilt and move your block around and just cover the entire paper with it. You'll see when it's all done and colored, it's absolutely beautiful, and it doesn't really matter what order the candy is in. So there it is completed, and now we're going to break out some colored pencils. I like to keep this title around so that way you can see exactly how much you're going to be coloring. I turned mine around because I think I like it better this way. But there is a portion of it you won't have to color because we're going to have that little kind of circle title on it, okay? So this is going to show you a really easy way to add some shading and some dimension without having to do a lot. So you're just going to color this with a light color. I'm using light green. You can use whatever color you want. And I'm going to color every other stripe on the candy. Then I'm going to come in with a darker green. And all I'm going to do is basically just draw a line on the outer edge. And that's going to kind of represent our shadow. Then I'm going to come in with my next color, which is a light purple, and color every other stripe in. And again, we want this to be simple and fun, just something relaxing to color. We don't have to really color the heck out of this and shade it all up because it's really tiny. So I'm going to do the same thing and add those lines on the edge, and it just gives a little bit of dimension to it and a little bit of shadow without a lot of work. So for my cute little wrapped candy, I'm just going to color the edges white. I'm just thought it would be fun to color the wrappers white. You could color them whatever you want. And then I thought I would color the ball portion of the candy, like that would be the portion I'll color all different kinds of color. But I want a little bit of dimension on there, so I'm going to take my lightest purple, and I'm just going to add a couple of lines right there to represent maybe some folds in the candy wrapper. So you're going to want to color these wrappers all different colors, okay? So I'm going to start out with this first one by coloring it yellow, and then I'm going to do my dots orange. I just absolutely love yellow, orange, and white together. It always reminds me of Halloween because of candy corn, which is totally funny because I love the combination, but I can't stand candy corn. So I don't know why, but I love it. So I'm going to take a lighter orange here as my shadow on the yellow, and I'm just going to barely put some color there. Then I'm going to use that same lighter orange to color in the dots, and I'm just going to do a tiny bit of dark orange for just a tad bit of shadow, and not on all the dots, just on a couple. So continue that pattern and fill all these in and just make all the colors really random. don't stress about it. Don't think too hard about it. This is just supposed to be fun, and it's going to be something fun for you to give away and or to save for your scrapbook. So now that that's colored, we're going to go ahead and take the candy wrapper topper and we're going to fold it in half. And I'm just going to use a bone folder to make sure it's nice and sharp. It seems like I just can't get it nice and sharp with my fingers, you guys. I have to always use a bone folder. So we're going to go ahead and adhere that down to the very center of it, leaving like just a nice little black edge around the whole thing. And then you can, oops, I might want to turn it the right side up. And then you can see I just added some more foam tape because you guys know I love foam tape. And I'm going to pop that right on there. And now you can see why we didn't color the whole thing because it's covered, right? So all you have to do is you're just going to put adhesive on the top and in the bottom. Not super strong, but strong enough to hold. And because you want people to be able to get it off so they can eat the candy. So there it is with and without bling. Super fun. A great giveaway for your friends or families or a great party favor. There's all of our pieces, and now, you guys, I want to show you what else we can do with these. So the party's over. We had a great time. We're going to make a scrapbook layout. I took all the remaining stamps and just kind of placed them on this block randomly, and you could do this too in whatever pattern you want. I've got this 12 by 12 purple cardstock, and I'm going to use this wilted violet ink. And I'm just going to stamp randomly around. I'm going to kind of go around the edges of it, so it's not super random. But I'm not caring, you guys, about how this lines up. Like you'll see when it's finished, there's some blank spots. There's some spots where it's maybe not the whole stamp or it goes over the edge. It doesn't matter, guys. We're adding just a little bit of pattern, a little bit of fun, and it ties it all together. Nobody's really going to look at it with a microscope, okay? So here you can see it gives this really great tone-on-tone look. You guys know that's my thing. It's my jam, and I love it. So I wasn't sure if I wanted to rotate the block, but in the end, I kind of liked doing it all the same. But I do think rotating the stamp would be really cute too, so you might want to try that. But see, isn't that cute? And it will make a great little background paper, just some added texture to the layout that I think would be cute. So now I've stamped my final one and it's complete. And I'm not going to do the center because we're going to be putting something else in the center, so we don't have to worry about it. Now, I love adding strips of paper, especially glitter cardstock, but it's expensive. So what I like to do is cut strips of it, and then I'll cut those strips in half and glue them down as though they go across the entire page. So I could have even made these shorter if I wanted to, but I wasn't thinking about it at the time. They could have been as short as the green ones, actually. But you can see you can really stretch your glitter cardstock that way, or if you have some other cardstock or paper or pattern paper that you're really a fan of and you just don't want to use all of it up, this is a great way around that. When you know you're going to be layering, you can just use the edges of it so it appears as though it goes all the way, because you really don't need it to go all the way. Okay, so now that that's down, I'm going to be putting this top strip up here, and I'm not going to cut this one because we have something going on the far right side of the layout, and you'll see that as the layout progresses and moves along. So now that that's down, we're going to take an 8.5 by 11 black cardstock, and we're just going to adhere it onto the page. And you'll see how it covers all that space that we didn't stamp. Sorry guys, the adhesive and the paper wanting to stick to my hand is kind of flying everywhere. So now that we have that down, I want to put an orange piece of cardstock on top of it, but I want a little bit more pattern to it. So I thought it would be really cute if I used just the piece of candy and just made, some random pattern on that, just for another way to tie in another piece of pattern paper. And I decided on using Rusty Hinge, and you'll see when I flip the paper over, I actually tested a couple different inks so I could see which one I liked best. That's a really good way, is just to test it. Flip over the paper, the side you're not going to use, and test it that way. So here it is finished, but in the end, you guys, I would have stamped the candy a little bit tighter and put more on there because I really did love the look of it. So I think if you have a chance, you might want to put the candy tighter when you stamp it so there's more candy all over the page. There were some spots that I did leave blank because I knew photos were going there. So if you know ahead of time where your photos are going to go, that's another great way to save on having to stamp the whole thing. So let's bring out that card. So we've saved one of the cards for ourselves, the invitation we sent out to our party, and we're going to adhere that down just in the bottom right-hand corner. And I absolutely love this trick. So you've got this invitation, and what you can do is you can journal whatever you want about the party and how much fun it was, and put that over the invitation that's inside. So now this acts like a little hidden journal spot on your layout. Isn't that fun? It's such a great idea. So now we're going to be taking the candy topper, and I'm just going to stick it up here by adhering the very back part of it to my layout. And I'm not going to close that up and glue it down just yet, because what we're going to do is we're going to use that as kind of like a frame holder for our photo. So I'll stick the top of the photo inside, and then I'll go ahead and glue the top of that down over the photo. And I apologize for the photos, you guys. I had no photo paper. I was out. So this is like regular cardstock I had to print on, but I wanted you guys to have samples. And they're actual pictures from my Halloween party. I have a big one every single year. So here I've just made a little journal square, and my last photo is going to be going right over here. That is me in the same costume that you guys saw me at the beginning of the video. And we do love Halloween. We're kind of Halloween obsessed. So this was a super easy assignment for me. So I'm just going to go ahead and adhere that photo down. And you guys see how you can use these pieces over again and how fun it is, and it ties everything together. It's just so cute, right? And it's a great way to reuse these pieces. And it's also a part of the memory, right? Because you made these things for your party and for your loved ones and your friends and family. So I've added that green cardstock, and now it's time for my cupcake topper. He's going to go right up top there. I think he's so cute, and he acts like a cute little embellishment at the end of my black cardstock. Well, actually, my black glitter strip. Let's not forget the glitter. That's important. But you know what, you guys? This needs a title. It's missing a title. We got to have a title. So what I'm going to be doing is using this incredible, it's transparency sheet, but you can emboss on it. And I have stamped it with two of our stamps that you cannot see because it's stamped with Versamark ink. But once I pour the white embossing powder on it, you guys can see that it says OMG Spooky. And those two sentiments are from our Sassy Girl lines. Totally fun, right? And the best part is when you emboss this, it's beautiful and it's on a transparency. It's fantastic. So because that's not really going to show, I'm just going to use double-sided tape to stick it down. And I'll just put 2 strips on there. That way I know it's going to be secure because it's going on glitter paper, which is kind of a rough texture and it's hard to adhere things to. So the double-sided tape I think works best for this. So I'm just going to slip the end underneath my cupcake topper and glue that down, and there we go. We have a beautiful scrapbook layout, and you've got this treasured memory of not only whatever fun party or event you went to, but you made all those things. I hope you guys enjoyed what we did with this. You know, it's fun, it's different. I hope it gets you guys thinking about different things. But hey, just wait. There's more. I've got a second bonus project for you I'm so excited about. This is a sticker set that you can make and give away to a friend who loves scrapbooking or card making. So this is our Cool Chick stamp. So what I'm going to do is, because I store my stamps differently, I'm going to peel off this back piece and I'm going to put my other stuff aside. You're going to want to keep this back piece. This is what our sticker set is going to be adhered to. So I'm going to be using my Misty to stamp this. If you don't have one, that's fine. You don't have to use this to stamp or emboss. I just love mine. I highly recommend them. So I'm just going to take out my stamp here, and what I'm going to be using is my little tiny ghost and my little spider and the little piece of candy, and I want to stamp multiples of this. And when I started, I wasn't quite sure how many I wanted to use, so I just stamped a bunch of pieces, including Pumpkinhead, because I wasn't sure, like I said, exactly what I wanted. So I'm just going to use Memento ink here to stamp them, and I'm going to stamp multiple times. I really think it's better to stamp a bunch and color them and have them kind of set aside, because then you can always use the extras for something else. So there's all my pieces and they're all set and done. And so now what I want to do is I want to color all these, and it's going to be a quick color, but I'm going to go over it really quick. So I'm just going to color in this first candy the same way we did with the pencils, right? So we use kind of a lighter shade and a darker shade to add a little bit of depth, and you're going to do that same thing here. So a little bit of light and a little bit of dark, and again, don't stress at this, don't blend a lot, it's really not important. You just want to add a little pop of color. I just love the combination of orange and purple together, so I'm going to be using V15 to add my purple dots here. And just like we did with the pencil, I want to add just some little lines to the wrapper, so I'm just going to come in and add a couple little flicks of light purple there. I just think that adds a little bit more kind of dimension to it, which I think is fun. And now I'm going to use V17 to go in and add just a little bit of depth. And I'm going to do a tiny, tiny flick right at the base of that wrapper just to add a little bit more depth to it. So I'm just going to continue coloring my candy whatever random color I want, but for the spider I'm going to use that V15, and I'm just going to lightly color him. The legs are kind of hard, so just kind of add a flick of color in there to get those legs. And then I'm just going to go around the outside edges with the V17 just to darken it. And once I've done that, I'm going to come back with my V15, that lighter color, and just go over it so it blends together nicely. So next up, we're going to do our ghosts. I honestly think you guys could do these just stamped in white and they'd still be super cute. But here I am putting a little C2 in there as a shadow, and then I'm just going to go over it lightly with C1 just to kind of blend it in a way, just to add a tiny bit of color. But I do think they'd be cute just by themselves. So we're going to be taking these two longer sentiments, and we're just going to use Versamark ink and some Ranger white embossing powder to stamp these onto black cardstock. And then once we stamp them, we're going to heat emboss them. Now you could do this in whatever combination you want. I just really like the black on white. I think it really pops and I like it. You could do this in white and purple or white and orange. You know, a whole bunch of different combinations would go with this set because we're pulling all those colors together. I think that would be fun. But there's just something about like those white words on black. It just pops to me and I absolutely love it. So once that's heat embossed, I'm going to go ahead and take out my trimmer, and I'm just going to cut these down, and you can cut them down to whatever size you want. I left enough room on each side so I could add these cute little glitter kind of rhinestone button things. I don't know what you call them, but whatever they are, they're fabulous. And they're very sparkly. If you can't tell on camera, you guys, they're so super sparkly in real life, which I love. So now that those are done, aren't they cute? They're just so fun. They really pop. I love it. For the next embellishment, these are my faves. I took a circle die, a really small one, and I cut out these 4 circles from black cardstock. And what you're going to be doing is we're going to adhere these orange buttons to the center of the black cardstock. And I didn't realize until after I did this first one that it's black on black, so it's probably kind of hard for you guys to see. So I eventually move it to a yellow circle so you guys can see a little bit better. So I apologize for that. But you're just going to glue that down. I've just used some Gina K Connect glue to put that down. I find that it adheres really well. So any liquid adhesive would be great. And then you're going to take that same like glittery rhinestone and you're going to put it in the center. It makes for a super cute embellishment. It's got great depth and dimension and it's really fun. I love the look of it, and they make for really cute embellishments on a card, you guys. And they're different looking. They're different than most embellishments out there because they're all layered. See, aren't those super fun? And the orange and purple look really great together. So let's utilize that stencil once again. This time I've got orange and black pattern paper because I think it's really fun to stencil on top of pattern paper. It gives it a different look. So for this, I'm just going to tape it down with my adhesive stencil tape, and then I'm going to be using Distress Oxide Black Soot because I really want it to just really stand out. And I'm just going to dab that on there, kind of mix it around, and I really want to get it pressed in there because I find the black oxiding isn't always really, you know, like strong looking. It can be a little see-through, opaque looking, I guess you would say. And so I put a lot on there, and so you'll see later on I actually adhere it down before it's dry, and that's okay. But just to forewarn you, set it aside, let it dry. You definitely need to let it dry. So here we're going to adhere it to the center of our scallop circle, just like the one we used for a cupcake topper. And then set that aside to dry, like I said. So I'm taking my ghosts that I've just cut out, and I've just cut out with a little white border around them, and I'm just applying foam tape and sticking them on there, and I think they look really cute. I was going to use a spider, but then I thought, no, I like the idea of just using all 3 ghosts because that would be a fun card. Somebody could pop that on a card and use our beautiful little sentiment to go with it. So there it is, complete. So we're going to set that aside, and we're going to move on to the next thing, which is a border. So I'm going to take out that clear plastic. That's going to give us an idea of how long the border can be. So I'm going to go ahead and make a pencil mark here and cut it down, and then what we're going to do is adhere this gorgeous purple glitter cardstock to the center of that black cardstock. And then we're going to trim off the excess. Now we know exactly how long our border needs to be to fit on that sheet, and it'll make it so much easier. So I'm going to foam tape my little spider on there because he's so stinking cute. And now what you're going to do is add just a small amount of adhesive, you guys. It will stick to this sheet, but it is you are able, I was going to say pull offable, but that's not a word, but you are able to pull it off of there. So just a little adhesive goes a long way, and it will stay, it won't move off. You can see there the ink came off on the paper, the background paper. That's why you need to wait a little bit. So I've adhered my sentiment, our embellishments. I'm making sure they're pressed on there firmly so they're not going to come off. And then I'm just going to add a little bit of foam tape to the candies, and I'm going to stick the candies on there. And you guys, it is so much fun to receive this as a gift, especially if you are a scrapbooker or a card maker, because these are the kinds of things that we like to make, right? But it's somebody took the time to make it for you. And then you can peel these off and pop them on a card, and it's just so much fun. They're so cute, and you can do this with any stamp set you have. Now let's go back to the package, because we want to present this in a really pretty way, right? So we're going to take out that insert, that Sassy and Crafty insert that I know you've bought from our website, right? We're going to add adhesive to it, and we're going to apply some patterned cardstock, whatever you want. I would suggest doing one that doesn't have a lot of pattern, because you want what you just made to be the standout piece. So I'm just using this beautiful tone-on-tone doodlebug paper. So you're going to flip it over, and we're going to cover the back in just black cardstock, just a solid cardstock, because it's really not going to be seen. And we're going to do the same thing to the top and add just a little banner, just enough to cover up the top of it. But we don't want to cover too much of that orange paper, because our sticker set is going to really stand out in front of it. Okay, so once we've done that, super easy. All you have to do is stick it back inside the packaging, and then you're going to very carefully take your sticker set and you're going to slide it in there. And it is worth the effort to go to this trouble, you guys, because it looks so professional when it's done, and it's such a fun way to give a gift. But I think it needs maybe one more thing. We're going to take some ribbon from our brand new Sassy packs. We're going to add a tiny bit of adhesive to the back of the package. And you're going to add a teeny tiny bit to the front too. And the reason why I say a tiny amount, you guys, because you want them to peel off the ribbon easily and be able to use it for something else. So I'm going to make sure the sides are stuck down, and I'm going to tie a knot. And this is the most important part, guys. You tie the knot, and then you get your husband or your kids or somebody to come in and put their finger right there because you need to tie that knot securely. So that way we can make a beautiful bow. And no joke, I feel like the bow took me more time to tie than making the actual sticker set. I cut the video so you guys don't have to watch me go through 5 minutes of making the perfect bow. But there you have it. Look how beautiful that is. It's so simple and pretty, and any friend that makes cards is going to absolutely gush over this. They're going to totally love it, and it's going to be even more special because you made it. I couldn't fit 2 pieces in, but I think I'll keep those for the next set. I hope you guys enjoyed making these projects with me. I'm so glad that you joined me, and I hope you guys have a fantastic Spooktacular event. Now you're going to want to stay tuned, because next I'm going to show you a whole bunch more techniques and more of our product from Sassy and Crafty.
Ready for a dose of magic? You can't resist the urge to go to sassyandcrafty.com.
Hi, it's Amy from Sassy and Crafty. I'm so glad you're joining me today. I can't wait to show you a bunch of our really great fall product that just came out, as well as some of our oldies but goodies, if you can call them oldies, because we've only been open for 6 months. We're a brand new stamp company, and I'm so excited to share with you everything that we've been doing thus far. And in this video, I'm going to be going through a bunch of different techniques. I want to show you guys as much as I possibly can. So let's get started on the technique. I'll show you some finished cards and some great products that pair along with it. Let's go.
We're going to start off here with our All About the Booze stamp set. It's got these adorable little ghosts and some really fun sentiments. I wanted to show you this cute little card I made here using a splatter background, and then this other little ghost here. I've used the same technique where it's just barely coloring. So it's really great if you don't want to add a bunch of coloring to your card and you just want to do something simple. So you're going to take 3 alcohol markers. You want a light, a medium, and a dark. And all you're going to do is just make a triangle, a really, really skinny, tall triangle. I was going to say triangular pattern, but I just meant triangle. So you're going to make a tall, skinny one, and you're going to add a light. Then you're going to add a smaller version of that in a medium color, and then the darkest color will be the tiniest triangle. And then you're going to go around the edges with your blender pen, and that'll just soften it. And that's all you need to do. That's it. So you just do that all around the edges, and then what you're going to wind up with is this kind of glowing green ghost. And you're not having to add a ton of color to it, but just look how much he pops. He's really fun if you also put that ink around his eyes and accentuate the color. And then I wanted to show you maybe some other samples that I've done as well with this stamp set, because it's just so cute and I love all the ghosts on it. They're so much fun, and they're really large too, which is such a great feature to have large stamps. This is another card where we've used that same coloring technique with our Sleepy Lamb, and then again we have Rad Party Kitty here, where we've done the same thing where we've just used a tiny bit of color to make a card just really look great. I thought I'd share with you some stencil techniques, and here we have our heart stencil, and I'm going to show you something we can do with it a little later on, but right now I want to show you some cards that we made with it that are really fun. We've used a foiling technique here with this rainbow shard paper, but we've taken the negative from this card, the negative foil, and we just did some spray adhesive on it and put it on a card, and then you get 2 cards for the price of 1, which is awesome. The sentiment that I've used is our Happy Everything sentiment stamp set, and I really like it because it's got those 3 big words and then all these little tiny words to make a ton of different combinations. And here we've used our Awesome Star stencil as well as the Happy Everything sentiment set to make this card, which is great. It's just layered stencils, and then you just pop a sentiment on the front and you're done. Speaking of simple sentiment cards, I thought it would be fun to show you guys a technique using our brand new Pins and Drop stencil. It's a really interesting stencil because you can turn it different ways and make different textures. I'm just going to tape it down here and secure it to this pink cardstock, and then we're going to do a really fun technique I think you're going to love. I went ahead and experimented with some different inks. I'm going to use Distressed Ink Picked Raspberry, and what I did is I tested out the different inks. So here you see Picked Raspberry regular and then also an oxide. So oxide is a much softer, chalkier kind of look. So if you want to go more subtle, you could totally use that. I want this to be really bright and vibrant, and I want it to pop because it's going to have to compete with some pretty stunning foil. So now that I've done the inking on that, I'm just going to remove this and I'm going to wash off my stencil because we're going to reuse that. When I put my stencil back down, I'm going to kind of bring it down a bit so that way it's kind of filling in that empty line in between the lines. And we're going to use this Deco Foil transfer gel, and you're going to spread this just really nice and thin all the way across the stencil, and then once you remove it, you're going to let it dry for about 30 to 40 minutes. We want it totally dry before we go in and do our next step. So I trimmed off the excess, and I've got this gorgeous Gina K like pink glittery foil. It is so pretty in person, you guys. So I'm going to run this through a laminator that I can't have at my desk, so you won't be able to see that part, but you will get to see the reveal, which is the best part. It's like Christmas morning. I love peeling off that foil and taking a look at what's underneath. It is so pretty, and layering it like this adds lots of texture. So I'm going to take just an A2 card here, and I've got my sentiment all set up, and I'm going to use my Misty to just stamp it in some black ink. And I'm using the Color My World sentiment set, which I'll show you guys in just a second. So on this next part coming up, I kind of messed up on the card and I was going to cut it out, but in the end I decided to leave it because I wanted to show you that, you know, you can make mistakes in card making and there's nothing you can't kind of work your way back from. So I put the card on kind of crooked, the cardstock. So don't be afraid to rip it off. It may tear up some paper, but in the end you're going to put something back down on top of it. So this edge here, I want to recreate it on the other side. It already has adhesive on the back, so I'm going to fold it in on itself pattern-wise. So that way I get no sticky edge. And then I can cut it into the shape that I really wanted. And then when I go and put it back down, it's going to cover up that paper that was torn and nobody will ever know. I'm going to go ahead and trim off the excess here, and I'm going to add just a little bit of twine and a cute little heart stamped on a tag, and then we're done. It's a sweet, simple card, but it's really effective and it really does feature some of these sweet sentiments. Now we're going to use our Floral Paper Creator stencil, and it's an interesting stencil. It's got these kind of different shapes all over the place. They look kind of random, but what happens is if you keep turning it as you're applying ink, what you wind up with is a perfectly created floral pattern paper. Oh my gosh, say that 3 times fast. But you can see that's what you can do with it. You can create pattern paper all on your own. But I want to try something a little different. I want to show you a different way to use it. I've got this Masking Magic by Gina K, and I've cut out a circle, and you don't have to do this part, but I'm doing it as a guide for myself so I know exactly how I'm going to build this little wreath made out of the leaves on the stencil. So I'm just going to place that in the center of my card, and then I will use that as a guide so that I can place the leaf shape all the way around the outside edge, and it'll wind up having a perfect circle in the center. So I'm going to use just about every possible distress ink known to man on this card. So yeah, there's a lot. I see that there's a lot, but in the end, it'll be worth it, I promise. So I'm going to be using my brush tool here to just dip into my ink and put it on the card. And when I started out, I wanted to show you how light I was doing it. I'm doing it like so faint, you guys, like it's just barely there. In the end, I wound up adding more color because I really did like it a deeper and darker shade. So don't be afraid to start out light with your inks because you can always come back, put the stencil back on top, and then add more ink. Be sure that you're wiping this in between colors because you don't want the colors to kind of blend into each other. So it's really important that you keep the stencil clean. So I'm just going to continue grabbing brushes, grabbing ink, and then continue working my way around the card. So you can see here, the pink is really faint. So I definitely want to darken that up so it matches the vibrancy of the other colors. And that's super simple to do just by putting the stencil back on top. So there we have it. Our wreath is done. I peeled off the circle, and now I'm just going to add a die cut circle to the center, and we're going to use that Color My World sentiment again. And look at how simple and pretty that is. Sometimes the simplest cards are so stunning. So now we're going to take our spider stencil. This is part of our fall line and our web stencil. They are so much fun, and wait till you see what they can create. So I've used that Deco Art gel again here on this kind of yellow-orange paper and as well on this hot pink paper. Now I've set these aside, I've let them dry, and we're going to do a foil technique using the black foil on the spiders and this great Electropop neon enamel from Rena K. It is so pretty when it's done, you guys. So I love that this paste wasn't entirely dry, so it's like it created this new technique where it didn't stick. It almost looks really spooky, and I would like to do that again on purpose if I could. So for the web one, what I used was that neon yellow, and look at how gorgeous that is. It reminds me of like some 80s like fingerless gloves that I used to wear in high school. So I just love the way it turned out, but I also want to show you what you can create just by using inks. So this is what it looks like with the inks, where I've just basically inked it with purple, moved it slightly, and then used a white ink. And I've done that exact same technique here on the spider card, and it really gives this three-dimensional pop to it. This next sentiment is super special. It's called Storms Do Not Last, and it has a lot of really beautiful and wonderful, encouraging sentiments, which it's always kind of hard to find those kind of sentiments. So I definitely think you guys want to check this one out. We also have Ready Raccoon, which is part of our fall line, and he's got all these adorable little raccoons, but by far my favorite, you guys, is this Grumpy Raccoon, and he pairs perfectly with I'm Just Here for the Cake. And we've used our Psychedelic Twist stencil to create this really cool background. And this one also pairs so good with our Sassy sentiments. I'm so glad we met online. I am so much more impressive when viewed through social media. I mean, I just think that's the perfect sentiment to go with him sitting on his little iPad. This sentiment is our second Sassy sentiment and has so many fun and cheeky sayings. So one of the cheeky sayings is on this card, which I'm going to show you how to make the background. And it says, I know life is difficult for you right now. That's why I rhinestoned the crap out of this card. I mean, how many times have you wanted to send a card like this to a friend? It's just absolutely perfect and would really make somebody smile. So let me show you how to make this background. So bringing back out that heart stencil I showed you earlier, and I've used a little bit of pixie spray on the back to keep it down, and then I'm also going to add tape because we want it to be nice and secure for the work we're going to do. So these brushes are all the rage, but I buy the makeup ones because they have these teeny tiny ones that are meant for eyeshadow, but they are perfect for getting in the nooks and crannies of small like stencils. So I'm going to use this Tumble Glass Distress Oxide ink. you're going to start out with really heavy pressure at the bottom of the heart, and you're going to just kind of lighten your touch as you go up, and you're not going to go all the way up to the top of the heart. You're just going to stop about halfway, and what happens is it creates this beautiful little ombre inside each of the little hearts. And it may sound time consuming, but I swear it goes by really fast, and it's not a lot of time or effort, and the result is really beautiful. So I only did a little bit because, as you guys will see, my glitter glitz gel is like almost completely empty because I love it so much, you guys. It's my favorite one, and there's barely any left. So I figured I want to show you the technique, so I'll have to just make it a little small sample. But you're going to take this and just run it right over the top of the stencil, and just a really nice thin layer. And what happens is when it dries, it picks up the color of the ombre, and it's so beautiful. So here it is still wet, but you can see how much glitter and shine it adds and how that blue is coming through. And here on our finished product, you can really see what it did. It makes the most gorgeous ombre, and here I cut out one little heart on the side. I just think it's really pretty. This cute little good witch is featured in our Wicked Good Friends stamp set, which has a flying monkey and 2 little witches and a bunch of fun sayings. And of course I made the dark witch version, and what I did is I just added a lot of texture using our different stencils and different pastes. And then you don't have to color as a witch. Here she is as a candy corn queen, and she pairs perfectly with our candy corn stencil. So you can see how many different variations of cards you can make just using this one stamp. Okay, next I have some yummy treats up for you with our Halloween treat set. It's got 3 different cakes, all with like different themes, and some other good sweet treats on there. And what I did is I used the ghost, and I used our Sassy packs to create shaker cards. I'm going to show you the Sassy packs in just a second, but first I just want to show you these really fun shaker cards. This one also features a shaker, and it's the All About Boo stamp set, but I just had to put it in here because it's so stinking cute. And here's our last Halloween treats stamp card, and you can see we've used more of our Sassy packs to make a really fun shaker card. It's really vibrant and cool, and the cakes are so much fun to color, you guys. So here we have one of our Sassy girls, which is a huge line for us. We have many Sassy girls, and this one is called Spooky. It's got a witch and a vampire, and here I've colored her up. She's very creepy looking, especially if you do her makeup creepy, which I love to do. It's so fun. And then we go from spooky to cute with Let's Dress Up. You have tons of little character here's, and each one has their own kind of punny sentiment that goes with it. I've created these cards. It's a card set, and it's all the exact same layout using the witch and the mummy and the werewolf. And what I've done is done the same layout, and I've used the same stencil for that background, and that kind of ties them all together. That's our psychedelic twist stencil, and it's really fun to use. It's the same one we used on that raccoon card earlier. But here you can see I've colored them just as little kids dressed up, so there's lots of different ways you can use it. I've also used the Sassy sentiments here again, which is another great sentiment, which is really fun to put in cards. Our second Sassy girl is Witchy, and she is gorgeous. Let me tell you, she is a large stamp, and she is so much fun to color. And here we have her in this electric green outfit riding her broom on a full moon. Who does not want to color that? Here's our Sassy packs. This is our Wicked themed Sassy pack, and we have All About Boo's Sassy pack, and then Halloween treats. And they are sets that have 4 different kinds of embellishment, and they always go with our stamp sets. Our next one is Halloween Fun, which is so fun because it's got the little smiley face that you can put on all these objects. And you can do that if you want to, or do them without, but I like putting the smiley faces. Here we've used our Sassy packs and Halloween Fun to make these cute little Halloween shaker tags. They're so perfect to like adhere to treat bags or, you know, little things like that. I love this one. Goes with the candy corn in our Sassy pack. They're really fun. Another way to use it is I've used it to create this card, and I've also picked out the little eyeballs and put them in the boiling pot, which I thought was fun. But this splatter background technique is one of my favorites, so I wanted to show you how to do it. So we're going to start out with some Distress Oxide ink, and you're going to want to have either a blender tool or some brushes to use. I like these really large ones. I think they're meant for foundation, so they're really great to have around, and they're affordable if you're buying a makeup version. And so that's why I always have those on hand. You're going to want a spray bottle of water, a paper towel, and then I just have a paper plate with a little bit of black and white paint and a little bit of water. So these are all the tools we're going to use to create our paper. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my my Distress Oxide ink, and we're going to blend those together on the paper. Now, orange and brown are kind of different colors to blend together. If you blend too much in the center, you're going to wind up with a brown color, but since it's a Halloween card, I don't mind if it's a little brown and muddy and spooky looking. No problem. But the way to avoid it getting too muddy looking is to just make sure that they barely blend together and you're not blending those colors together a lot where that line meets. So now that that's done, you're going to take your spray bottle, and I got a little bit on there, but that's okay because it's just a look we're going for. So add more water, flick your fingers, get it all over, and let that dry. And once it's dried, you're going to take your ink pad or whatever color you want and put some on your plate, and you're just going to add a little bit of water to it with your brush. And what we're going to do is just add a little bit of purple to it. You will barely be able to see it, but I promise you all these layers and textures kind of add up and make it look really cool. You're going to continue this technique using the white and the black. Make sure your brush is clean because otherwise you'll color the white like I just did. So thin it out with a little bit of water just so it has a really nice thin consistency, and just flick it on there. You can use as much or as little as you want. The black I would say be sparingly with, but you definitely want to be able to see it because it really adds a fun texture. So there it is. You're just going to want to set that aside and let it completely dry, and I'm going to cut a circle out of it using a cutting die. And there's our finished card. Doesn't that totally frame our stamps and make the cutest background? And it's kind of messy and fun to do, and it's different every single time. Next we have our Halloween scene, and I'm just going to put black behind it so you can see. You can make jack-o'-lanterns and graveyards, and it's got bats. And I've used it here to create this spooky scene, so it looks like kind of fog rolling through a graveyard with zombie hands and bats. It's really fun to use. You can do so much with it. I also want to show you our new stencil, X's. It's just exactly what it says, it's X's. But look how great it looks with embossing paste. It makes a really fun and vibrant background for our monsters. And this monster set has some really fun sayings in it. I just absolutely love it. And it's got 4 different monsters. They're, you know, happy, and one wants a hug, and all different kinds of funny faces. And that last one looks kind of like some kind of squid octopus thing. I don't know, but it's so much fun. And they're even more fun to color, you guys. Here he is as a hot pink hairy monster, and it says, "To me you will always be," and you open up and it says, "One big hairy deal." I mean, who wouldn't want that card, right? It's so fun. So that was a little peek at our fall line, but we have so many other great stamps and stencils in the store right now. This is our Ahoy Matey stamp set, and I think he's a perfect pirate card, but wouldn't he be adorable on a Halloween card? Like he's dressed up for Halloween as a pirate. I just think that'd be funny. And then here's our Party Time stencil. You can see it works great with the glitter glitch gel as well as the distress inks to frame our little Pickles the zebra. And we've used the comic book stencil to create our comic book from Birthday Bear stamp set. And then this droplet one is so much fun. We've masked out our unicorn, and then we've just used that as our backdrop to make a really soft and pretty card. This panda set is totally fun. It's called Pandemonium, and we've got a bamboo stencil, and look at how cool he looks in his glasses.
Thanks so much for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the techniques. I hope they inspire you to try something new. And I hope you continue to join us in our social media platforms. We have some really great and fun activities that we do in our Facebook group, so join us there. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel because we have lots of fun content that we upload every single week, and we would love for you to be a part of it. Thanks so much for joining us, and I hope you guys have a great day. And remember to go to sassyandcrafty.com so you can see more inspiration, more great products, and lots more fun.
Welcome back, everybody. And that was a nice little break, wasn't it, that you had earlier? And boy, what a great project to come back to the Sassy and Crafty. They did a bootiful job.
Didn't they?
Oh,
I love
bootiful
their
job.
costumes.
I know, and that's so cute.
Cute.
That's the festiveness, I guess, as you want to say.
Is that a word?
It is now.
Okay.
Wikipedia. All right. So, but no, they did such a cute card and a topper and a treat bag. I mean, they did all kinds of different projects. And the stamp set, I want to make sure everybody knows this. The stamp set, it was produced for the Spooktacular Mega Make and Take.
Oh.
You could not get this anywhere else except for the Spooktacular.
That is so exciting.
That is so nice of them to do, and we really appreciate that. And it just had the pumpkin. I mean, how cute is that? And I know Vicki loves to do her own background paper, but I love how she took the orange pumpkin paper and she stamped, like she was telling you, like diagonally with the spider, and you could have used the candy or mixed it and then put the dots. I mean, what a great way to make your own background paper with your stamp set that you already have. I mean, that was awesome. And then she had some great coloring techniques on the pumpkin, doing some shadowing and doing that lighter to darker and just getting that right blend of colors in. And then on the where she wanted to make the sheet darker on the bottom and lighter, she said to make sure that you start at the bottom and push harder, and then as you go up, just kind of let it flow off to get that little brushed look, I guess you could say. And the other technique that she showed, you know, a lot of people, when they do use their stencils, they always use it on plain paper, and she said that she really likes using it on pattern paper. Yeah, and it turned out so nice. And the thing is when you do that, she said to make sure that when you're applying your ink that you really, you know, put a little elbow grease into it, because you really want that stencil look on that pattern paper to show up. So, and she did the cute little treat bag, and she made that out of some of the items in the kit as well. Just take that little treat, she put some gummy worms in there, and just folded it over. And what made it such a cute little treat bag, once again, you know, something special for somebody. And then when she went through and made the little stickers, and she made a sticker sheet as a gift too. So my gosh, tons of technique, tons of great ideas from those great Sassy. Thanks. And we love your bootiful project. So, and now we want to hear about some bootiful shopping that you have.
Yes. Oh my goodness. So these, like, I can't believe she said she's 6 months old, I think, right? Like,
yes.
So many amazing stamps on her website, so many things. So I loved all about the boos. Love how they did the triangle coloring technique. Like you said, light, medium, and the dark. And then it kind of added that glowing green ghost. I never thought about that, but because I always want to like color the whole thing. But she said just making the triangles add that kind of like glowing part to the ghost, and it makes it look like it's glowing. That was so cute and so smart. And I loved the samples that she showed using that technique. So that's so brilliant for Halloween, because you want things to glow in Halloween, right? But there's so many amazing things. Like there's stencils, there's a web, there's the pins and drops stencil, how she used that and then she ran it through with foil. That just looked so amazing.
Really made it stand out.
Yeah, there's a candy corn stencil. Then there's Sassy packs, which they have in Halloween treats, and all about the boos and Wicked. So if you wanted to add some of that fun, you know, like ribbon and sequins, or the little, it's just, look it up. They're called Sassy packs, and they're such cute little
fish keys, as Rain would say.
I love the cheeky sentiment stamps, which they have like just like little, you know, read them. They're so funny. And you could add them.
Those are always fun.
You talk about, you know, I always forget to put some sentiments in the card or on the card. So there's some cute little fun ones. But just everybody, there's so many amazing stamps. There's the Halloween fun, spooky stamp, let's dress up, Wicked Good Friends. And you could also order the cut files for much of these stamp sets online. So look into that. So
Great.
I'm going to go ahead and leave you with the coupon code. For Sassy and Crafty, you're going to spend and save. Purchase $25, get 10% off using Sassy 10. Purchase $50, get 15% off using Sassy 15. Purchase $100, get 20% off using Sassy 20. And the coupon is active until September 30th. So
Great deals.
Amazing.
Great. So visit them, and thank you, Sassy and Crafty, for that great project. And now it is time for another great project from Blank Page Muse. We'll be back.
Hi, it's Kim from Blank Page Muse. Welcome to the Spooktacular Mega Make Take event. We've got 2 videos for you today. One of them's going to make a really fun little whimsical card, and the other one we're going to make a really fun treat bag. So let's not waste any more time. Here we go. Here we go. We're ready to start making our Patches the Witch, our whimsical little card. Here's the stamps you should have gotten in your kit, as well as the stencil, some little shiny rhinestones that are adhesive, your regular cardstock, and your folded card that you can do for the assembly later. Go ahead and set that aside. And we're going to use this piece first to do the background. Okay, I'm going to set the stamps aside for just a minute. And set this aside so don't lose it. It always gets lost on a messy desk for sure. Alright, let's, for the pumpkins on the stencil, I'm going to use some just distressed inks that I have on hand. I'm going to use a fossilized amber, warm lipstick, and a spiced marmalade distress ink. And I have brushes here that I'm going to use to apply the colors. Oh yeah, cracked pistachio for the green of the leaves. And I'm just going to use these brushes. Use whatever you have, whatever you feel comfortable with applying the stencil ink with. And I'm going to use the middle size one and the small one. And I want the leaves to face that way, so I'm just flipping the stencil over. Now, position it how you like. I'm putting it kind of close to the bottom there. And I'm going to use just a little bit of tape to hold it down so it doesn't scoot on me. And I'm going to put it just one piece right there. Hopefully that's fine. Alright, I'm going to start with the lightest color first and just do it gently in the middle of the stencil. Just get a little yellow on there. Just work it in there, just gentle motions. You don't have to scrub it on there or anything like that. We're going to do one pumpkin at a time because we're going to overlap them just a little bit. So set that aside and move on to the next color. And I've got a piece of paper here just to scrub off the excess ink. And I'm just going to blend in some orange with it. And I like to start from the outside and kind of work inwards a little bit, pulling the ink that's on the stencil up onto the paper. Just get the color on there however saturated you like. Just blend it as best you can. That's good. There we go. And so that moved a little bit, so I'm going to just realign it. And with a little better tape maybe. That one's not so sticky. There we go. Let me close that. And I'm going to put a little bit of pink on it, so I like how the colors blend. It's a lot of fun. And again, don't worry about being so specific with the colors. Whatever you have on hand is fine. This is just what I chose for this project. Just give it a little blush, a little right there, a little up there. Okay, then once you're happy with that, set it aside, and you're going to want to do the leaves while we're here so you don't have to place the stencil again. Okay, let's set that aside. I'm going to use a clean brush for the green. I'm going to use this tiny skinny one and see how that does. And I'm going to take a scrap piece of paper and just put it across here so I don't get too much of the green down into the pumpkin. And all over my fingers because I'm really messy when I craft. Just add a little bit on there. There we go, that looks pretty good from here. Now I'm going to set this one aside. I'm going to lift the stencil up. That looks pretty good. Now I'm going to use these pieces of paper I have here. Now the second stencil, I want to just overlap just a little bit, just so it looks like they're sitting, you know, close together but a little depth. And I'm going to twist it a little bit to the side. And I'm going to tape that down there and there. Then I'm going to take a little bit of tape and I'm going to mask off part of it here. Just, it'll help me keep some of the ink away from the other one a bit. It doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be seamless, just creates a little illusion there. I mean, use whatever masking technique you like. I just like a little bit of tape just to help keep the color out. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to go back to the bright yellow. I just put a little bit through the middle of the pumpkin. There we go. And just kind of right up to the edges of the orange there. That's good. Put aside. Now to the next darker shade. And I'm pulling up from the bottom and kind of just a general brushing motion. And right up into the top sections there too. There we go. Okay, set that one aside. Then back to a little bit of green for the top leaves. And we use this just to hold it off. There we go. Then I don't get so much on my fingers. These colors are so nice and soft, and if you've never used distressed inks before, they're really nice. They're water reactive, so you can actually splatter them with a little bit of water and then dry it, and it gets a really nice effect. And it gives just more texture to it, and it's a lot of fun. Or you could just leave it like this. Today I'm just going to leave it plain as it is here so we can move along and get to the coloring of patches and all that fun stuff. Okay, just that. I'm going to lift it up and see how it looks. There we go. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like that. So I got a little green over here. I'm not going to worry too much about that. It's joined in pretty good. You could take your brush and just kind of, if you're really picky, kind of join it up a little, but it looks fine that way. It looks cute. Okay, I'm going to set the orange and green ones aside and these colors. Now we're going to do the background really quick here. For the background, I have broken china and wilted violet. I'm going to bring in the blue around the edges, and I'm going to leave some open spaces, and then we'll come back in with a little bit of purple to fill in the sky area. Okay? I'm going to use a clean brush to bring in the blue. And I'm just going to brush up in there, just in. And just bring it in. I just like to have most of it covered. I like the inks there. And just kind of swirl it in, dragging some ink in off of the mat. Using it all up is really neat. It just makes such a nice little soft effect. And I'm going to use this paper again to kind of hold it so I don't get so much ink on all over the place. And just start brushing it in. And see that green smudge I had there, it's disappearing under all this, so it works okay. And you just want to keep bringing the ink in as close as you can to the pumpkins. It doesn't need to touch them. A little bit of white area around them is fine. And I just like this swirly effect. It doesn't have to be a flat surface or anything at all. I'll come in a little closer, give them a nice little vignette, a little halo-like look. And just swirl away. I like these swirly motions. Backgrounds are a lot of fun. I could spend all day doing backgrounds. What do you think? Yeah, let's go ahead and turn it. And just get these edges here. Let's bring some of the blue in. There we go. Just a little bit up from the bottom. And of course I love the contrast of that orange. Just really pops against that blue. Just bringing in this nice texture. You're just creating texture and interest doing it this way. And whatever you use, if you use brushes, a dauber, a makeup sponge, it all works pretty good for applying these inks. It's really nice. Okay, when you have it about like most of it covered, a nice little halo around the pumpkins, go ahead and set aside the blue. Then I'm going to switch over to a smaller brush to bring in some purple. Just that little splash of color on the sky is really neat. And just kind of again swirl it in just lightly, and then with a little more pressure helps get the color on there. Just bring it in some of the lighter areas and overlapping a little. Don't worry too much about if you have brush strokes or anything, because again, you're going to put the patches, which she's going to wind up being like on this side over here, so you've got a little safe spot there if something goes wrong. There we go. I like that, and that looks pretty cool. I'm going to leave it at that. And then I'm going to set this background aside to dry, and we will stamp and color patches. Okay, now I've got that wiped away, and I've got papers over here. I'm just using Nina white cardstock for the stamping, and I have my block here. Mine aren't cushion mounted. The ones I sent y'all should be cushion mounted, so make sure you peel off that white backer, and then it'll cling mount to your acrylic block or stamping platform, whatever you like to use. Let's see. Let me get her attached here. There we go. And today I'm just using the VersaFine black ink. I like it. It's a nice dark black and stamps so beautifully. Here we go. She's really easy to stamp with those thin lines, so I'm just looking to make sure I've got it all covered. And here we go. Let's see how it comes out. There we go. Looks good. Looks good. All stamped up. So that's good. I'm going to set her aside now. One stamping is good. Okay. Once you have it stamped, make sure your ink is dry. For this demo today, I'm just using colored pencils. If you have something else you prefer to color with, be my guest. I just like colored pencils, especially for the texturing that I'm going to do for her. I'm going to start with her apron, and because I like to get that color set and give me the direction, because in the picture you can see I have lines going down diagonally this way and then the other line, so it's a little bit of contrast. So I'm going to start with her apron first, and I'm going to do it in kind of blues and greens, and a little bit of light there. So these are my Prismacolor pencils, and I'm going to start with the lightest color first and just start bringing it in. Just a little bit of color in a diagonal going this way from this corner all the way across and to the bottom. Then I'm going to switch to a little darker one. I'm going to switch to this green here. And don't worry too much if you get outside the lines, we're going to trim her a little bit when we're ready for the card. It just takes a bit to build up the layers in colored pencil, but it's such a nice rich color, it's worth taking your time and bringing in the color softly. Just quick little layers. And again, I'm leaving the pencil strokes in here because I really like how it looks. I'm going to bring in a little blue now. I don't like that blue, so I'm going to set aside and switch to this blue. And you can color however you like. Pencils are fun. They're easy to, they're a little more forgiving than markers for me anyway. Okay, I'm going to come back to the light color and start kind of blending it all together. Just going over all the white areas of the card stock that I can still see around the heart. Okay, I'm going to bring in a little bright yellow. And this bright yellow is going to help tie it into the body color of Patches. There we go. And I'm just adding a couple fine lines in the darker color here. There we go. I just like that contrast. There we go. And I'm going to use the same dark one on the strap on the side here. Do a soft layer and then a little bit more, maybe with a little blue. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that works for me. Now I'm going to start on her dress. That one's going to be in pinks and reds and oranges. So I'm just pulling these all out. These are just, again, whatever colors you have. It doesn't have to be anything specific. If you want to know exactly what colors I'm using, just ask in the questions and I'll go ahead and type out a list, okay? I'm going to start with a light yellow. And I'm going to start going this direction. I bring it in a little bit to get some color down. I'm going to go all the way up. I'm going to do this part on this side of the seam after. I'm going to finish her face here. Take the color all the way up. And don't worry too much if you go over the stamped lines, because you can come in with a black permanent pen or even the black pencil. I'll show you later when we're done with this, and kind of go over them to make them pop again. Okay, and for her cheeks, let's see, let's do a little bit of orange while we're up here, just a little bit right there and there, and then we'll give a little bit of pink. There we go. Just a touch, a little bit more red. And I'm going to kind of blend it with this yellow, just to give it a cute little bright. Again, she's a whimsical little character, so you don't have to spend a lot of time trying to make it realistic. Make it bright and pretty, have fun with it. Okay, now let's come in with some of the orange, start bringing up the color a little bit more. And I want to give her a really patches look, so I'm going to just do areas of really saturated color and leave some of it light as well. So I just kind of want to go in little random areas, getting that color in there. A little bit on her hairline there is good. A little darker under her nose. Okay, now I'm going to go to a little deeper orange. Whoops. And start coming across. There we go. You don't have to use a lot of pressure with the pencils. Take your time and get the pigment on the paper. Nina's really nice and smooth. It's a lot of fun to color on. Bring that in there. Over here. And just a little bit there. And around on the side of her cheek. Fun thing is no two of these are going to be alike, because you can do, everybody's going to look different, and it's all fun. I really hope when you guys make these you post them and tag Blank Page Muse so we can see what you did. I'd love to see them. It's going to be so much fun. Okay. Now, actually, I'm going to come back with a light one to start pulling the colors together a bit more. There we go. I come back with a light to, again, start to fill in the paper that you're still seeing through the pencil. There we go. Turn a little bit. And just those wonderful strokes. Leave it the patches. It helps make her look really wonderful and whimsical. There we go. Does help soften it a little bit. Right, I'm going to bring in a little bit of pink up in here. There we go. And just a little bit through that red. There we go. Okay, back to some orange. And the color, as you get the layers on there, just goes in really smooth and starts blending, so it looks really nice. I really like how this area is coming out down here at the bottom of her dress. Okay. Back to our original yellow here. I'm going to turn it around. Still going to keep the same strokes, it's just easier. There we go. Put just a little bit of pink on top of her nose right here. There we go. And around her eyes and get all the color all in there. Okay, let's see. I think I forgot a teeny little area right in here. The curls of her hair, under her cheeks. There we go. Fill it all in. Okay, got the first part done. Now for the back side, I'm going to just stick with a little bit of the light yellow and a red. So I'm going to get this color down here. Alright, and let's start with this red here. And it is going kind of the opposite diagonal of the front part. Again, I like texture and I like all these little variations. It makes it fun. Makes it unique. Okay. And now the darkest red. Oops, rolling away on me here. And just fill it in a little bit, just getting a little color on the backside there. And I am going to smooth it with some orange. Okay. And let's do her shoes in red. I'm going to do just a little pink, the toes. And then just pull in the red. And just have fun doing whatever color you want to do. It's all good. Okay, and her hat. I have her hat and her heart and her patch to go there. Okay, I'm going to jump back down to her little heart here. And I'm going to just go traditional with some pink in there. Get some color around. Just kind of go in different spots here. Then I'm going to come in with yellow. around it, and it'll kind of blend and pull the color around. It makes a little orange. You can even help it along with a little more yellow orange pencil. There we go. And let's do the patch on her hat. And come in with some red for the hearts. There we go. I'm going to do the highlight a little lighter under the bottom here. And I'm making this one a little smoother. Not worried so much about the texture. Just get some fun color going there. Pull it together with some yellow. And then finishing it off with the red. Come back in with the yellow to smooth it out, just like the other sections. Kind of finish blending it together. Get a nice little swirl of color. There we go. And lots of fun with your red rubber stamp. You can stamp her as many times as you want, and with many color variations, whatever you're happy with. It's so much fun to color multiple times. They all come out differently. It makes it a lot of fun. Okay, she looks pretty good here. Some of these lines I did cross over, so I'm going to take a black pencil, colored pencil, and just go over some of it, just to darken it up a little bit. Not worried too much about it, but it makes it stand out a little. Like around the heart, going to edge the heart. And then come back with the stitch lines and go over those so they stand out. In the coloring, they kind of get lost. Do the same thing up here with her patch on her hat, on her witch's hat. Blow away the dust. And the center seam. And along her dress here too. Just makes those lines come back a little bit. Okay, that looks good. Now, I'm going to set the pencils aside and get your scissors, and it's time to cut her out. Now, I'm going to go around all of these areas as close as I can, but when it comes to her hair and her arms here, we're just going to leave some white space around them. I'm not going to try to cut those teeny things out. Now I'm going to come around to the couple areas I left that are kind of big. I like to come back so I don't have the paper hanging around. There we go. Okay. That aside. And if you have any edges that are white and you're not happy with them, just come in with your pencil or a marker and you can go over them with a little bit of black just to, so it blends in a little better just on those sections, okay? It's a quick little touch up. Okay, gotta set the pencils aside now. Okay, so we have stitches, and we have the card, the background. Take this stamp off. We still have to stamp the Hello Halloween and have a spooktacular day. So I've got my scrap paper here. And I'm going to use my Versamark ink again. Ink it up. That looks nice and shiny. It's good. Let's switch it out for a spooktacular day. And spooktacular day, I'm going to do on the inside of the card, and I just got black on there. See, I'm always messy with the black ink, so this is going to be, we'll make it pretty much covered up on here, or I'll make it the back side. There we go. If you don't want to stamp the sentiment with a block, again, you can use your stamping platform, whatever you like. Whatever works for you to stamp the sentiment on the inside of the card. I'm going to test it over here, make sure I don't have so much ink all over the place. That works. It's also always a good idea to test stamp it to make sure you've got enough ink on it and it's seasoned. There we go. And I'm just going to put it in the middle of the card, right there. And there you go. Have a spooktacular day. Alright, I'm going to set the stamps aside. The Hello Halloween sentiment, just going to do a quick cut around the edges of it. Set that aside. Once the ink is dry, come back with your yellow or orange, whatever color you like. And just color that, make it bright and pretty. And I kind of like that polka dot effect this brush gives it. It's kind of fun. You can also just wet it and smoosh it to get it on there even, however you like. So we've got the sentiment on the background. I like to have it placed about here or so. And you've got patches. And she's going to go right about here. And since she's mostly on the blue, take your blue distress ink and just go over her hair area, this hand and that hair there. This one will kind of blend in since it's over a white area, okay? And that's just a little tip to help it blend in just a little. And I went over the hand. That hand I didn't mean to, but it's fine. It's fine. There we go. Grab whatever tape or adhesive or pop dots, whatever you like. Put it on the back side of them. There we go. Get her placed on there. Put her at a little angle. She's cute. It's a lot of fun. Okay, there you've got your panel. And now you should have a little package with the little shiny stones in it. Time to get those out. Because with our night sky, I've got to add some stars, right? So they should be self-adhesive. Just peel them up and stick them down wherever you like. And then grab your card base, and that looks good. I'll put some adhesive on the back and attach it, and that's all there is today. And there we go. Hello Halloween. Thank you so much for playing along today. And please make sure you tag us with Blank Page Muse so we can see what you make. I'd love to see it. Don't forget to go shopping with us. Use the coupon code EXPOSPOOKY at blankpagemuse.com and save 25%. That coupon's good till the end of October, all right? Thanks a lot. Good night. Hi, welcome back for our next little video here, Blank Page Muse. We've got a second spooktacular video for you today. And this time we're going to do a treat bag using some of our stencils and some of our stamps. We have some lots and lots of fun Halloween stamps. We have a whole Halloween section in the store. If you just go there, you'll see a lot of the same themes and stuff and all that. And we've got some brand new ones that I wanted to play with. We have our newest stitches. These are by Stephanie Eaton, and these are Memento and Mori. And then we have some other creepy cute kids. These are designed by Dead Sea Tunes. And here's patches that we just did in the last video. We've got sugar skulls. We've got all sorts of wonderful things. We've got some wonderful witches by Rick St. Dennis. You can see those a little better here. And some Poe. It gotta have Poe, right? So I have a bunch of these already stamped just to save a little bit of time. And I want to play with these two today. And first of all, let's stencil the bag. This is just a regular little craft colored paper bag I got at the craft store, and I did this one ahead of time, and it looks a lot of fun. For the one I'm going to do for you right now, I'm going to use this stencil. It's a candy stencil, and I think this would just be a lot of fun. Just grab your brushes, sponges, daubers, whatever you use, and some sort of inks, whatever again you like to play with your stencils, okay? And we're just going to get some color down here through it. And let's see. Let's start with some purple. And just stencil through here all these wonderful candy shapes. That makes a really fun treat bag, I think. And I was using different colors of Distress ink and Distress oxide. The oxide one picks up a really nice texture on this craft paper. It's a lot of fun. I'm just going to overlap the colors a little bit too. And just push it around. Bring it up from the stencil itself back into the design. There we go. Alright, you get the idea there. Got some color on there, set the brushes aside. It's a really fast little stenciling job. These would be a lot of fun for Halloween, giving people treats. Maybe you're not going to go out trick-or-treating, but you still want to surprise people with some treats, so this is a great little way to do some distance treats, right? We'll set the stencil aside, and I really like how the colors blend there. I think that looks really cute. This stencil is 4.5 by 5 inches approximately, and it fits this little bag just right. It looks really good. And I'm going to set the inky one aside, so I'm going to put my elbow in it. And here we go, that. And let's use one of these. And I'm just going to use some colored pencil really quick on here, bring in some colors. And let's bring in some blue. These flowers you can color any way you like. And these are so much fun. I love these stamps by Stephanie. They're really wonderful. Make sure you take time to check out Stitches on our website and read about our original stitch and our donations we are doing for that. Love it if you take some time to read about it. And I'm just using Prismacolor pencils. You can use whatever you like to color. Pencils for me are a little fun and easier to blend. They're a little more forgiving than markers. And I'm gonna just bring in a teeny little bit of light color on the webbing here. Just a little bit. You can color as much as you like or just leave it mostly the white. Do whatever you like, just have some fun. There we go. Alright. That's just a really basic coloring job. I've got a little tag here that I pre-cut, and I'm going to stamp the Hello Halloween sentiment on it. That is the one from the earlier Make and Take. There we go. Set that aside. And then I am going to just bring some ink around the edges from the outside in all the way around. And I love the softness of these brushes. Gives a really nice feathery appeal there. There you go. And this one has a little hole in it. I'm going to poke a hole in this one, and we're going to attach them to the handles of the bag. And this is just a really fast little project. You could have a lot of fun in an afternoon making them. And let's see. There we go. I'm going to cut a piece. And then thread it through. You're adding like a little charm onto the bag, which is, I think, kind of fun. And going to do the same thing with the sentiment tag. That came out a little big. I'd probably trim it a little smaller. Or maybe even put it on the other side. If you stenciled both sides, you can put it on the back side. For now, I'm just going to do it on the front side like the other one. I'm just going to tie it up a little closer so it doesn't dangle down as far. And then, there you go. And you have this really fun little treat bag. There you go. And then these are the same pumpkin stencils we used in the earlier make and take, and just put on here with the same inking technique with the oranges and yellows, and then I used the stars from the Stars and Moons stencil. So you've got the candy stencil, the pumpkins, and the moon and the stars. You've got all sorts of fun Halloween stamps you can use, and that's it. Have a lot of fun. Thanks a lot, and happy Halloween.
Welcome back, everybody, and didn't I tell you it was going to be an adorable project?
So adorable.
I mean, I love, oh my gosh, the Stitched Witch. I love the witch stamp that they used. I really liked when she started out the project, when she was using the stencil, and how when she did the pumpkins, that she did, you know, a little bit of overlapping. You know, she did one pumpkin at a time. And then also when she was doing it, you can mask a little bit. All you do is take, you know, just a piece of scrap paper that we have around. I couldn't get that out. And you can mask that off however you want to. So, and you know, if you want it to go this way or that way, however. And then also, she used the Prism pencils, and this is what I think I really want to try.
He's sold on it.
It was, and you know, as she was doing, you know, I guess the apron with the little heart on it. You know, witches have hearts too.
Yes.
But when she was doing that, you know, it started out so light, and what I really love, I think, about the colored pencils, or using the pencils, is just how light that you have to, you know, I guess light that you push or you don't have to push, and you just kind of keep going over the color. And that, to me, while she was doing it, it was very relaxing. You know, I think I don't know why I'm afraid of markers. I think because it's like, oh, there's no return. Right. But on the pencils, I think I would have more control. But it was so great how she added and blended colors to get that, you know, that green. And then also as she was doing, you know, the rest of the witch, adding, you know, the different colors and blending techniques and the shadowing. And, you know, she went over the dark lines too, and that makes those the dark black lines pop out. And then when she was doing the blending for the sky, you know, just start out real light doing it, and you get your colors. She's got the cute little sentiment, and then also adding the little bling for like the stars in the sky. Cute. So how cute of a project is that? And I just love the little witch stamp. So
I know, that is so adorable.
Yes, and red rubber stamps too. So great to use. And so Vicki, I think you saw a few things in shopping.
So today what I decided to do, that I was gonna like go on the website also and you know, as the presentation. So it is for all the companies that we've already viewed. If you really go on the website and notice every single thing, because I see things that I like that we might not have the same, you know, taste. Yes. But there's so many things that are amazing on her website. But I first loved how she stenciled on the gift bags. So you can go to your local dollar store and you know, she was doing, like you said, like the backgrounds using the stamp pads, and it was just such a great idea. I didn't even think about that. You know, you could go and even probably order online some bags, and there you go. You make cute little treats and add like the little grill for a tag, you know, and the sentiment. It was just so many ideas.
You could decorate, you know, here, you know, we're always talking about home, but you know, wouldn't it be fun like one day to take, you know, the brown paper lunch bag, decorate it, and then when you call your kids out for lunch, they have a little decorated bag.
Goodness, that would be so
how cute for I mean, you have that right there. You got the stencil, and there you go. You could use it. So how cute.
So she has so many Halloween stamps. They are so so neat. They're different, and I love them. They're very like artistic and beautiful. Like there's like these little ones with the faces, and I can't even explain them because they're so up my alley. I love them. So if you're go and see what I'm talking about, because they are adorable. They're just these little. They're just so cute. So go on there. They're spooky. They're adorable, and they come with stencils also, like in combo packs if you want, or separate. There's stencils in 12 by 12, 6 by 6. There's paper pads. There's embossing chunky folders, powders. I'm sorry. There's so many things. So Blank Page Muse is offering 25% off using coupon code EXPO SPOOKY.
Oh, I love that one.
Right? And it's valid until October 31st, which is Halloween.
Oh, hey, so you remember. You got to shop by then.
Right? So there's so many things. Please visit Blank Page Muse. You're going to see so many awesome things.
Great. Well, thank you, Blank Page Muse. And now you're going to want to keep your eyes on this next project from Riley and Company. So we'll be back.
Hello everyone, this is Tanya. I know you can't see my face, I'm really sorry. This is Tanya from Riley and Company, and we are here to do this awesome make and take. Just to let you know, there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, almost 15 pieces to this card. So there's quite a bit to it, and what I did is I colored some of it ahead of time, but I'm going to walk through with you how I did that, and then I'm going to color some of it with you. So to begin with, I want you to take out your base piece and your eyeball piece. And what I have done, and what I usually do on my Halloween cards, is I use some kind of black ink. This time I'm going to use Distress ink. And we are just going to lightly edge this paper with black ink. And while I do this, I'm going to tell you that you need a pair of scissors, and you need some foam tape, pop-up tape to go with this, and you need some kind of adhesive, but we are going to use, I am going to use my favorite, which is Zip Dry. And for those of you that know me know I love Zip Dry. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, if you have the Zip Dry, you are simply going to just put it around the outside edge like that. Okay, and the thing about this is Zip Dry is like rubber cement. Okay, but it's in a bottle and it's more liquid, so all you need it for is the outside. So when you put it on, and oh, do you see my mistake? I put my eyeballs on upside down so it looks like bats instead of eyeballs. With Zip Dry, if you use a tape runner with this, you'd be kind of in a bad spot right now. With Zip Dry, all you do is pull it up, turn it around, and sit it right back down. And it lets you move your paper to where you can get a nice perfect edge every single time. And this girl likes her perfect edges every single time. If it gets out where you don't want it along the edges, all you do is rub it off, because it's like rubber cement. It just rubs right off. And there we have it. Great place to start, right? Okay, so we are going to set this aside for now, and we're going to color our pieces. Now I'm going to walk through with you just a little bit about what I did. Now on your Riley piece, I like to use Copics when I do my coloring. I like to use alcohol markers. I'm really not specifically Copics all the time, but I use them a lot because that's what I had when I had my store. So to do Riley, you have E33, and I just basically colored him all in and then E47 for his antlers. Now, to create a shadow, people always tell you that you need additional colors to create your shadows with alcohol inks, and that is not necessarily true. You can get a fun shadow just by going around it again. And I always like to color, if you've got a piece that's already cut out, I always like to go around the edge just to get rid of the whites. All right, but you can create your shadows just by hitting it again, and it will blend into itself. So that creates shadows. Just a little tip for you. Okay, behind his ears is always going to be a little bit darker than the tips, right? So we'll just add a little bit to that. All right, so that's how I did Riley, and we'll set him aside. And next I have Riley as a vampire, which I think this is just cute as all get out. And instead of making him originally that dark, I made him lighter. Why? Because he's a vampire, right? And then I used a gray for his coat. All right, a dark gray. And I used a red underneath. And then the dark brown that I used, the E47 that I used for his antlers, I just came back in and went a little bit over the red again. And the brown just kind of added to it. And it just gives it a shadow, right? Easy. You don't need a lot of colors to make really amazing cards. If you're a junkie like me and you like to collect markers and pencils, you have a lot, but you don't have to. You don't have to. So the next piece we're going to pull out is the mummy. Okay, the mummy, I just used my E33 or E35 and just colored in pieces parts so it looks like there's tissue wrapped around him. And if you look at your photograph, you can see exactly where to color those in. And I then went back with the same antler colors as before and colored it in. Okay, that is your mummy. Now, everybody knows how to do a pumpkin. Easy peasy, right? Orange, green, yellow. But again, I'm going to go back and just pick a yellow. I never color by name of the color or the numeric number of a color. I just color by whether I like it or not. So I did yellow on the background, and I wanted to show you this is the same yellow I used before, but if I come in a second time and just do back in those areas, it gives it a fun little shadow. Perfect. So now we're done with that. Okay, so the next thing you have is your shirt. All right, and your mask. Now on the mask and on the pumpkin, the pieces that you have are not cut out. All I did was take an X-Acto knife and just cut them out. Okay, I would love to tell you that we cut all 15 pieces for 400 cards by hand, but we didn't. We used a scan and cut, so the pieces are there for the eyes. If you have the dies to this set, those will cut out. But as of now, just use a little X-Acto knife and cut around it. I came back with my black ink, and this is why my hands are so dirty. I've been playing today. And I just added a little black, gets rid of the whites. And then on the eyes, same thing, or on the mask for the eyes for the mask. Same thing. And it just covers up that white. I do the same thing on the shirt because it makes it look spooky, right? Can't be in a Halloween scene with a perfectly white shirt. Okay? So that's all there is to that. Next up, we have the moon, okay? The half moon. And we don't want it to be nice and bright and happy. We want it to look spooky, like there's clouds. Do that with your black ink too. Okay, so now that is done. And finally, I need to get a little bit more ink, guys. Ladies, girls, your grass. We don't want bright, happy, pretty, sunshiny, Easter colored grass. We want scary, spooky in the middle of a cornfield grass, right? So all I'm going to do is take my black again and just go over all the edges. You'll notice that my nails and my hands are really filthy, and it's because that's just how I roll when I make cards. All right, so there's my first piece of grass. That's all nice and different. You don't have to add a lot. Be light-handed with this because you don't want black grass, obviously. If you have any little pieces that are still in there, just use a little pokey tool, whatever you have, to poke them out. These we did cut by hand. Each kit has 2. We cut 800 pieces of grass. Took me a couple days. And there you go. See, so the grass is done now. Now, moving along, I am going to show you guys how I colored. This is why I pre-colored, so that I could actually show you how to do some fun stuff like wood and the corn stalks that are up on this card. I noticed on this piece that my scan and cut didn't quite get that, so I'm just going to go in and cut it out, cut it off. No big deal. Okay, so now I have my corn stalks and my wood. Now, they both use browns, and I use a yellow on my corn stalk as a base, and I'll explain in a minute. So I just grabbed some browns that I had. Now I'm grabbing cool colored browns, and I'm grabbing warm browns. And I just realized on here that I don't have an extra Frankenstein to color for you guys. Oops. Okay, and I have no idea where it went. That's kind of sad. But regardless, I'm going to hold this up here and show you how I colored him. I used a green because Frank is green, right? And I used a light brown for his shirts and a darker brown for his pants. And his skin is a darker green, of course, because it's shadowed. And it's not a happy-go-lucky green. It's a yellow green. It's a darker yellow green. Black for the bottom of his shoes. And gray. And then don't forget to color in the gray for his bolts. Okay? And black for his hair. Super simple. Apparently, the card I'm going to make for you isn't going to have him on it. Because, oopsie, I forgot. It will once we're done, but it doesn't now. So let's go back to our 2 pieces that are not colored, and we're going to color those. So in a corn stalk, there are tons of different colors. All right, they're not just brown. So what I'm going to do, we're not going to color the pumpkin because the jack-o'-lantern is going to cover it up. Okay, so we're not going to do that. But what I do just in the center, I just bring in just a couple, just squiggly marks like that. It is really super easy. Then I'm going to come in with a lighter color brown. And you can use the same brown you use on Riley if you want. And I'm just going to bring, this is my base brown. Okay. And I'm just going to pretty much color everything. And if you notice, I go completely off the stamped image. And that's what I like about Copic markers, because it'll blend right into that yellow that I already had. All right, so there's my base brown with a little hint of yellow underneath it. And I'm going to make this sign the same base brown. Okay, so this is where we are now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little darker brown, whatever color you like. I went E35 on this one. And I'm going to come back in where the corn stalks are underneath. So you kind of have to figure out, now that would have a shadow on it. And that would have a shadow, right? This would have a shadow underneath there. I'm not going to color the whole thing. This would have a shadow. That would have a little shadow. Okay? And see how easy that is? They're all going to have that shadow underneath the band right there. And if you use alcohol markers, this is the fun of alcohol markers, you can just flick it down like that and it blends into everything. I'm also going to come back with the same darker brown, and I'm going to go around the edges, and these lines kind of show you where you need to be. So I'm just going to flick it in that way and flick it that way. Okay? And I might just take that darker brown on the stick. But don't worry, it's not going to look like that when we're done. So the next thing that we're going to do is I'm going to take even a darker brown. And it can be the same thing as the antlers that you used for Riley. There's really no right or wrong. And I'm going to come back in here and do the exact same thing again, but not go all the way. Okay, and now it's starting to show up a little bit, isn't it? Yep, now we're starting to get the different colors. All right, same thing, only I'm just going to follow these little lines here, okay? Turn around, follow these little lines. All right, and there would be a shadow right under there, wouldn't there? And a little one right there. Okay, this is how you create shadows within your projects. So I like this as it is, and I might want to stop. However, I really don't. And so I am going to, those were cooler color browns. Now I'm going to take, or warmer. I could be confused. But anyway, I'm going to take a different shade of brown this time. One that's got more of a gray in it. And I'm going to come back and just add a little bit more. Okay. And just a little bit more down on that yellow. This time, I'm going to come in just around the edges. And I'm going to bring it up because the alcohol is all going to blend together anyway, okay? And there you have it. And finally, I'm going to take a little bit of gray and I'm going to come down on the sides because it's nighttime. All right. So everything's going to be kind of a shade of gray at night. Do you see how our first original color is still there? You can just barely see it, right? The gray is really awesome in wood, because there's always a tinge of gray in the wood. So now we're good. We have these done. I'm happy with them. And we are going to start assembling our card. So we're going to go back to our base that we have here. Okay, there's a couple pieces that we're going to put on first, and then we're going to put the grass on, and then there's a couple pieces that we will put on last. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the cornstalk, and we're going to take our little vampire guy, and I think I might add a little black around his head too. And his, you know, you just can't get too much black on a Halloween card. So I'm going to tuck him in behind here, but I'm going to bring him in front of the cornstalk. Okay, so it kind of has a little 3D effect. I'm just going to hold it and flip it up and just put a little bit of my yummy zip dry right there, and it's going to hold him. Then I'm going to turn the whole entire thing over and zip dry it or glue it. Regardless of what you have, you can use it. And I'm just going to sit it right here along the edge. This is going to be our furthest image over to your left. All right. And now we're going to put the grass on. What I want you to do, I don't want you to glue every single blade. We're just going to put a very thin line across the bottom of the grass. Okay. And we're just going to glue it and go all the way down to the edge of the card, okay? All the way down. And yep, that's going to hang out. That's okay. No problemo. And then you're going to take your next piece and you are going to lay it right on top of where the other grass line was. Okay, and you're going to just kind of match them up. All right, you don't have to match them up if you don't want to. You can just set it just like this too. No one will ever know. But on this one, because you don't know how long it is, I'm just going to take that line, that little bead of glue, and just put it along the bottom of this card. And just lay that right on there. This is one of my favorite dies from KarenBerniston.com, and it's a grass die. And I have inside knowledge that there might be a slimline grass die coming out soon. Oh, did I say that out loud? Anyway, so now we have this. We're just going to turn it over and we're just going to cut it off. So there you have it. We're going to come along this bottom and just trim that off too. Okay? And there's our start. Now you notice that I had you leave the glue off the blades of grass on purpose, right? It's because I like to flick them out. It makes it look more 3D, I guess. So with that, the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna take our little mummy, okay? And we're gonna get him, he's gonna be behind the Frankenstein and Riley. So we're gonna put him in first. And he's gonna sit in there, but I like to just stick some of the little toilet paper out. See how cute that is? Just stuck out like that. We're just gonna flip him over and put some glue on him. And I also never glue down the antlers, because if you don't, look what you can do. Okay? It just makes it look a little more, I don't know what the word is I'm trying to find, but it makes it look a little more fluid, I guess, instead of so static and glued down so harshly. Now, if I had one, okay, actually, I'm just going to take it off this card. Is that horrible or what? But I am. So what we're going to do, uh-oh, I about cut his foot off, is with your Frankenstein that you have, uh-oh, down foot, down foot. Never mind, I can fix it. So you're going to put foam tape on here, okay? And once you have the foam tape, he is going to go in the front towards the furthest edge. And we're just going to sit him on there. And yes, he will overlap, okay? That's no problem. And since I have an extra foot, I am just going to tuck it up in underneath there. Put a little bit of glue. Here's a little fix for you. If you ever tear your stuff, you'll know how to do it. And again, this glue is perfect for this because it'll get out, and all you do is hold it down and it'll make a really nice seal, and then you just wipe off the excess, okay? Look, never even knew. And of course, it's Frank. So now moving along, we are going to put some foam tape on our jack-o'-lantern, and he is going to go right here. And I love that these videos are pre-recorded, so you can just hit pause. If you get behind, you can just hit pause. And of course, this is your card, so if you want to mix and mash it up a little bit, it's your card, do it. But make sure you come on our Facebook page and show me what you did with it, okay? We have a Riley fan page where you can post your own pictures, and I hope you guys bring these to that fan page and show me. So now we have that all done. The next thing, we are going to take our sign and we are going to write on it free candy. All right, with just a thin line black marker, pen, whatever you have, and I just hand wrote that on there in all caps. And you don't want it to be too perfect either, okay? Free candy. Because that gets them every time, free candy. Okay, so we are also going to pop this up with our foam tape, okay? And we're just gonna put it somewhere close, okay? Just like that. And finally, we're going to save our moon till the end, but we are going to work on Riley now. And I'm going to sound horribly barbaric, and I apologize ahead of time. However, we're going to cut his head off. I mean, this is a spooktacular make and take, right? So we're just going to cut his head off, but don't worry, it doesn't hurt him a bit. I do this almost every time I use Riley because I like to move his head around, and it pops it up and it makes his clothes look awesome. So this Halloween set, of course, is from his dress-up set. He's got 28 dress-up sets, I think. So this is his trick-or-treat dress-up set. And I'm just going to put this on here. All right. Just like that. And see it squeezed out the edge? It's okay. I'm just going to rub it off. I hope you guys can see that. It's really incredible. Love this stuff. Then, to hook the jack-o'-lantern in, we are just going to make a nice little slit all the way up to his arm. Okay, and we're just going to tuck this in, just like this. And I'm going to swing it around to the side. And if you have a hard time doing that, I kind of cheated a little bit and made another little inverted cut. So you tuck it in there like that. And so it doesn't move on me, I just put a little bit of glue right behind here. And I hold it down. You can also pop it up if you want with foam tape. All right, so we have that. And so we're just gonna glue him down. Now, I don't want him to look like he's behind or in front. So remember that piece of grass that we did earlier? We are just going to cover up where we met the two pieces of grass. Put a little glue on here. Everybody is going to be asking me where I got this eyeball paper. I absolutely love it. I bought tons of it because I love it so much. And it is by Echo Park. All right, now all we have left is these are our three pieces left. We are going to put his little mask on his cute little face. Is that adorable? And there you have it. Okay. And we're going to pop his head up. We're not going to glue it down. We're going to give even Riley a little bit of dimension. And my tape is just a tiny bit too long. We're going to, and see, you could just put him like that, but he's looking at this free candy going, so we're going to tilt his head a little bit. And the last thing to do is to attach your half moon, okay? And the reason I saved it for last is so that I could just kind of center it on the page. And there you go. It's a spooktacular card. Thanks everyone for joining us. I hope you hang with me for my next 30 minutes. I will show you all the wonderful things that we have for Halloween. It's my favorite holiday, by the way. Have a great day. Thanks for joining me. Hi everyone, it's Tanya from Riley and Company. Thank you so much for joining me. It is the Spooktacular series. Can you tell? I had to dive into all of my Halloween costumes and pull out my bat mask. Sometimes I even drive with it. You just never know what people will do, right? Anyway, I'm joking, of course. But thank you for joining me, and I have got a real treat for you today. I'm going to start with telling you all about the specials so you can continue to shop if that's what you're doing. And then I am going to give you so many card samples that have our fall and Halloween stuff on them. Feel free to pause the video and take a screenshot. We would love for you to use the designs and to use our sayings. So without further ado, I'm going to have to take this off because I can't see with it on, and I am going to switch you around so we can get started. Hopefully I will do this and not disconnect the video. Haha. And there we have it. I really need to get one of those switcher programs. I tried, I looked, and I couldn't find it. So the bat mask is officially off for today. And my glasses are on, so I can tell you all about our special. Our special is buy 6 Riley or Funny Bone stamps, and you are going to get the 7th one absolutely free. And there's no limit to this. If you buy 12, you get 2 free. If you buy 18, you get 3 free, and on and on and on. So there's absolutely no limit. The great thing about it is you get to choose the stamp that you want to be free. It is on the Funny Bones and Riley size. Okay, so any 6 of these, you get to pick your 7th one free. And our Funny Bones, of course, I hope everybody knows Funny Bones, but if you don't, we are the original home of Snark. We have about 830 different Funny Bones sayings for you to look through. And you can pick 6 of these and choose your 7th one free. We have about 300 plus stamps of Riley in all different versions, doing all different things, and you can mix and match if you want. You just put 6 in your shopping cart. The 7th one that you choose, do not put it in your shopping cart. Please write the name of it in the comment section. All you have to do is, I would like this stamp free, and it will automatically show up in your order when you get it. It will not show up in your shopping cart, but it will show up in your order. Okay, there's no limits to this, and there's absolutely no code needed. I get tons of emails when I do this special. What code is it? What code is it? There is no code. Okay, all you have to do is put the free ones of your choice in the comment section when you check out. Now that we have that done, I want to move on to all of the amazing card samples that I have for you today. There are some super cute card samples. And like I said, if you want to hit pause on the video and do a screenshot so you can make the card later, or you like the layout, please feel free. I'm going to start with our dress up series. For those of you that don't know, we have a dress up series, and it's with our little moose. So here's Riley. Okay, and these 2 stamps are in a set, and that's our base set. So kind of think of paper dolls. Okay, and he has 26 different sets of accessories. Everything from a camper and a motorcycle to a fishing boat to all kinds of good stuff. A North Pole house. We're going to focus on the Halloween and the fall today. So this is, and they all have matching dies. Just so you know, matching dies are absolutely available. So this is our Halloween 1 set. And I like Halloween so much that we have a Halloween 2 set as well. Because you can't just have 1 set of costumes, right? So there's a Halloween 2. So on the Halloween 1 set, we have a ghost and a pumpkin outfit and a vampire cape and a cat woman mask and tail and a pirate and a trick-or-treat shirt and a couple little different trick-or-treat bags. On the second set, we have a witch and a dragon. You can also make it into a unicorn. We have a little tombstone, all that good stuff, and some flying bats, of course, matching dies. Our fall set is probably one of my favorite ones because I use it all the time. It's got a terrific fence in it. It's got great corn stalks, and for him, it's got a little scarecrow outfit. And I use this sign a lot too. If you have done any of our make and takes, you will recognize the sign. So let's move on, and I will show you some of the cards. Oh, and we have a cow. I forgot to tell you about the cow. Here is a pair of cows that all of the clothes fit as well. So this is Benny and Bessie, the bovines, and this is Riley and Sophie. Does it matter which one are Benny and Bessie? Nope, not at all. You can choose. And the difference is you put a bow in their hair, and all of a sudden it becomes Bessie or Sophie. And that's all to it. That's all there is to it. So here is a gorgeous little fall card with the fall sets and one of our new sayings. Here's the scarecrow made into the yellow brick road. Is that creative? And you can write anything on these signs that you want. Here's a fantastic one done with the cat mask and the ghost. 'Tis the season. This is Bert. October is my favorite color. This is a shaker card. I wish I knew who did this die. I don't. If I had to guess, I know Memory Box used to have one like it, but I'm not sure. And I'm sorry if that's the wrong one. But again, it's 'tis the season. Here is the little pumpkin outfits. And all of these sayings you can also find in the Funny Bones section, okay? Woman in total control here. I cannot begin to tell you how many of these we've sold. It's the most wonderful time of the year because it is. There's Bert again. He has a tombstone. There's a stamp with a tombstone. We should have an adult Halloween. Walk around ringing doorbells and everyone gives out vodka and bacon. It's the truth, right? We really should. Same stamp in some of our other, this is individual Rileys. Okay. This is Darth Vader Moose and Catwoman. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous, and I know who has this one. This is a gorgeous gate die by Prickly Pear. Here's another witch in total, or woman in total control. And if you guys have purchased any of our card kits, you will recognize this one. This is my little Tucker in the same pumpkin outfit. You're never too old to beg for free candy, and that is a true story. And you can tell him I said so. So, moving along, I'm just going to show you some of our other Halloween stamps that we have and some of our other Halloween sayings. This is Bert. And again, some of the clothes that's on the dress up series you can use with our animals, and you can probably use with things that you already have at home too, which is really fun. Never mind the witch, beware the cat. I'm here to decorate your house for October. Wanted to show you guys, we have this goo die. It is lovely, and you can use it so many different ways. You can use it as gravy. You can use it as snow and ice. You can use it as green goo. Here's another card that we used it as blood. Isn't that great? Put some crystal lacquer on it. This is a Halloween 1 vampire series out of Halloween 1 and Halloween 2. Here is Bert with his tombstone. This is Raking Riley. When I was a kid, I wanted to be older. This is not what I expected. And I would guess almost every person says that when they go to rake leaves in the fall. This is an amazing little skeleton that we have. I don't celebrate Halloween. I am Halloween. I'm here to decorate your house for October. Here's Dress Up Riley in the pirate outfits. This is a really fun to show you because what happens is if you use an extra head when you do this, or you cut the head off the body and attach it later, you can pop it up and it makes him look kind of 3D. Isn't that fun? Of course I'm an organ donor. Who wouldn't want a piece of this? Here is our Catwoman again in that yummy, yummy corner goo die that we have. Here is a card out of our Dress Up series. The little dragon. Isn't he cute? And then our goo die again. Now this, I'm going to start with this one, save this one for a second. Advice from a Pumpkin. This is also a very, very, very popular saying. Be well-rounded, get plenty of sunshine, keep growing, and be outstanding in your field, and think big. Here is the corn stalk from the fall sets. Now, if you want to take that up a notch, happy pumpkin spice season. And you can turn it into a pop-up. Is that wonderful? This is a Karen Burniston platform. I believe it's with the House and Fence die. Happy pumpkin spice season. Great stamp. And then we just used the fence and the corn stalks and the little sign and the crow. Fantastic little platform die from KarenBurniston.com. Moving along. So have you got any of your 6 written down that you want yet? Yep, you're on 12, aren't you? I know you're on 12. We will show you a few more. This is Popping Pumpkin. And I use him for a lot of stuff. He's just easy and simple and fast. And here he is again with one of my favorite sayings. Thank you, Halloween candy. My muffin top is now a pumpkin roll. And what Angie did on this is she took the popping pumpkin. Did you notice that it's kind of familiar? It is. She took him out of there and popped him up on the top. Here he is again with another one of our amazingly popular sayings. A fallen leaf is nothing more than summer's wave goodbye. Our fall colors aren't fantastic. I just love fall colors. Here is this same skeleton again. I love Halloween. It's the one day a year people don't question my sanity. Here's something fun to do with your little Riley Halloween stamps. These are little treat bags. Aren't they fantastic for the little kids? You just fold them over and put a little seal and hand them out at Halloween. There's Bert again with his tombstone. This is Bert on his broom. Bert the cat came about. He is our snarky little buddy that goes with all of our funny sayings. So I'm too sexy for my broom. And if you are a child that grew up in the 80s, early 90s, you know what you're singing while you read this, right? I'm too sexy for my broom, too sexy for my broom. Fantastic, right? Isn't that cute? Little Riley riding the broom. Here's that same gate again that I just absolutely adore. Pricklypear.com again is who has that. Lovely people named John and Sharon Ware. This is Mummy Riley. This Halloween I'll be hanging cobwebs on the exterior of my house so it matches the interior. This card was done by one of our designers, and darn it, they don't put their names on the back, so it's been a while, so I don't remember who did it. But is this fantastic? Isn't this amazing? It's a cobweb. Halloween, I'll be hanging cobwebs on the exterior of my house so it matches the interior. Another fallen leaf is nothing more than a summer's wave goodbye. Here's our vampire Riley. You can even use some of our regular sayings and put them on Halloween cards. For example, I hope we're friends until we die. And then I hope we stay ghost friends and walk through walls and scare the crap out of people. This is for my Dolores, if she's watching. That's what we're going to do. Another shaker card. I'm here to decorate your house. I love this die. I really do wish I knew who had it because I'd buy one. And we also have some fall stamps too that Riley, we have Pilgrim Riley and Pilgrim Sophie. And I am going to grab a spectacular product. I couldn't have it laying here. And I know that's one thing you're never supposed to do is walk away from your camera, but I wanted to show you guys this. This is an amazing project by Melissa Rogers that she did with all of our Riley stuff. We actually used this at something close to this at Stamp Away last year, and people went bananas. So what she did is she just took a regular, I believe this is 7 Gypsies, but I don't know if they have them anymore. I'm trying to get this all in one shot, but I don't think I can. So here you have a Dress Up Riley. And that's just paper. And there's Ghost Riley. If I were a ghost, I'd go to people's houses that have OCD and tilt all the pictures on the walls. And I would. Some more amazing papers. Vampire Riley. Here's our goo die again. You can use that in so many things. You have Pirate Riley. And again, just paper. I think that's from an old Graphic 45 set. I'm not for sure. Then down here is your Riley dressed up with the trick or treat. And if you guys just came from my Make and Take, this will look very familiar to you. Thank you, Halloween Candy. And finally, we have him as the Scarecrow again. So that brings me to, back to this, which you guys may or may not have just got done doing. And again, our dress-up sets are amazing for slimline dies because you can put a whole bunch of stuff on one. This is the one you guys did. And if you just came from there, you know that I was missing a Frank for the one that I did. So when I got done, I had an open spot. So I just put Vampire Riley in there too. All right. Again, real quick, our special for the Spooktacular series is buy any 6 Riley or Funny Bone stamps, get the 7th free. If you didn't see the beginning, make sure that you put your choice in the comment section at RileyandCompanyOnline.com, and we will get that to you. Do not put it in your cart or you're going to end up paying for it. So we are giving away a $50 gift certificate with the Make and Take Expo. So make sure you put your name in for that. And I hope all of you have a wonderful, wonderful Halloween. Thanks so much. Bye, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, and I said to make sure that you keep your eyes open because this project is full of those eeky looking eyes. And as she mentioned, that paper is from Echo Park. She wanted to make sure she mentioned that. She said she bought a ton of it because you can use that for all kinds of goodies. I loved, once again, she is an awesome colorer, and I love how she brought out when she was coloring my favorite thing that I loved when she was coloring was the cornstalk, and how, a cornstalk isn't just yellow, like we traditionally see in different pictures and things. So it was so great to see her take and blend all of those colors to get your oranges and your browns and everything. I loved when she was doing that. I loved when she was, we love Riley, of course.
I know.
Love Riley. And the other technique that she used, one was when she was inking the edges, of course, and then on the grass. Now, who would think that you would put grass on a spooky card?
Right.
But what she did is she lightly inked the grass, because you don't want to have like green grass in a spooky card.
Right.
So this is actually 2 pieces, and to cover up the little seam is where she put one of the little characters down at the bottom, which I loved. And then the other technique, or this little extra that she did, is on the tops of some of the grass, she kind of flicked it out to give it a little bit of that dimension. So I just thought that was some great techniques. And her coloring, one of the tips that I love that she always gives is that, you can use the same color, and as you go over it, the color will get darker. So you don't have to buy, if you don't have them, you don't, you can use the same pen to get that darker color and the blending. So what a cute card. And once again, Slimline. I love Slimline. So thank you. Slimline of my heart, yes. So I'm going to keep my eyes open for some more Slimline. So tell us about, yes. So Vicki, I know you had your eyes on some shopping.
Oh, look, you're on the roll today. Yes. So what is so neat is Riley is so cute, and if you buy any 6 Riley or Funny Bone stamps, you're going to get the 7th free. Now follow the instructions, because I know she says don't put it in your cart, put the 7th one that you're going to get in free. But listen and follow, because it's amazing deal, and it's so easy to do. I love Riley.
Yes, I love the Funny Bones, of course.
Yes. So there's something for all of us, right?
I think she said on the Funny Bones at one point they had like 850 different sayings. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of funniness.
Wow.
So.
Yes.
That's awesome, though.
So I love on Halloween 1 and 2 stamp and die for Riley to dress up with. So there's 2 different stamps and die sets for that. So you could change Riley's outfits to different trigger, like she did on her card.
Yes.
I mean, it is a must-have, and I love Riley, and I love clothes.
The little dress up.
This is like perfect for me to dress up Riley. So this is a must-have, and I'm definitely gonna tell my husband, I need this.
Yes. You do, you need it.
I do. And so there's also a cow. The cow also, I think their names are Benny and Bessie.
Yes,
and the cows can also wear some of the clothes. So
Yeah.
that's, very, if you want to sell it, you could use it very, what's the word, reuse.
Yes, yeah. Well, just different uses and intermixing, I always call
Exactly.
it too.
So there's so many different cards that you can make, so many different, ideas from just these few stamp sets. So you need to have it. I love all the sayings, but I think another thing too is the goo die. The goo die is a must-have. That is so adorable. So you can use Riley, even like she had in the frame with the little squares, as home decor. That would be so cute how she had that home decor piece. Then you could hang it for, Halloween when you decorate. There's so many different things that you can do with Riley and Company.
Yes, just adorable. Adorable it should be Adorable Riley and Company.
Amen. Yes. So, the original home of fun and snarky sayings for all occasions, Riley and Company is offering buy any 6 Riley or Funny Bone stamps and get the 7th stamp free and no limit. So, you could just keep on buying those 6 and get one free.
Yes.
Another 6 and get one free.
You can't pass up that deal.
You can't. So, you choose your stamp, put the name of your stamp in the comment section when you check out. And that's how you'll get it for free. So there's no coupon needed, but the offer expires on October 4th. So
awesome, great. Well, thank you so much, Riley and Company. And now, Vickyville, I'm a real big fan of this next project from Scrapbook Workshop. So enjoy, and we'll be back.
Hey everyone, this is Charlene at the Scrapbook Workshop. We are glad to be with you today. We're excited about making this project with you. This is our Victorian fan for decorated for Halloween. If you're going to dress up as a witch, you can use this as an accessory. You can set it around on your coffee table. Just use it as a decoration for Halloween. So we're going to get started. I'm going to show you what's going to be in your kit, but I do have to let you know there is one thing that is not in your kit. We left it out, didn't intend to, but we left it out. There was some little spider webs that we had cut that you could put on these little fan blades. They will not be in your kit, so we made up this project that does not have cobwebs on it, so you could see it's still going to be just as cute. If you need those webs, you can get a hold of us through our website. So here we go. We're going to get started. This is what's in your kit. We have 5 green fan blades, 5 craft sticks, 5 black fan blades, excuse me, that would have been a blooper, and 5 Victorian shaped frames, 10 flowers, 10 googly eyes, and 5 silhouettes of witches. We're going to start out with getting our fan blades inked, and then we're going to work on getting our flowers inked. So we'll just sit here and work on them as we go. Hope you guys are having a great time with all these projects. We had a fun time designing it. We had a fun time getting them all ready. It's quite a chore getting ready for you guys. This is our first venture into instructional videos. So bear with us as I'm learning, also as I'm going. So I've just taken a Tim Holtz blender tool. We have some distress ink that we're just dipping this in and just wiping it along the edges of this fan just to give it some more what we call oompa oompa. You can put as much or as little as you want. If you don't like to ink, you don't even have to ink these if you don't want. Just kind of leaves this is called black soot, so it gives a little indication that maybe it was near a fire or near a flame. And we'll just sit here as we work together. Okay, you can see there that I messed up, but when we get this all together, all those little mess ups just kind of blend in. We have 10 flowers. We're going to just hit the edges of these with ink. Some of your die cuts might have just a little bit of paper if you want to get real precise. There's those little pieces that are right there. We're just going to come in here and just clip at them and get them gone. Set them aside. It's hard not to get ink all over you when you're doing these. It's always best to have some baby wipes setting beside you. Of course, since I'm doing this live, one thing I did not get put beside me was baby wipes. This is my first venture with instructional videos. We've had, this is probably take 30 or 40. So this has been a learning, there's been a big learning curve with me on this. I am so glad to be able to get this completed. So we've got those 10 flowers inked with black ink. Then we also now have the green pieces. So next we're going to go ahead and glue our googly eyes to the flowers to give that time. You're going to need wet glue or glue dots. And we're going to give those time to dry so that when we go to use them and put them on our fan that they'll be all dry. I have a tool to do this, and I don't have it sitting here with me. So we will pick these up the best we can. Marvy has a jewel picker that is perfect for picking these up. This glue dries clear, so any mess that we make with it dries a little bit shiny, so you can still see where it was, but it's not a huge problem. Well, that one's gonna fight with me. I hope you guys have enjoyed your projects. It's a lot more fun to do them at the convention, but during this season of our life with the danger of the virus being passed around, it's nice to be safe. Yeah. We're going to leave those there and let them dry. They'll be dry by the time that we get the rest of our project together. We need to grab your fan blades, black and green ones, and your craft stick. We're going to add the Victorian frames to our green fan blades. And then in the middle of that, we're going to add our silhouette of our witches. So let's go ahead and do that. On some of these pieces, there's a lot of little edges, little pieces that were cut out of this frame. If there are some that are still in the frame, all you need to do is take something. You can take a pin, you can poke it through to the back and pull it out from the back side. That way, if there's a little edge that's still stuck to the black frame and you pull it and it tears a little bit, your tears will be on the back side so that when you glue this, you won't see any little tears. They'll be on the back. Setting these off to the side. It's our last one. So now we're ready to put the witch silhouettes on in the frames. I don't know if you can hear or not, I have customers who have shown up to a crop that we're having this morning, and they're about a half an hour early, and they're standing outside the door. So you might be able to hear them. They're out there visiting with each other. This is live TV. This is our last one. So now we've got all 5 of our frames, our fan blades are finished. They have the frames on them and the witches. We're going to apply them to the black fan blades. Now these fan blades these black ones are not 100% symmetrical. So they line up better on one side than they do on the other. You can see on this side, This is a little bit thinner and this is a little bit thicker. So if that's going to bother you, just flip it over and it should line up just right. What we're going to do is add, I'm going to have to move these out of the way so we can work. We're going to add a craft stick to the middle of our blades to give them stability. So if you want to use it as a fan, you can. This craft stick is a little bent, so I had to work with it. We're just gonna put a thin line of glue. If you put a thick line of glue, you're gonna end up getting some warping on your paper, so don't go crazy with the amount of glue. It just needs to be a thin line. Just gonna get these lined up. Just make sure the glue has contact. We're going to do this same thing on all 5 of our fan blades. After all these years of using craft sticks in grade school, we're still using them in our crafts. Whoops, I went sideways. My fingers are getting a little sticky from the glue, and that fan blade stuck to the stickiness. Hold that one down for a minute. It has a little bit of a arch in the wood. Make sure it gets good contact. If you have a good glue, you don't need very much of it. Sometimes the lesser amount that you use, the better. Oops. So now I'm going to move our flowers out of the way. They're dry enough to go ahead and start working with them. A couple of them are still a little bit wet. Line up your fan blades in the order that you would like to have the witches. I think I'm going to put the 2 simple cuts on each end. I'll put the skeleton face in the middle, and then these witches that have a lot of little extra pieces we'll put in the middle. And what we're going to do now is we're going to glue our fan together. We're going to attach it down here. We're going to put a piece of glue in here and hold that down, so that if your craft stick doesn't go all the way to the end, you can just hold it down there. I'm going to go ahead and do this to all of these. hold it for a minute since there's dimension underneath this. There's space. The popsicle is taking up some space in between the green and the black, so I need to hold it down so it doesn't pop up. So make it a lot easier when we glue the pieces together. Now that that's done, and we have them all lined up in the way that you would like them to look on your fan, we're going to glue these two ends together, and we're going to put a little bit of glue on this edge and bring this here and glue that down. So let's go ahead and get that done. Put some glue here. The lesser amount of glue that you put, the better it will be for you. I'm going to go ahead and slide that. I'm putting these two ends, I'm putting the blacks together and leaving the green, positioning the green to where it's on top. So there we have it. Okay. If your work surface is a piece of paper, you might just double check and move this every now and then to make sure that glue has not oozed out onto the paper and it sticks to the paper. And they overlap. Just kind of give them some pressure for a little bit and wait, and then move on. You can also poke a hole and put these together with a hole, but to be honest, by the time that you get the hole punched and you get it all tied in, it gives the opportunity for the hole to tear the more that you hold it. So if we do it like this, it gives it more stability, makes it more durable. So in case you use it as an accessory to your costume, then this will help it last longer as you go through the night. Yep, knocked over my glue bottle. You want to put this down toward the bottom of the frame, and not in the middle, but put it down in here. We're going to add our flowers, and we're going to add our ribbon, and then we'll be done. Okay, so there's the basic structure of it. It's all done. You've got 10 flowers now, so we're just going to lay these out. I like to lay things out and look at them, kind of decide where I want them before I actually put them on my project. I think I'll put one right up here at the top. Put one there. Let's see. I think I'll put one there. One here. Put another one down here. Put one on each of these. And maybe one up there. I'll go ahead and bring this down even. So you can okay. Actually, I think I'm going to put these over there. Put one here. Oops. Yeah, put this. I'm going to change my mind and put that like right there. Put this one up here. Little booger one to stay stuck to my finger. All right, so there's our flowers. I'm not going to handle it too much from here on out. What I've done with the ribbon is I took, let's get this up. I took 3 strands of ribbon. They're about 9 inches long or so. I just held them together and made a knot and just brought it through. Let me do that again. Just hold the strands together and bring it through and just tie a knot is what I did. The knot's already done. So then from that point, I cut my ends of my ribbon at an angle. Makes it look more finished. This knot has a flat edge, so I took that flat edge and we're going to put some glue right there in the middle. And just put it there and just hold it. You can take a clothespin, you can clip that, any other kind of a clip, and just clip it. And there's your fan. I hope you guys enjoy your Halloween project and your Halloween celebrations this year. Have a great day. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, this is Charlene at the Scrapbook Workshop. Now that we're done with our project, I thought I would introduce myself and then show you our store. We're located in Blue Springs, Missouri. We're about 20 minutes east of Kansas City. So if you're ever in this area, go ahead and stop on by. When you walk in our door, this is going to be what you see. We have a lot of kits. We try to make unique items. You can see some of these kits. Anything you see, you can contact us and we'll try to mail it to you if you'd like. That's our favorite, or my favorite, is the watering can, and we have all different tags in there that have to do with nature, and they have some inspirational quotes. These are our little mason jars that we do, little banners that hang out of the mason jars that you can have around for the fall. Let's step over here and look at some of this stuff. We do a lot of banners. Our customers like banners. So do I. We'll come over here, and this is a Christmas Advent calendar. We put little bags in there. You can put candy in there, but we also, if you purchase this kit, we have the story of Christmas typed up in 25 sections, and you can put one section in each of the little bags along with candy, and you can read them and talk about the story of Christmas as you go by if you want. This is a Christmas growth chart. So if you want to have this, get this out at Christmas, make it up and get it out every Christmas and measure the kids. It's a fun thing to get involved with. And we have kits for that. So now we're just going to go through our store and just let you see kind of what it looks like here. We have newly renovated our store through the COVID, this season of our life through COVID. We were shut down from toward the end of March until June. So we took that time to go ahead and renovate the store. We boxed everything up. We had 2,400 square feet that we were going to renovate. So we boxed everything up and pushed it all to one side. We took down 3 walls and we built a new wall because we separated our space from, we put half on one side is retail and the other half is a new crop area. It's 1,200 square feet. It fits 20 people. We can fit 24, but we like to have a couple tables left so that we can put the food buffet, or we can do make and takes or demos, that we have some room to do some projects if we need to. We're not all fit in there like sardines. We want to have some room. We have signs like this throughout our store. We try to work at it to make it interactive so that when you come in the store you learn. Please remember as I show this around that we have newly renovated. As you can see, there's the cleaning stuff. All right, this is a new wall. This wall that I'm going to show you is called our die cut diner wall, and it's designed to we've got die cuts that help you design your pages so that you can come across and just grab little pieces here and there, especially if you're cropping and you don't want to buy a whole package full of stuff that you're not going to use. We have little bits and pieces of things that you can decorate frames. There's some buttons, and here's some flourishes, all different colors and sizes. We sell little bows by the piece. There's some photo anchors, some photo corners, some tags and frames that we do. Here's our embellishments, flowers you can buy by the piece. These are little resin buttons, decorative pieces. And we also have titles. We cut these frames. We make different frames that you can use on your pages, and all of this is designed to embellish those frames if you like. We have these little pieces that you can add, and then we have all these different titles that you can just buy a title in different colors. We make a lot of die cuts. These die cuts that we have down here are for the specific schools that we have in this area. And then we do some of our own die cuts for different occasions or different seasons. Here's a little sun guy that we've done. We have lots of them throughout the store. Here's our journaling section, so you can grab a tag or a library pocket or a pen and just get that journaling done. I encourage everybody, there's some firefighter die cuts that we do. We do a lot of school die cuts. All of this that you see, prom and grad night and homecoming, we've done those. These are for schools, for school days. There's the grades. And then here's some for graduation that we've done. We do kits also. This is picking up kind of blurry, and I apologize. We're going to walk on over to our new crop area so I can show you what it looks like. Like I said, it's a mess. We're just finishing, we're moving into it and getting it all ready. So it's 1,200 square feet. Again, we can hold 20 people. I don't even have the walls decorated yet. There's some of our tables and stuff, and trash cans and vacuum cleaner. And these are all the projects that I'm going to talk to you about here shortly to let you know what we do in the store, what we offer on a monthly basis. These pieces of paper on the floor represent tables, so we have it spaced off. That's our buffet, our food buffet table, and right now it's a buffet of stuff. Excuse me. So we're going to walk over here. We're going to talk about one of the first projects that we're offering on a monthly basis. We're going to use Heartfelt Creations products. We're going to use their new release. One of the products that we're going to offer is the paper pad. We're going to take it and make 2 scrapbook page kits from it. We're also going to make tag kits from it, and then we're going to make card kits from it. And you can buy the kits with the product. We're going to be offering those on every month. About the time that they offer their new release, we should have ours done. Then over here, we started a monthly kit in April. This is our recipe pages. I'm going to get up here closer. Every month you'll have the opportunity to purchase a monthly kit. It consists of a divider page, that would be this crock pot page. Then it has a blank page so you can add recipes that you might be your favorite. You might have grandma's recipe or mom's recipe, or you may have a recipe that you've tweaked that you like, and that page is provided so that you can add your own. Then there'll be one pre-printed, pre-selected recipe, and that's the lumpy dip. Is what I chose this month to do. So that's going to be your monthly kit. Then we also have a add-on kit for the monthly kit if you want to get 6 instead of 3. On these kits, they're pre-printed, pre-selected, and you'll get all the pieces. You'll get a color copy, any instructions that you may need. Sometimes it's just putting it together like the picture. But occasionally, like on this Chinese cabbage salad, you'll need to know how to fold that little kimono, I think is what it's called, the little dress there. So this is what you will get on the add-on kit when you choose to get add-on kits. There'll be just 3 recipes, not divider page, not blank page. It will be a divider page. So we're going to go over here and look at this. Before COVID, we offered weekly card classes. We broke that down to every other week. We have classes now. So this is the class we had last week. We did some technique stuff with the snow. It's a little hard to teach classes right now because if we do heat embossing, die cutting in the class, different things, different tools, we have to be careful not to pass germs back and forth with the tool. So at this point, I'm trying to teach classes that we do not have to use tools on, or that the people in class could bring their own tools. So that's another set of cards that we did. That was maybe 4 weeks ago, I think. We post our cards to Facebook. Any classes that we have, we post to Facebook. So you can go back and look at our stuff. We have a recipe club that meets once a month that does recipes. But a lot of times we step off the pages and do other projects. For I think it was last January or maybe last December, we did this project. It took about 3 weeks to do. It's a magnetic perpetual calendar. April and the bunnies that are in the back of the truck, those are all magnetic, so the month can be changed out, and what's in the back of the truck can be changed out. The truck is stationary. The letters SMTWTFS, those are stationary, but the numbers are magnetic so that you can move them around to correspond with the number of the months that you see. I'm going to give you a view of all of the pieces. This is a kit that's available, and this is all of the pieces that come in the kit. You'll have to assemble them, but you'll get the pieces to assemble. There's January is snowballs for sale, and the little hearts are for February. The pot of gold is March. The flower pots are May. Beach balls are June. Watermelon and star, July. Apples are August. The acorns and leaves are September. Then there's October for the ghosts. The turkey is November. And the tree with the packages is December. So it's on a magnetic stand. It has you can use it as an easel, or it has a hook on the back that you can hang it on the wall. We can send you a kit if you would like to receive one. This is something else that we just did this last month in the class. The ribbon and twine that is kind of laying over the top of that is so that you can, this is a wall hanging so that you can hang it on the wall. This is a pocket where it says September, that is a pocket. And inside the pocket are 2 sheets of cardstock that say birthdays and anniversaries, and they have, the list goes from 1 to 31, so that you can write out the person's birthday on the day of the month that it falls. You can hang this up and use it, change it out every month. This is authentic paper. And we have these little sayings at the bottom are strung up so that they hang. So every now and then we just kind of go off the page. Then one of the things also I want to talk to you about is we do have retreats twice a year. We've had some 3 times a year because the attendance was a little more than we had anticipated. So we go to Lake Donovan Resort. We are having a small retreat because of COVID-19. It's hard to have retreats. So once we can social distance and get all of that done. So and then also now with our new crop space, we will be having a crop once a month. We have partnered up with Hampton Inn, which is 4 blocks from here, so that you can book rooms, or I can book rooms for you. And you can, if you would like, if you're out of town and you'd like to come in, you can book the room, call me, we'll make arrangements. And we'll get you in the hotel, and you can come here and crop Friday and Saturday. And spend the weekend sleeping at the hotel and spend the weekend cropping here. All right, so that pretty well does it. These are some other things that we've done. We have kits for all of these. This is our project display. We did tags for Halloween. We've done some fun things for Christmas. This is a little gift bag that we did. These are some Christmas things that we also did. You can put hot chocolate and marshmallows inside that bag that has a snowman on it. And then we have kits for hand sanitizers. I don't know if you can see that. It's a real fun project. This back here is a cup holder for styrofoam cups, because everybody has styrofoam cups. You can put hot chocolate and marshmallows inside those cups. And then we made this little kit. We saw this one time online and thought it was adorable, but it's a Chex Mix that Santa checks his list twice. Thank you for this time. We appreciate it. Hope to see you guys if you ever come out this way. We'd love to see you. You guys have a great evening.
Boo, did I scare you? I told you I was a fan of this project.
That is amazing.
Isn't this, I mean, it's so Victorian looking,
Yes.
but you know, this is something that I would expect to see like in the Haunted Mansion.
That's exactly what I was thinking
It's got
about.
that great look. I love
Yeah.
the little silhouettes of all
Yeah.
the different witches.
Yes.
And you know, we go through a name like like witches who people, you know, aren't nice. No,
I hope there's no Vickyville there.
No, she's on that. No, we wouldn't do that. But this is such a cute, I mean, this is going to look great, I think, over here too. Yeah. But, you know, it was so nice because she showed you, you know, before, you know, putting the parts and pieces together, she did the distressing on the sides, and that always, you know, that just adds, it just adds to the project. It really, you know, and it's not a dark, you know, it blends in so well on that. And even on the little flowers that she did, you know, it just adds just that little bit to the project. It makes it stands out instead of it being like we call it like a flat project. But and putting this together, you know, it was so, you know, when we got this in, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a great project. How, you know, this looks, but she made it so simple. And, you know, using, you know, once again on this project, you know, she was using a great, you know, strong glue adhesive on this for sure. But, you know, but I love the little Victorian silhouettes on there. And one thing that she did mention is on the, excuse me, on the sample, and I think on the picture that you may have, has little spider webs, and unfortunately, you know, they weren't included in the kit, but she did say to contact her if you'd like those. But what a great little project. And then she added the, you know, the purple ribbon on the bottom, just that little accent. And you could even add, you know, like a button here, you know, you could, if you wanted to, different embellishments. So, and even, you know, even these parts of the fan that you could add separately, you know, to a card. Wouldn't that be great on a card?
Yes.
On a card, scrapbook page.
Oh yeah.
Anything.
You
So
can make any color combination.
Exactly. Yeah.
It would be. I mean, I can even see it for Christmas and everything.
Exactly. And these frames you could use for different. You know, different. This would be great, like for grandparents. I think, you know, it just reminds me of I don't know, happiness, I guess, maybe even.
For sure.
So, but it was a great, I was a great fan of this project. So
I love the little eyeballs.
Yes, the googly eye. And once again, you know, that just added that little bit of something.
And the center of a flower, that can be for anything. What a great idea.
Exactly.
For any at home. We all have those little punches and some googly eyes. That's awesome.
So thank you for that. And I know they have a great store in Missouri, and she said she'd been doing some remodeling and fixing up.
It was really, I love to see people's like workspaces or their scrapbook stores or their craft rooms, and
how they have things laid out.
You always get such great ideas. And like she was saying, because of COVID, they had been closed down, but I mean, she wanted to look on the bright side, so then she was able to clear everything, put everything to one side of the store, and like really re-merchandise and so that was really like exciting. And
it's a good positive, you know, to be able to do that. And you know, they still had, you know, being able to buy online and things. So, and when you have a store, you can't do that when you're open. So
So it was just, the store looks so pretty, and there's so many kits that she has available that there's like a banners, there's a Christmas Advent calendar kit, Christmas growth chart. I thought that was
that's neat.
So every Christmas you bring it out and you could, you know, hang it, and then you take a little of the kids.
I thought it was for receipts.
So I thought that was
but that would be fun because of Christmas. What a great time to do that. That's a great idea.
Exactly. There's card kits, monthly kits. There's card kit monthly add-ons. There was a calendar kit with a magnetic stand, and then just such beautiful store. I know they also have retreats, so there's an area, and you want to get a part of some of the retreats if when it opens back.
And shop in the store.
Yes,
there you go.
And I saw online that there was garage sale, and I think January.
Wow, so lots coming up.
Yeah, so fabulous. So Scrapbook Workshop. Looking for unique crafting projects? The show special is $10 off your $50 online order when you visit www.scrapbookworkshop.com, and the coupon code is UNIQUE. and it is good through September 27th, 2020.
Oh, great, great. Well, thank you so much, Scrapbook Workshop, and I am a fan of your project. So, and also I'm a fan of our next presenter, which is Stamp Anything. So enjoy, and we'll be back.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the Mega Make and Take. Today we're going to be making this card with Mindy Beverly.
Hello everyone, Mindy Beverly with you here today to show you how to make this super adorable pumpkin shaker card using some amazing products from Stamp Anything. Okay, so I'm going to quickly show you what products we used and then show you what came in your kit and how to create this card. Let's get started. So first you're going to need, if you want to recreate this card other than the kit, is we have the pumpkin shaker die add-on set. You'll need the banner dies. I use this small border banner and then the main banner that goes with it. And I also use the Shaker Basic Set 1, this set right here with the 2 circles that nest into each other. They also fit the pumpkin perfectly. Okay, so in your kit, you are going to get some cardstock like this. You're going to get a black cardstock, like with a really cool texture on it. You're going to get an orange matte cardstock. We are going to start with an A2 card. Also in the kits, there's going to be instructions step by step that I have listed here for you with all the products I use and the step by step. So we'll just follow them right through on the step by step sheet. So what you're going to do first is you're going to take your A2 card base. You're going to take your orange and black mats and they nest inside of each other like this. You're just going to adhere them together and adhere them to the front of your card. So I've already added score tape onto the back of these. And you could use any kind of adhesive that you would like. And again, you can find all these products at stampanything.com. Okay, so right here in the middle, and you're just going to line it right up and press it down, and then you're going to attach your black mat. These would make super cute little gift bags too if you wanted to attach this little top to a trick-or-treat bag or a little gift box. So here you just nest it right inside like that. Then you're going to get a pattern paper with pumpkins like this, and then a chipboard piece. You're just going to layer these. You can see here there's a small border on the top and the bottom, but they are both the same length. You're just going to layer them on top of each other and then attach them to the top third of your card. So again, I just use score tape for this. Line it up like that, and then we are going to attach it to the top third of our card. I usually leave about 1 inch from the top, what I did on the display card. Okay, and then we'll pull the tape off this, leave about 1 inch, and adhere it. Okay, and then this super cute little banner, you're going to get the outline banner part and then the main banner part, which was cut with the banner dies. I just glued them together and I attached it with some adhesive on the back, some more score tape. You're going to line it up here to the top left corner. Just like that, press it down. Okay, so now what we're going to be doing is taking our shaker base, and to create the shaker, you're going to get a plain white circle. I just used some Distress ink just in black soot around the edges to shade it a little bit for the back of the shaker. You're going to get an acetate sheet that you're going to glue to your little pumpkin top. And then what I did, you can use foam tape, or I used this chipboard. I just cut the Shaker Basic set, this little oval here, 3 times, glued them on top of each other, and these are going to create the little channel to hold all the little shaker bits. So you're just going to take this, we're going to adhere this to the main circle, and I'm just using some liquid glue, and you're just going to line it up to the center of your shaker, just like this. And then what you're going to do is you're going to get these super cute little pumpkin shaker pieces, and you're going to pour just a few of them into the inside of your shaker. Just however many you think looks good for your little shaker. As many or as little as you want. You could also add in some additional little orange sequins or green. Then you're going to take your top that I've already attached to acetate. You're going to just put some adhesive around the edges. And then you're just going to lay it right on top of your main shaker and press down. Then as part of these little pumpkins, you have these super cute little leaf and then the little topper. So we're going to attach the little stem top. This was cut out of chipboard just to the top of your pumpkin. And as far down as you want it to go. And then you take your little leaf, add a little bit of adhesive, and then just nest it right here on the side of your stem. And now we can go ahead and attach this to the front of our card. So I just already added foam tape for some extra dimension. Just going to pull that foam tape backing off and attach this to my card base front. Just lining it up to this left edge, slightly overlapping the side, just like that. And then you have this little stem twirly twisty vine part. I'm going to add a little bit of adhesive to this, just in a couple little a couple places, and then I'm going to layer it underneath the main stem. And then just position it where I think looks good, so it's kind of curving up to the sentiment right there. Okay, and now we have the main card base finished. So now what we're going to do is we're going to be working on this super cute little image, and she is called the Sweetest Pumpkin stamp. And again, she looks like this on the finished project. So I'm going to show you how to go ahead and assemble her and color her. So this is a fun little technique I'm going to be showing you for paper piecing. I already have her pre-colored or pre-stamped and cut out. And what you're going to get too is you're going to get some colored cardstock where she's already been stamped for you. And what I did is I cut out the little pieces to her outfit because we're going to be paper piecing them. So I have like here the little top for her pumpkin hat, her little costume bottoms. You're going to need to cut out of the orange the top, the little bottom part of her outfit, and her little bag. And then out of the green you're going to cut her little legs for her leggings, and then the little top of the pumpkin. And then for the brown cardstock that you have, you're going to cut the little stem only. So those are the pieces you're going to need. And before we attach those, we are going to go ahead and color her skin and her hair just to get that ready. So let me go ahead and zoom in, and we are going to get started on the coloring. Okay, so here we go. What you're going to do first is I'm going to start with my skin tones. I've already pre-drawn around her eyes with a pencil, a mechanical pencil, just so I don't color in those eye areas. Then I'm going to be using EO4. And I'm just going to go through, and any of the areas on her face or her arms that have the shadow, I'm going to add. So anywhere the hair is overlapping, where her little hat's going to be overlapping. And I'm turning the page as I go to go with my hand, so I'm not working against myself. Do whatever is comfortable for you. And if you don't want to use Copic markers for this, you could use your own chosen medium for coloring. This paper piecing technique works for all different mediums, colored pencils, etc. Okay, so here we go, just following along her shadow lines. Her little neck, we don't have to worry about this outfit because it's going to be paper piece, so the only other thing we're going to have to color for her skin are her arms and her hands. So I'm going to get the shadow on her hands here, and especially along this bottom side edge of her arm, and then same thing on this right arm. well, her left arm, but my right side. Just like that. And that was with E04. Now we're going to move on to E11. And we are going to go over the shaded areas and pull that shading slightly further. As you can see, I'm cleaning off my marker in between moving to a separate area, just so I don't transfer any of that ink into the lighter sections of her skin. I'm just going over this area, pulling that color through, again with E11. And then on her little ears and her hands as well. And here on this hand too. And it's okay if you go off the lines, because what I did is I just washi taped her onto this paper on the back, so it doesn't matter if I color outside the edge of the lines, because she's already cut out. And if you do happen to get a little bit on her clothes, that doesn't matter either, because it's going to be covered with the paper piecing. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to E21. And for this, I'm going to be taking my shading and I'm going to be pulling it from the middle of my shading towards the center. I'm just using small flicking motions, being careful not to color where her eyes are, and pulling that shading towards the center. You can go over a couple of times if you need to blend that line between the previous color. And then here on her side of her cheeks, pulling it towards the center of her face, being very careful not to color in where her eyes are. That's why we drew them with the pencil, to make sure. And then same thing on this opposite side. And then her neck and her arms. And then do not forget about her little ears and her hands. Okay, so now we're going to move on to E00. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to be pulling this color towards the center. It works better for me to flick away from myself to get that nice darker to lighter blending, but do what's comfortable for you. And then here around her eyes, E00 is what I'm using right now. And if you miss the colors, we will list them down below the video. Okay, here too, on this side. And then on her hands and arms. Okay, now we're going to move on to E00. And we're just going to go over those areas, blending them out. This is where I'm going to finish going around her eyes here, blending towards the center, but not covering up all of my white highlight yet. And then here I'm going to pull through on the top of her mouth. And then smoothing out any shading I need to on her face. And same thing with her little arms and her ears. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to E0000. I'm going to finish blending out now through the rest of her face, covering up that little highlight section at this point. This is such a light skin tone color that it's going to still read as your white highlight. Okay, so just like that. And then what I do is I always start from darkest to lightest and lightest to darkest. So now I'm just going to go quickly back up my color ladder. So E00, just go over those same areas I just went over. Now I'm going to do this a little bit quick. I would usually take a little bit more time than this, building up this layer. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to show you quickly how you would build up that. Like that. And now we're going to move to E00. And I'm going to go starting from underneath her hat first, towards the center of her face. Doing those small flicking motions. And then pulling it through on this left side. And then under her arms. And down here on her neck. And then E21 is what is the next color. We are going to pull that same sheeting just like before. Just quickly flicking, building up that color tone. And then here on her arms, just like that. Okay, and I think that's going to be good. We're going to skip our E11 and E04. I think you guys get the hang of that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add the color to her tongue and her cheeks. So I'm going to start with RV21, and I'm just going to add a small line of color, like a C underneath her tongue there. And then I'm also going to flick on the side of her cheeks here, just adding some color, and then same thing on the opposite side. Just like that. And now I'm going to be using RV000, and I'm going to be going along the edge of this and just pulling that shading towards the center of her face. Just like that. Same thing on her tongue. And then to finish up the contrast on her tongue, I'm going to be using RV04. And I'm just going to do a small little line of color here on the bottom part of her tongue. So now we have her skin tone all done. Now we're going to do her hair. So to do this, I'm going to start with 100, and I'm going to pull the shading down just a few little shading lines. I'm going to pull them straight down like this towards the bottom with 100, and then same thing on this opposite side, pulling those down. And it's okay if you get a little bit into her hat, it is going to be covered, so that's why I always do this part first before I add my paper piecing. You don't have to be quite as careful. I'm going to pull these little parting lines on her little pigtails here, pulling them around. Same thing here, and then on this opposite side, pulling the lines towards me. Just indicating a little bit of texture in these hair pieces. And now I'm going to flip it around and then do the same thing on this opposite side, pulling these little hairs. And then over here on this side too. And then on these bottom hairs, just pulling those towards the center, and on the opposite side too. Okay, so now we have those little hair things done, and now we're going to actually add a little bit of coloring to our shoe since we already have 100 out. Just follow it along the bottom part of her shoes there. Okay, so now we're going to move on to C7. We are going to extend these lines slightly further, just pulling that shading towards the bottom, the lines you already did. And this is with C7. Making sure wherever the hat is, you want to add a little bit more shading there. And then pulling it down. Now we're going to flip it and then do the opposite side. Just like before, pulling those little shading lines. And same thing on this opposite side. And then these little strands here by her face. And there we go. And then we are going to use C1, and we're just going to go ahead and finish these hairs off. So we're just going to slightly connect a few of these little strands, just like that. And then same thing on this opposite side. Just pull a little bit of that shading, and then make sure to re-go over just your shadow areas with the C1 to really blend out those color tones for her hair. And there we go. Now her hair is all done. Now we can go ahead and do our paper piecing. So we're just going to glue these pieces on that I'd shown you before that you're going to fussy cut out. So we're going to just take these and glue them right on. We're going to start with her little hat, just adding a little bit of glue and stick it right on the top where it lines up. Then her little stem here, and then we're going to just glue that right on. And then you'll add her little body part, her little dress. You want to make sure you put this part down first before you do the top. Otherwise it will layer the orange over that. Now the little top portion. Just like this. And then we've got her little bag, her trick-or-treat bag. And we'll just glue that down, and then her little leggings. Just like that. And then we've got her other legging, her last little legging here that we're going to add on. And just glue that right on top. And this works great with any kind of pattern papers, plain papers. So now what we can do is we are going to add a little bit of shading to her for this. So we're going to first color in her little pumpkin here. So I'm just using 100. I'm going to go through and just color in the little mouth with my black Copic marker. And same thing with the nose and the eyes. Just like that. Now I'm going to add a little bit of shading here on the top. I'm going to use C5 and just add a little bit of shading to all of these die cuts. So I'm going to pull these lines slightly down. This side of this hat I'm going to shade around the edge. Same thing here on this side. And then pull it towards the center. I can do that same thing with this little stem and add a few little detail highlights. Pulling any shading you want with your C5. And then I'm going to do the same thing here on this little top. And then make sure you get underneath her little chin. I'm just adding anywhere there would be a shadow on these little die cuts, or these little cut out paper pieces. You can add a little bit more to her shoes there. And you don't have to go super detailed with this. It's up to you how detailed with this coloring on these little paper pieced items, but they really help with making the coloring go quick but looking still super, super cute. So there we go, just like that. And then I usually like to take my C1 and just blend out that shading, so I'm going to do that really quick. Just blend towards the center with C1. Any of those areas that I added the shading, and here too, and on her little leggings. And then last but not least, I like to take my little gel pen and add a couple little highlight dots. So I'm going to add a couple here to the little inside of the mouth and the eyes of the jack-o'-lantern. This little bag, I want to add a little dotted detail, so I'm just going to add a few little polka dots here randomly to the bag to give it a texture. Add a few highlights to her leggings and her outfit. And then up here as well on the pumpkin, up on the top of the stem, and then her little eyes and her tongue. And then that's it for her, and then she just comes right off there. Since I already pre-cut her out, I just washi taped her on so that I could color her without having to worry about it. Moving around, then you take your card, and we can just take some foam tape here. So I'm just going to flip her over and then just take a couple pieces of foam tape to prop her up. And here on the back side, and then pull that off. And let me zoom out a little bit so you can see this a little bit better again. Let's see, just like that. Okay, So now here you have our finished card, and we have our cute little girl here, and we're just going to add her right here, just layered off this left side or right edge of this pumpkin, and press her down. And then for extra embellishment, this is up to you if you want. You can use little sequins or some little, I'm going to use some little enamel dots, these little sticky ones. And I'm just going to add a little enamel dot maybe right here. And then another one here on the little leaf, just for some extra embellishment. And that is it. She is all done and all set. A super easy card to make. Like again, I said this would be super cute on a gift bag or a treat box, but just perfect for little fall greeting cards. And I used the Sweetest Pumpkin stamp set, which is this super cute little girl here. I used the Shaker Basics 1 set with these 2 circles. And then I also used the banner dies. And I used the new pumpkin add-on, which fits those Shaker Basics perfectly. And you can get all these products on stampanything.com. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me. Have a wonderful day. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And you know what? Stamp Anything. You can always count on them for an adorable project and great coloring techniques.
Yes.
I mean, this is so adorable. And the shaker card, you know that this is a die set. So
Right.
they use 3 different die sets. One was for the pumpkin, one was for the banner for the sentiment, and then also the shaker card. So that was nice that you got that they have all of those
Right.
available. And I love the little pumpkin shakers in there. That just kind of topped that off
So
instead of some
cute.
sparklies.
Right.
And the coloring, you know, I always sit in amazement and just watch this black and white image literally come to life with those
Seriously.
shading and coloring and the hair, you know, and how you can exaggerate, I guess is the right word.
Mm-hmm.
And then the paper piecing for her outfit. I mean, you can't get, that's as cute as a pumpkin. But it was so cute. And what a fun way to do, you know, it's kind of like the dress up dolls with the paper piecing like
Right,
that.
right.
And I love this little intricate little stem on here, that little green stem. So what an adorable project, and thank you for presenting that. And once again, those great coloring techniques that that you guys always share with us. So now it's shopping with Stamp Anything.
Yes. Okay. So, like I've been saying, the websites are so amazing, and you can get lost on the Stamp
Yes.
Anything
Oh my gosh.
website because there is just cuteness overload for everything, every holiday, even if it was just, you know, miscellaneous, like
Yeah. Any
anything. Okay. So what I love, like Dave had said, I love the pumpkin shaker die.
Yeah.
Like, how
It's
cute is
cute.
that? And it is just amazing. I love that. The Sweetest Pumpkin stamp, the pumpkin paper pack, so cute with trees there on that sweet.
Yes,
Yes,
that was nice.
so cute.
That
And I
pumpkin
love when the images are scaled down for card makers because then you could see the image rather than it be like a 12 by 12.
Exactly.
Really important. So that's super
Exactly.
cool. I love Stamp Anything's jelly dots. If you go on the website, you'll know what I'm talking about. The sprinkles.
Yeah.
Those are like the little pumpkins
Little
in there.
pumpkins,
the
yeah.
pumpkin sprinkles, the gingerbread, the candy corn. There's so many things that you could add to your shakers to have them,
Yeah.
like you said, come to life.
Yeah.
And so
you could mix them up too, put a little, you know,
yeah, like
corn or whatever you want in there. So.
Right. If you also go, what I was looking at was the grab and go boxes. Now that is something that comes with, if you look into it, they're boxes that come with all kinds of different items in it for just if you really add up what's in that box, it's amazing.
Oh, it's a
and the
great
themes
deal.
are, listen to the themes. Save the day, it's like a superhero. It's a little strange, which is like Stranger Things.
Yes.
Down the rabbit hole, which is like Alice in Wonderland.
Yes, that one's cute.
Yes, magical celebrations, which is Disney. Oh my goodness.
I know,
so
we
cute.
want to go to Disney.
Like Hocus Pocus. So Hocus Pocus.
Yes.
Harry Potter. So they're just go to, if you like, Christmas is coming up, and if anybody loves me and any of my family's watching, this would be a great gift to go ahead and get.
There you go.
Your girl Vicky Bill.
There
right
you
now.
go.
But if you also go, there's all kinds of stamps with costumes.
Yes.
So cute. All the little stamps. They have Feline Spooky, Love You to Death, Diana Best Witches, Natalie Gobble. They even have the cutest enamel pins.
Oh, yes.
They're
Those
way
are
too
fun.
cute. Yes. And stencils and everything galore. So you're going to want to go and visit Stamp Anything website. And it says, original and whimsical chibi kid stamps for all occasions, stamp stencils, dyes, and inks. Get $5 off your next website order. Use code Mega Take, and it expires in 15 days. So Mega Take. So very good, Stamp Anything.
Very good, awesome. Well, gosh, Vicky Dill, we have had a spooktacular time
We
today,
sure
haven't
have.
we? Oh my gosh. And I know you guys, I'm sure, I mean, I just loved every project in this spooktacular Mega Make Take.
It was so fun. I love them.
I know.
And we need to wear our little.
Oh, we got our hats.
Our little hats.
There we go.
I
There
wonder
we
if
go.
this will even. I should have taken off
A little tag.
but-
We're really prepared. So, but we want you to have a spooktacular rest of your day and a spooktacular Halloween too.
Yes,
so
for sure.
we'll see you soon, and keep watching for we have more Mega Make Takes coming up
Yes.
in October, November. So get ready to click because as you know, these things sell out quick. So you guys go have a beautiful day with all you ghouls and boys. Bye now.
Bye. We love you.